It's the second day of the Aimchess Rapid, and today we will revisit the 2018 World Championship encounter as Fabiano takes on Magnus in a 4-game mini-match in the winners' semi-finals. It's world number 1 versus world number 3. It's going to be a big fight. Welcome everyone to the Champions Chess Tour. And this is how it's done. Fourth draw right now. Jordan seems to be doing everything right, but not anymore.
I didn't know how to do it. Oh my God, Fabi played the free move.
Oh my God. Now he's sitting there trying to figure this out so it doesn't happen again.
Push him, baby. Go for the attack.
Hey, right, I mean, that king, it's got to go. Oh, there it is. It's checkmate.
Oh my God.
He missed everything, and that's it. Nodebek wins the match against Wesley. So what a performance this was. It's the clash of the Titans in the winners' semi-final. But before that, 4 players face elimination. Amongst them, Wesley So fighting to stay in the game. And to guide us all through every move in the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, Ginger GM Simon Williams, and Danny Wrench. Danny, what was the big highlight for you from your first day in the studio?
Wow, so many highlights. A lot of people played really well, but I'm going to go with Nodebek's comeback against Wesley. I think anytime you get Armageddon, that's got to be the highlight of the day that you remember, right?
Absolutely, and that went down to the wire, but Nodebek was super convincing there. Simon, we got a glimpse of the form the players are in. Who impressed you the most?
Well, Magnus, as always. I mean, he won with this weird A6 move, this really irregular opening. I love seeing some crazy openings being played. I don't know if he's going to do it today. Also, Aronian. I thought Aronian was very, very good chess-wise. He was playing fantastic chess, nice ideas, and seemed to be just on top form.
Absolutely, and the other player who played fantastic chess on day 1, Nodebek, winning that Armageddon, as you mentioned, Danny, against Wesley. So, David, how did Nodebek make it look so easy?
Well, Nodebek just has great nerves. It was kind of a clutch match, that one, where Nodebek, he was up against it. He needed to win the final rapid game with black. Nobody can bank on that against Wesley So, but he did it, he managed it, and in the Armageddon, he was just a class apart. So it's nerves combined with fantastic chess, and he's one to watch. He's really informed this season on the Champions Chess Tour.
One of the biggest comebacks we saw on day 1 by Nodebek. He's already won one event, the Chess Kick Cup. Can he do it again? And going into day 2, we still have our 8 players in action, but 2 will be eliminated. Later today, we will have the winner semi-final, Nodebek taking on Levon Aronian. And of course, the big match as Fabiano Caruana faces Magnus Carlsen. But we'll start the day with the losers round 1, Wesley So against Fedoseev, Iturrizaga against Jordan Foreest. For these players, it is their final strike. It's go big or go home. They either win, continue in the losers bracket, or it's the end of the road. Simon, who do you think has the nerves to face that pressure?
Well, I think Wesley So has to be favourite. Depends if he can play better today, of course. And I think the other match is going to be very close, actually. So we had Eduardo, who qualified in a very tense situation. He played great to do that. So we know he's good under pressure. And he's playing against Jordan. I guess on paper, Jordan is the favourite. But that could go either way, I feel.
Wow. Wesley So really wants that ticket to the season final. And he is one of the strongest players on the planet, but he was super shaky yesterday, Danny.
Yeah, it wouldn't feel right not to have Wesley in the final. It seems that way anyway. But the truth is, if the Wesley So of yesterday shows up today, he's probably going home and going to have to look for one of the remaining 2 events to get there, because Wesley So was great the first half and then beat himself. And we know Wesley can struggle at times depending on whether his head or mind is in the right place. So we'll see if it's the Wesley So of old or the so Wesley So we saw yesterday.
Wesley So has definitely got to switch things up. David, we start with 2 matches in the losers round 1. Is there a favourite in both these matches?
Well, I'm going to say that Wesley will bring out his best today. It feels like yesterday was just a wake-up call, and I'm going to disagree, actually, with Simon. I'm going to say Jordan to bank it against Iturrizaga. I just feel that Jordan, he's just had a great year, and he's looking sharp.
Looking sharp. He did lose his match in 3 games yesterday. We will see what happens as 2 players will be eliminated in Division 1. Meanwhile, some big names have been knocked out of Division 3. And day 1 was a day of brilliancies and blunders in Division 2.
Division 2 of the Aimchess Rapid brought a series of positional action. In an absolute battle of a match, Grandmaster David Paravian faced 5-time Argentine champion Diego Flores. With a couple draws and traded wins, it was tied going into the final game. After a blunder with Bishop d6 by Flores, Paravian found the brilliant f takes e6. A few moves later, Paravian found another brilliant move, adding a piece to the attack, also causing Flores to lose a minor piece. From there, it was only a matter of time. In another matchup, Denis Lazovic put on a stellar performance against former junior world champion Parham Magsudlu. At the end of the game, Lazovic created an incredible forced mating sequence to take home the victory. Take a look at the full bracket for Division 2 and Division 3 to see where your favorite player ended up after day 1.
And the race in the other 2 divisions also heats up. And keeping us up to date with all the action in the studio, Women Grandmaster Kedi Satsanashvili. Kedi, what a dramatic day of chess that was. What was the highlight for you?
In Division 2, we had a hero of a day, Jose Martinez from Peru, Grandmaster from Peru, who made 3 brilliant moves, 3 knight sacrifices, and he won the match. Then, in the end of the day, he tweeted that he is happy to be able to play quality chess from time to time. But he is a streamer, he streams a lot of events, and his viewers know that he plays a lot of quality chess.
That's exactly what he needs to continue. Keep up with the quality and maybe bring in some more of those knight sacrifices. There's so much on the line for these players. Tour points, prize money, and the big ticket to Division 1 of the next Champions Chess Tour event. Kedi, we've got big pairings coming up. Which is the matchup for you?
Oh, it's going to be definitely Tabatabai against Martinez. These 2 names, I think we are looking now the winner of the 2nd division. Maybe yes, maybe no, we're gonna know that, but I'm gonna keep the eye on this match.
And we see so many youngsters and prodigies in that list. There's Denlaz, Amin Tamatabai, Parham Magsudlu, Sam I am in the mix. What does this Division 2 and winning it, what would it mean for their career?
Tanya, they are hungry. The average of these players is 22 years. Some of them are a bit younger, and they are so hungry to win the tournaments, to beat the Super Grandmasters. And for them, this is a chance and this is a challenge, and I think they are going to take it.
The chance for these young prodigies to find themselves with the big boys in the next Champions Chess Tour event. But it's not just Division 2. Action is on in Division 3 as well. Kedi, who was the player of the day for you there?
The player of the day was Kramnik. No, he blundered so badly. Well, Fresino was the player of the day. He played this incredible move with the knight, attacked the queen and the rook. At the same time, this knight can be captured by Vladimir's 2 pieces, but he cannot actually stand in this game, and he lost the first game, and now he's playing in the losers bracket.
Fresner is having quite the run in the plains. He takes down Magnus Carlsen and now winning in grand style against the 14th world champion, Vladimir Kramnik, and some big matchups today. Which one are you going to be keeping a close eye on?
I'm going to keep my eyes on Grishchuk and Mamedov because these two are such a stylish chess players. They do like tactics, they do like sacrifices, and I think that's going to be a huge clash.
It's going to be a fun day of chess in all these three divisions. And for full coverage of Division 2 and 3, you can go to chess.com/event. Also, follow Chess Dojo's Twitch channel throughout the week for all the action from from Division 2 and Division 3. There is a lot at stake for players fighting in the Aimchess Rapid. And day 1 was top-class chess and a lot of fun. 12 seconds for Jordan van Foreest. He does repeat with the knight and king, and that's all that he has to do, right? Will this be the 4th draw right now? Jordan seems to be doing everything right, but not anymore.
He blundered his knight. He walked his knight into a trap because the knight guard's B4. The knight guard's...
Do you know what? You just never bet against Magnus, guys.
If knight A6, king B7, and then... Oh, king B7. The knight's out of squares. Oh, my God.
Black knight's going to win.
Sing this out.
That's the line.
And this is how it's done.
Yeah, I mean...
Mr. Carlsen strikes again.
Whoa, what is this? I did
E5,
not see
let's
this
go.
move. Wow.
Right now, it looks like Levon is about to wrap this up. His last move, rook h5. He's cashing in now. Fedoseev is having to perform some real tightrope walking just to survive, but it looks like white will win material.
Oh, wait, hold on. No resigns. Rook takes G4 check.
You gotta stick to this one. 15 seconds for Fedoseev. He gives up the queen, and that's it. Finally, Fedoseev does resign.
I think quite a lot of danger here for Black.
I like it.
You know,
I agree with you.
that move is because now you push Harry. It's almost Harry, isn't it?
Picks up the f7 pawn. This has been domination by Nordebek.
Nordebek managed to avoid the loser's bracket the entire Chess Kid Cup on his way to winning. He barely might be avoiding the loser's bracket today.
3 pieces attacking. 3 is like the magic number. It's got to be a checkmate, right? I mean, that king, it's got to go. Oh, there it is. It's checkmate.
That's
my
over.
God.
Did he just miss that?
Oh, my God.
He missed everything, and that's it. Nordebek takes the Armageddon, wins the match against Wesley. So what a performance this was. And we start the day with losers round 1 on day 2 of the Aimchess Rapid. Wesley So taking on Vladimir Fedoseev. Eduardo Iturrizaga will play against Jordan van Foreest. For all these players, they are on their final strike later today. We've got Nordebek Abdusatrov against Levon Aronian, and the big match that we're all very excited about, Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen, 2 players with a very rich history. And yesterday on day 1, both of them won their matches in just 3 games. David, how close are you expecting this one to be?
I think it's going to go down to the wire, Tanya. I can't separate these two right now. Historically, ever since the 2018 World Championship match, the playoffs there, Magnus has had the advantage in rapid chess, but Fabi's been improving. Fabi's been fighting back, and yeah, it's hard to call.
Well, recent history says that Fabi may be playing better. He did beat Magnus in Zagreb just a few days ago. Of course, Magnus would go on a tear right after that and ultimately win the event. But I agree. I think that Fabiano is playing very well, maybe as well as anybody right now in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. He's been to 2 finals, and I don't think he goes into this match against Magnus not thinking that he's maybe the favorite too. So we'll see.
And Simon, they've been rivals for a really long time, but their biggest moment was the 2018 World Championship match. It went down to the wire, it went down to the playoffs, and there we see Fabiano Caruana as the runner-up, as he lost in the rapid playoff, and Magnus Carlsen taking his 4th World Championship. Now, back then, it was clear. He felt his best chance is in speed chess. He forced a playoff, went into tiebreak, but he can't be feeling all that confident today.
I mean, that World Championship match was just so close. It was really nail-biting throughout, and it did come down to the rapid, where it has to be said, Magnus dominated that rapid, but Fabiano's got so much better, and he's a great player. So I think there could be an upset here. I think one thing's for sure, we saw Magnus playing this A6 move. It's a bit of a weird move, that one. The St. George, I think it's called. But will he play that against the great Fabiano? I mean, I don't know. What do you reckon, guys? It'd be really brave.
We're all shaking our head in the studio.
I would be shocked if we see Magnus playing A6 against Fabi, but I've been shocked to see him playing A6 against anybody. I also want to quickly shout out the other matchup, of course, of Dusaturov versus Aronian. Aronian maybe playing the best chess of anyone yesterday, so we are in store for a treat. We've got 2 epic matches happening in the winner's bracket, and I'm excited.
Super excited for the winner's semi-final. But before that, we've got action coming up in the losers round 1. One big matchup between Jordan van Foreest and Iturrizaga. Both these players lost their matches on day 1 in just 3 games. But Iturrizaga, he's such a dangerous player. And we did see exactly what he's capable of in the speed chess format in the playoffs. When it went down to the wire against Parham Magsudlu, it broke the internet.
Vamos, rapidito, que no hay incremento. G4, ganando, ganando, ganando. Le va a venir. Cambia, cambia, que no le da tiempo. 5 segundos, 6 segundos. Le saca 2 segundos. Está jugando el premove con 5 segundos. Es muy rápido. Carlos, G5. Lo tiene completamente ganado, pero no tiene menos tiempo. F5, torre 6, 1 segundo para ir. 1 segundo con 9. Tiene menos tiempo. No, 5. ¡Ha ganado! ¡Vamos!
Well, I don't know what was crazier, the reaction that we had from Iturrizaga or the commentary that we just saw there.
The commentary is so great, and I don't mean any disrespect to any of us, and everyone's doing a great job commentating, but I love the energy that those guys bring. They bring it every time, and Iturizaga's reaction matched it.
Danny, we've got to try commentating like that today. What do you reckon, guys? Should we give it a go now?
Let's do it.
Here we go. I'm coming.
It worked. I was excited.
Do you think that worked? I'm not sure.
We're doing it.
That took a lot of energy, that did.
It did, and the players have to bring in all the energy in the losers round 1 as 4 players face elimination, and this is the format in the losers bracket. It is going to be a best of 2, unlike the winners bracket where they've got a best of 4. So just 2 games, 1.5 points is the minimum margin. Again, the players get 15 minutes with only 3 seconds additional with every move that they make. If the match ends in a 1-1 tie, we will have the winning Armageddon, and the winner of the match stays on in the losers bracket, while it will be go home, end of the road for the player who loses the match. This is their last strike. They've got to be feeling the pressure right now.
They got to be. The pressure's on. Wesley So, again, I'm a big Wesley So fan and known him forever. So I'm a fan of the Wesley So we normally see. And right now, what's up?
Yeah, I was just saying, Simon, room game expert there. That's a shift from where Wesley was playing yesterday.
It is, yeah. I mean, maybe he just felt that room was giving him some bad karma.
Bad vibes.
Bit of bad vibes, you know, need to change rooms, change it up a little bit. Maybe it doesn't have a cat flap on this room, so the cat can't come in, because we're wondering, Wesley did disappear quite a lot from the area yesterday. And, well, what's this move? Okay, this is pretty normal stuff, actually, but just catching up with the game now, and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, Simon, before the show, we were talking about Wesley's strategy yesterday, and you were saying he was playing d4 with move 1. It didn't work for him against Abdusatorov. He's gone back to basics, what he knows best. It's an e4 opening. It's an anti-Sicilian, with white bringing out the bishop to b5, and it's a line that Fedoseev has chosen now, that Magnus Carlsen himself has popularized. So it's a very closed position right now, both sides just developing, and it will take a slower pace the next few moves, but yeah, I'm liking this switch up from Wesley. I think it's much more promising. This is the type of position that he really enjoys with white.
Yeah.
Closed, positional. Tanya, go ahead.
I was just going to say that, you know, this format can be so deceptive for the players because it's double elimination, right? You feel all safe and secure when you start. You've got 2 strikes. But then suddenly you lose 1 match. You're down in the losers bracket. You lose 1 more and you're out. And that's a big psychological shift.
Plus, it's only 2 games here in the losers bracket, right? We have to remember that they don't get as many chances to go wrong. And that means a decisive result here. Okay, we saw a comeback yesterday, so nothing is over till it's over, but a decisive result here would be huge. So, yeah, the pressure is immediately on. We see h6 here from Fedoseev, and some slow jamming it, right? They're slow jamming right now. Nothing, no fireworks yet.
Yes, I mean, I don't know why Wesley started playing d4 yesterday. I mean, it's the old saying that if it's not broken, you don't need to fix it, and he's so good with e4. So why was he trying out other openings? And if we just look at the position already here, it does strike me that only white can be better because white has some nice holes in the middle of the board. And there we go. The bishop just slides back to try to control those holes. And the main square is that outpost right in the middle, the D5 square. And could that be an issue, David, for black in this type of structure?
It could be, but both players just playing very slowly. I think we'll check back in this one a bit later on.
Yeah, we will. Control over D5 square, that seems to be the name of the game, but the other one is also on as Jordan van Foreest takes on Iturrizaga with the black pieces. And this feels like the name of the game here is the English opening.
Yeah, Simon, we're loving it. The English opening.
Of course, the name with the best opening, clearly. I mean, no shadow, much better than the French defence.
What about the London? How's that?
London's all right, second best, I'd say, but the English opening is a bit broader, I feel. So
you've just alienated half our viewership there, Simon. The London system,
you know. Boo.
I'm Team King's Indian.
I'm with you.
Very nice. What about Queen's Indian?
Oh, that one.
Shouldn't you be more Queen's Indian? Yeah. Danny, what's your?
I'm more of a Queen's Indian guy. You're right. A Nimzo repertoire leads to Queen's Indians, but. Anyway, now we've got a transposition, actually, more of a traditional. Here you go, Tanya. This is going to be a G3 King's Indian on the board, and we have it.
And the one thing I will say here is that Iturrizaga is an expert in these types of positions. Every time I see him play white, he tends to fianchetto his light squared bishop.
Yep.
Jordan, okay, he's playing a very direct line now. White has a chance to either block the center or trade off a set of pawns in the center, maybe a queen trade coming as well. But Jordan, yeah, he's had a mixed track record against this fianchetto system. It's something that I pinpointed as a bit of a weakness in his game a while ago. But okay, the center has been blocked. Jordan, I think, will be happy to see this. All the pieces still on the board. And despite black's knight being forced back home to b8, just the fact that the center is now closed means that tempi isn't so important here.
Ultra positional line in these a5 variations where black is trying to control the dark squares rather than being aggressive in the traditional King's Indian plan where you're attacking on the king side with the f-pawn. You're sort of trying to slow play things and choke white's queenside pawn storm before it gets going. So anyway, the game is just beginning. So trying to set the table. Of course, this is still a lot of theory, and both players likely still playing from whatever they prepared at home. So.
I mean, whenever I'm playing the black side of the King's Indian defence, which I do a fair bit, I hate playing against G3 because you kind of get different types of structure. You want to actually get this structure you see here. So I think Jordan will be quite happy that the centre has closed down. You see how the pawns are kind of locked together there, a bit like Lego in the middle. I think that's something that black will be happy to get because that's more of a traditional King's Indian defence setup. So you know you can try to attack on the king side with black with this main push. Black's going to move the knight away and try to push the pawn. So I think black should be quite happy, actually, with this position.
Simon, you called it the Lego fix. For me, King's Indian is always like the Jenga fix, where everything is nicely collapsed until you just put one pawn brick and the position explodes. Is that something we can expect here?
Yeah, I guess so, definitely. That's probably a much better analogy, I think, Jenga. Whenever I play any opening, it always falls apart at some point.
That. No,
so,
one
really
brick
good.
and it all goes wrong. As someone who's been playing a lot of Jenga recently, it's that is a game that will give you anxiety that rivals chess, even when the eval bar is jumping up and down. So I think that's a great call out, Tanya. And I think, as you were saying, Simon, these G3 systems are just harder to assault because white has more pieces around the king. And I think in rapid, in particular, it makes it less attractive to want to play the King's Indian because you don't get to do the famous King's Indian checkmate attacks, right? So, of course, these guys play for more than checkmate thrills like you and I, Simon. So I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, but we're quite basic humans, aren't we, when we play chess? We see the king, we attack the king. But is there a little tactic possibility here, David, maybe? I mean, would you take black? I've never seen you play the King's Indian defence, David.
I'm not as brave a man as you, Simon. I've got to admit, I don't like to be cramped too much, and I'm always afraid of white gaining space on the queen side. And it feels like this is an automatic now, for better or worse. Iturrizaga should push his pawn to b4 before it's too late, and after a trade.
I saw what you did there.
The first one goes today.
The show, but you didn't get that by me.
And yeah, here black does have a bit of an issue with the knight. I guess, Simon, you were thinking of maybe there are tactics like this one.
I was thinking about it, but I mean, it doesn't seem to work. I mean, obviously, two minor pieces it's much stronger to have the 2 minor pieces compared to the rook and the pawn.
Yeah.
And in this position, white would just be better here. So it doesn't seem to work.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. So I'm a bit surprised that he didn't go for this Iturrizaga. Perhaps he was afraid of the move knight to a4, and we'll see a few trades. Black has the open a file. Instead, he's taken an even slower approach. That seems to be the name of the game in both of the matches so far.
Yeah.
Just maneuvering here. He's just slow played it with the pawn to b3 instead. He's going to slowly build up, maybe plant his bishop on e3. And will Jordan turn his attentions to a typical King's Indian plan? I think that's the question. Will he start playing for this famous f5 break in the near future?
We'd love to see that on the board with players playing on either flanks. Iturrizaga handling the queen side and an avalanche by Jordan on the king side. That seems like the direction this game is headed. And while this heats up, let's take this moment to check in on Wesley So against Vladimir Fedoseev. And wow, there's a lot that's happened, David. Yeah. Black's queen targeting white's king, but I don't see too many pieces.
Yeah, Black's queen needs some assistance if she wants to deliver any checkmates. We have seen a trade of 1 set of knights, hence the white kingside pawns being damaged. White has double G pawns. Long term, that's fine, but short term, maybe some holes on the dart squares around white's king. The problem is for Fedoseev, it's like you say, Tanya, if there's nothing immediate, then slowly the kickback might start, and Black's queen, if she's forced to retreat, I think the momentum might change a bit later on. So, okay, how will Wesley deal with this? It's him to move.
It's an obscure game. I think we should talk a little bit about the pawn structure and maybe since we only have 2 games going, bring up the analysis and show how that happened. Because it's not every day you see doubled G pawns like that, right, in a queen on h4. But it goes back to this position where Wesley employed this knight h2 plan, David. And I think that we've got a couple of knight moves happening over here on the opposite edges of the board. But I have the opening Explorer pulled up just to see. I mean, we're already kind of in original territory, even if this idea is one that white does sometimes employ, especially when you have the pawn structure c2, d3, e4. You're maybe preparing these ideas to get space on the king side, which we should always be thinking about. But black doesn't allow it, right? Trades on g4 and plays queen h4 to make sure that you have to protect the pawn rather than playing an aggressive f4. So anyway, I think it's a fascinating and original kind of position. Right, those double G pawns may not be something to look at, but they do hold black f5, right? Hold back f5 for black. So a really interesting kind of grip that white has on the king side.
Yeah, you mentioned f5 under control by white. Is d5 a break that black can think about?
Yeah, actually, just for aesthetic reasons, you mentioned pawn structure, Danny. I want to play the move b3 just to put all my pawns on light squares.
Checkers called.
Lovely.
Checkers
get out of chess town, checkers.
Yeah. And hang a minute. You know what black needs to play here as well, right? Black has 2 moves.
F6 and B6, and we're playing checkers,
there we go.
baby.
We've got to...
Let's do it.
The inferior board game.
We've got to put them on, and we have the perfect structure, right? So...
we're literally just like kids playing with coloring books right now. I hope someone clips this, because this is really high-level chess analysis.
This looks like your Air Things challenge against Magnus.
Yeah, it's literally just checkers. Meanwhile, Wesley So spoiling the fun. He's put a pawn on a dart square. What are you doing, Wesley?
Logical
C3.
chess.
Logical move, though. And Tanya, I think your suggestion is really pertinent here. If black just retreats, it feels like you're stepping back in the wrong direction. There we go. Fedoseev breaks in the center.
I like it. Oh, and it happened. Okay, right on cue. No, Tanya, great call. I think that it's usually the person who controls the pawn breaks is controlling kind of the tempo or the direction of the game, right? Steal one from my boy Robert Hess. You can't spell chess without him. And we often talk about that because I think closed positions to beginner players look boring at first. But looking at a closed position and seeing the forest through the trees is about seeing where the breakthroughs are going to come. And I think d5 shows that actually black has a lot of good chances here because, I mean, now if the center opens up and white's king is a little exposed, you got the dark squares that could fall apart. That bishop on b8 is going to be playing if you ever take on d5. Yeah, I love that, via that diagonal. Or if you take on d5, there's even this e4 push. And can I get just to make the kids happy, show a little checkmate if you take an e4 and here comes bishop h2 So anyway, the point is the pieces are coming to life because black controls the pawn breaks, and that's an instructive thing to take away, regardless of your chess level. And I like that black played d5.
Yeah, and now maybe he can continue. This knight is attacked, the pawn d5 attacked as well. Maybe you can continue with c4. Maybe there are some tactics taking this pawn, dragging the queen forward to a square. It can be double attacked. Oof. Tricky position right now for both players to manage.
It's quite strange because the way Wesley is playing, he's kind of forcing Fedoseev to play good moves.
Yeah.
He's like, he's playing this move c3 to attack the black knight. If black moves the knight backwards, black is just clearly in a very bad scenario. because he's lost that square. So black has to play actively. And that is kind of like strange against someone as strong as Fedoseev. You know, Fedoseev is going to play good moves. And he's got to find another good move here. Otherwise, again, he's just going to be worse. He can't move the knight back because he'll lose the pawn. So he's got to play an active move. And I don't know how this is going to end out, but the evaluation bar seems to start to favour black here as well. So
C4
it's,
was played first.
So C4
it's explosive when it happens.
I mean, it's... Yeah. Oh, Danny, I nearly missed that joke there, Danny. So you've got one, Dave. We're lagging here, Tanya. We need to get our puns in.
Day, Simon.
It's a long day.
Dave and I had a talk, and we said, "Hey, man, we lost the cringy pun game last night, and we were going to bring it today."
It's not a race; it's a marathon. That's right. So we got time.
Our puns are dynamite. That's
there it is.
Oh, there we go.
That's for sure.
No, but Tanya, you called this D5. It was great. C4 is now on the board. This is again. We're early, but look at the board. Look at the eval board. Look at the king on G1. A6 is coming. Like, this feels very scary for Wesley already.
Absolutely, and psychologically, right? When you attack an opponent's piece, you're automatically thinking about them just retreating with it. Is it possible that Wesley just underestimated the moment when black went D5?
I think it's a great call. I think when you play C3, you maybe just underestimated both the moves we now see, D5 and C4. I think that's... You look at the time, it's suggestive that he's losing his way.
It's very strange for someone as strong as Wesley, the way he's missing stuff like this. I mean, he wouldn't do this normally.
Yeah.
You know, he was doing it yesterday, he's doing it today, and it's not a normal thing for Wesley. I mean, he's normally on top of everything. Some exchanges happening there and things clarifying maybe in the position a little bit. I mean, who's this going to favour?
And Fedoseev has paused here. It looks like he can just take the white bishop, but no, he wants more.
I love this move. Wow. And look at the stretch. He plays it. He leans back.
He's learning from Aronian. The Aronian stretch there. You know,
look at the king on G1. We got fun stuff here. We got fireworks on the board. And I agree, just to piggyback on your point, Simon, I think that they say class is permanent and form is temporary. And it's our job to call it like we see it, because we all love Wesley. But the truth is, this doesn't look like the form that we normally see from So. Yesterday, he had some interesting decisions. And here again, he's inviting a game. It's kind of making it easy on his opponents right now. He's giving his opponents chances. I feel like he did that against Noterbeck toward the end, and he's doing it against Fedoseev right now.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful move there from Fedoseev, got to say. And, OK, he chooses to save this bishop, and the knight was covering A7, so it had to be removed. And now, before the deadly check, ending the game, Fedoseev threatening that move. Wesley has blocked it, so still alive. But here it feels like momentum is purely in black's favour. You can start hitting this white queen. You can start maybe even just taking a pawn. You need something now, but it feels like Wesley, missing stuff, just not on form right now. He needs to pull himself together.
Yeah, it's an important bishop move there that White played. I mean, White absolutely needed to cover that diagonal with his last move. Any other move, he'd be losing already. We see Fedoseev bringing a rook to the middle, very natural move. Rooks belong on open files, but Wesley's bishop does seem okay. And I like this idea that Wesley's playing. If you're in a tricky scenario, try to get rid of your opponent's queen, because it's less likely you'll get checkmated. So is it that bad for Wesley, or is he actually just okay here, no matter what the evaluation bar actually says?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like if the queens come off, he should be totally fine.
I think that's the point. I think the queen should not come off. I think queen e7 is what the doctor ordered.
And it's a reluctant retreat if Fedoseev does keep the queens on, because you want to, of course, deliver checkmate to White's king, but maybe you just need to step back, find a new angle. And we do see the evaluation bar here. That might be misleading. I'm certainly influenced by it. I'm wondering now, I mean, I would prefer black, but I'm not sure it's that good from a human perspective. But computer seems to think black has a massive advantage here. I like your move, Danny. Just queen back to e7. White has some weaknesses on the queen side as well.
I was going to say the air quality remains good. So Fedoseev has that going for him. The room hasn't changed. Air quality still just allowing him to play some high-quality chess.
Yeah, and the position remains good as well for black, for Fedoseev here. A critical moment. Will he decide to try this one out in the end game, or will he keep all the trumps in the position and retreat with the queen trying to grind down a middle game? He does take a decision. Queens are off the board, and immediately also snaps up the a4 pawn. Does the queen trade surprise you?
It does. Surprises me. I think that we'll see what he calculated. I think now will be the move, because whatever he decided, he must have some sort of follow-up normally.
It's very strange, isn't it? Because we're sitting here and we see the evaluation bar. These guys don't see the evaluation bar. So from Fedosev's point of view, maybe he just didn't realise how good his position was. Maybe he's like, OK, if I make some exchanges, I'm going to get nearer to a draw, and that might be the way I can just play this, keep it simple. Maybe that's, something that's happened here.
Big decision there by Vladimir Fedoseev. Will he regret this queen trade, or will he be able to grind down this endgame? We'll jump back to this as this one has calmed down. Let's head over to the Eduardo Iturrizaga versus Jordan van Foreest. Queens are still on the board, and quite a crazy position. A pawn on b3 in White's camp. How on earth did that get there?
Yeah, how on earth did that black pawn arrive on b3? Black is a pawn up as well. How did black get rid of that King's Indian dart squared bishop? It looks like there have been many developments in this game, and we'll check in on the current position, but let's just do a quick action replay. I think like the other game, Danny, we need to figure some stuff out. And
I'd love to figure out how we got here, because it's funny, this is one where I will openly just disagree with the eval giving black a tiny edge. I look at the position and feel like okay, you get us there and then I'll give my opinion on the live board. Okay, a4 happened.
So a4 happened, and this is how the pawn eventually landed on b3. Black first installed a nice knight on a very strong square, and it was here, bishop to h6. The King's Indian bishop came to life. The white knight had to go the long way around to trade off this mighty steed on b3, and after a few more trades we did see not queen takes pawn. I'm wondering why. First of all, he didn't capture this pawn. Looks like it was up for grabs, but after the knight stepped back, this is the current position, Danny.
But I think you answered it if we want to show real quick. I think if you take b3, then when you take e4, the white knight doesn't have any squares, and if you can't take e4 back because of bishop f5. So I think that must have been the combination as far as why white had to postpone the corralling of that overextended b3 pawn. So back to the live position. It's funny because even though I now understand that the black has a small edge according to the math of our artificially intelligent overlords, because black is up a pawn, but I look at every long-term feature of this position, and I look at the b3 pawn's going to be corralled, that white has the bishop pair, black has lost the famed King's Indian bishop, and white is going to get c5 at some point, which is the breakthrough on the queen side we always want. So call me crazy, just don't call me Shirley. I prefer white.
Is math similar to maths?
That is a little bit.
It's similar, yeah? OK. Right. just clarifying that. So
I don't know. I mean, tell me why I'm crazy. I guess black is showing why I'm crazy. Jordan is being very aggressive on the F file, but I would prefer white despite what the eval says. And remember, the players don't see that. So anyway, what do you think?
A bit of a race, right? I mean, black's got some chances on the king side as well here. I mean, David?
I think the next few moves will be critical, because black will try some attack, some assault against the white king. If it doesn't work, then I totally agree with Danny. And I think Iturrizaga now, it's pretty urgent. He has to stop black from pushing a pawn to h4. He has to stop black from maybe throwing some pieces out the way and breaking through with the rooks, those two stacked up black rooks on the f file. The f2 pawn, slightly tender. If white can consolidate, cover everything, then white is strategically winning.
It's fair. It's fair. I guess I'm just looking at the long-term features, and the chess human in me is coming out versus the computer. And I even if you play h4, I'm thinking about taking it and sliding my rook to g3. I guess what I'll say is this: there's no way objectively that black isn't fine, because you can't argue with computers. But I would argue the instructive point is that if black doesn't stay on the grind on the king side, and if black doesn't deliver on the f file, don't be surprised if the eval bar switches. That's my point, because white does have a lot of those long-term features going for him.
Yeah, I think I'd choose white as well, but not with a lot of confidence.
I would go black all day long.
I'm with
I mean, come on,
Yeah.
you know, I am the man in black, and I love looking at my opponent's king, putting pieces near it, and just attacking.
Hey.
And who cares what's going on the queen side? It doesn't matter. The king's over there. Checkmate ends the game. And actually, this move, Harry 4, h4, I think is really, really quite dangerous, right? Because you want to keep things blocked, as you both mentioned. But it's very hard to do that. So there is, I'm not sure how, if white can stop that. I agree with you, but I don't see how white does. And here is the opportunity to play it, and he's played it. So we're going to find out.
Jordan van Foreest going for Eduardo Iturrizaga's king, but time is off the ascent, not just on the clock, but on the board as well, because with all the strategic trumps that white has, including those two bishops, the bishop pair advantage, black has to go for the kill right here, right now. h4, a great start. If white tries to keep the position blocked on the king side, advancing the g-pawn, can we expect a sacrifice?
I would love to see g4. I mean, David brought up the analysis board before we could even say, we got to show why that's a bad idea. I'm assuming bishop takes. There has to be a bishop takes followed by knight, and f2 falls, and and with it the house, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to see G4, as fun as it is to show.
Yeah, you see a position like this and you just stop calculating with white. You just think, okay, I'm getting checkmated. If not, I'll probably just lose material. So G4, I think, would be short-sighted. But Danny, you mentioned another resource that white could try, just taking this pawn and sliding across with the rook a bit later on. What could be the downside here?
I think it's got to be knight h5 right away, right? Tanya nodding her head next to me. I think she already saw it before I did. And it, not only because it goes to f4, but it holds g3, right? So the rook can't come to g3, which makes everything start to feel dysfunctional. So
I love it. Knight h5. You're also threatening sacks on the h3 square. Bishop h3 always in the air, opening up the f file with impact. This could be super dangerous. But with all these lines that we're talking about, how then does white keep things solid on the king side? Or is it just going to be explosion?
If I had to guess, no engine in front of me, some move like rook g1, something that sits on the position. Because here's the thing: if you play knight h5 before, then I'll have g4, or at least I'll have a chance to get g4. You might still sack, actually. And if you take g3 before the knight comes in, maybe I can take back. No, the computer doesn't like it either. It's getting more and more concrete, which I guess shows our modern chess, similar to Simon kind of yesterday, commenting that the bishop pair must be good for black, and I happen to know that position, so I was like, no, this is good for Aronian. Here, this is like me looking at the bishop pair, and the computer's like, no, that doesn't matter. The f-file, the doubled pawns are actually killing white here on e4 and e5, and here comes full steam. So, Simon, it's a position after your own heart.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the most important thing always is king safety when both sides are developed, and that is the key thing here. Black's king is very safe. Black has more pieces on that area of the board, and this last move, I love it. It's like a little lever. It's just tickling away at white's position. Little tickle, tickle. Open up the king, and then bang, the black pieces will come through, and it's very hard for for white to keep his king safe now, and. Also, I think a position that Jordan really thrives in. Jordan loves attacking. He loves these exciting positions, and it's getting dangerous for white now, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, the clock situation as well is incredibly dangerous now for Iturrizaga. Just one more long think in him. Otherwise, I think we might see catastrophe over the next few moves.
David, you wanted white a couple of moves ago. Are you still sticking to that?
I did mention it was not with confidence.
I think I was swaying him. I was looking at the big picture, not seeing the tree that was falling on me. So sometimes we say, look at the forest through the trees. Sometimes you got to look at what's right in front of you, and the concrete aspects of this position where the white can't really coordinate. And the more I look at it, the more I'm like, duh, Danny. And also, by the way, how have we not commented on Jordan's shirt? What is going on with that? That looks so great. The Hawaiian shirt.
And Danny, how have we not commentated that Iturrizaga needs to defend this position with less than 3 minutes on the clock?
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse for Iturrizaga. So I was wrong. White is in trouble. I'm sorry.
We're all wrong sometimes, Danny. that's the problem.
I'm wrong more than right. That's the truth.
Like, what are you guys talking about?
I'm never wrong.
All day,
I'm always right. This ginger knows how to attack.
This ginger knows.
I get lucky occasionally, and we're gonna. I mean, that knight move you mentioned wasn't played, but this also seems it's quite blunt, isn't it? He just wants to take that pawn and attack.
I'm not closing the book on Iturrizaga yet, for the record. I mean, I think Jordan if accurately played, puts this away. But this is a double-edged position. We can be biased by the eval. The dark square bishop is gone. If black screws this up, the floodgates could switch, and that's one of the things you always have to be worried about.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that all of black's 5 pieces will be, contributing to the attack, and maybe white's dark square bishop is the one that cannot defend. Yeah. So just going to be outnumbered simply.
Yeah.
And
I love it.
You can slow burn this attack, rook h7. 8 minutes against under 2 minutes now. This is an uphill struggle. I don't see any obvious defensive moves, and 2 minutes is fine if your moves are natural. This is far from that type of position right now.
And we've got to remember, it's only 2 games, isn't it, that these guys play in the loser's bracket. So losing with white in the first game, well, he got your move in, Danny. Better late than never, they say.
He did get it. And by the way, if the C-file opens up, that is another line of attack. So, I think the biggest problem right now, and as Tanya pointed out, maybe the biggest blunder is just on the clock, right? Right now, the truth is Iturrizaga, regardless of the dynamics on the board, is getting himself in trouble off the board.
I don't know if that was the biggest blunder, because right after he played the move c5, Iturrizaga had a bit of a reaction there, David, as if he's just made a mistake. What happened there?
Yeah, he kind of looked up and winced visibly, and he does not look happy. Maybe it's just the way the game's been going. I think this last move is probably as good as any. He's trying to cause a distraction, switch Jordan's focus to the...
Maybe he's trying to fake him out. Sometimes you give your opponent a juke. Maybe he saw his clock for the first time.
Yeah, mind games, maybe.
Maybe Wesley's cat bit him under the table.
Speaking of Wesley, by the way, not that we have to go there. That game looks like it's holding out, but I'm giving Wesley the nod, and the eval bar we can see on screen that despite being worse, he's holding on and maybe going to find his form slowly.
Yeah.
I think this is the game we want to stick to.
I agree.
Eduardo just under 2 minutes and a difficult position to defend. He's trying to create a bit of chaos on the queen side, a distraction on the queen side. But with all of Jordan's forces directed towards the king, it's hard to imagine Jordan getting distracted from that big goal of checkmating White's king. Does he simply go on to pick up that H-pawn, open the H-line? What's going on there?
Yeah, why not just be consistent? Normally, once you find a plan, if you're confident it's a good one, just stick to it. Don't get distracted. Don't kind of play move by move. I think the only thing that's maybe pausing or causing Jordan to pause here is that he might trade one set of pawns on the queen side. I'm not sure who that helps. I think he's not sure who that helps. But yeah, I think I would just be too tempted to pick up.
But I disagree about why he was thinking. I think Jordan was giving a very good example for all the youngsters or chess improvers watching of managing your time versus taking your time. What happened here was he had gained an edge on the clock, and rather than blitzing as your opponent gets under time pressure, he paused, took a couple minutes because what's going to happen now is Jordan wants to commit to the winning line, or at least the line that he thinks is good, before Iturrizaga knows which line is coming, so that your opponent can't react in a forceful manner, right? We've all of us here have heard it from coaches at different times in our careers, right? I being the weakest player among us, so maybe I stopped hearing it earlier. But you know what I'm talking about, David?
Sorry, can you say that one more time, please?
I'm the weakest player here.
Actually, one more time.
How many times have I won chess rivals against you?
Just say one more time, please.
The point is, you manage your time when you have an edge on the clock, and that allows you to put your opponent in an impossible spot, right? So now they're trying to, like, look at this, E3. Jordan already calculated E3 before he played rook takes H4. That's my point. And so he's going to make it harder for Iturrizaga to not just solve the problems, but do so with no time on the clock.
Yeah, and that's often a very good strategy against someone who is in time pressure. You kind of change the pace. Iturrizaga, he's kind of building up the adrenaline. He's like, come on, move.
Yep.
Let's up the speed. But Jordan's like slowing it down, keeping him guessing. And okay, he's thrown away a pawn, Jordan. There must be a concrete idea here. He can give a knight check. This must be the idea to drag White's queen onto a square. It's going to be forked, attacked by Black's knight. But some complications there. It's still very messy.
It's actually quite messy. I mean, it's one of those positions you see White's dark square bishop. If that can ever come to life, it could be White who grabs the initiative. I mean, I think Jordan's still doing okay. I mean, does he dive in with a knight and grab some material in the position? I mean, it reminds me of what Danny was saying there very quickly, of this fantastic book called Chess for Tigers. And if you haven't got the book, it's well worth getting. And there's a little bit of advice there that if you've got a better position, then you should not play quickly.
Yep.
You really shouldn't, because why? What's the point? You're only going to go wrong if your opponent's short of time. If your opponent's short of time and you're worse, then you can maybe try some hustling techniques. But in this case, I agree with Danny, no reason to move quick. But yeah, how do you evaluate this, David, this position?
Yeah, it's hard. Black has won the exchange. He did throw in that knight check, forcing White to give up a rook, and due to the pin on the H-file, White cannot regain the material. But now I'm looking at queen slides. I'm not sure to G3 or G5 which one is more attractive. Initially, I thought G5, you attack this rook, attack this pawn, but Black's idea must be to maybe swing the queen across and some breakthroughs against the H3 pawn. It looks like everything's covered here for Black. And meanwhile, queen G3 at least holds everything together, forces this black rook back. Maybe it just retreats. Maybe this is the issue. I'm not sure which square again, but it looks like Jordan's got everything covered and material up.
He starts with the pawn trade, and he might go in with the queen move you're pointing out. Also, let's update everyone that the other game has, in fact, ended peacefully in a draw. Fedoseev versus Wesley So starts with the draw. It's a best of two, so only one more rapid game remains for those two players. But it's all eyes on this wild position that we have. And the last move by Eduardo Iturrizaga with under 30 seconds on the clock. Is it still tricky for Black to convert this?
And Jordan just found it, rook h5, because, again, he earned his edge on the clock. And now, for the last several moves, he's been managing his time well, to Simon's point. He's in a better position, so he's making sure that he lets his opponent suffer. I mean, I think he's playing phenomenal. Like, I'll just say, like, I think that maybe initially we were a little worried about this knight g4 thing, but the more we look at it, I think Jordan had calculated it. He managed his time appropriately. I think he's going to win with black and put Iturrizaga on edge.
And we saw a featured chat there with praise for Jordan's move of getting the rook, the queenside rook, into the attack on the F line. And I think that's a great point because you really want to bring all the toys to the nursery, bring the whole party, get the attack going. And that rook on the F line is a dangerous piece.
I love it. And rook h5, by the way, that was a phenomenal move, right? This pin and now after queen g3, he'll, I'm assuming, play bishop f5, but maybe he can
go funky.
Maybe he can take h3. I don't know, because if rook takes f2 and queen takes h3.
Yeah, I mean, there's some crazy ideas.
The reason I would say no is because the queen takes g6 check, but maybe that doesn't work.
Maybe the black queen just slides and blocks, and you have to either trade queens or
Look at that.
Get checkmated. Boom. And the other line you were showing, Danny, after the white bishop takes.
Rook takes f2, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure which order. Rook takes f2. Maybe the king moves back. And white is out of danger. Maybe you go the other order. Rook takes bishop first.
Okay, and you win the queen. Okay.
And you win the queen. Here, you force the white king away, deflect it, and everything falls. The house collapses.
It's so much easier to suggest lines when I'm not in control of the mouse and the highlighter. It's easy to just focus on these tactics, and if I make a mistake, then you'll cover it up. It's no big deal.
I'll try. We've got each other's backs here. But, OK, he didn't go for that. It's only delayed it, though. Maybe he can go for it again this time, Danny. Your idea, bishop takes h3. It looks like he did throw a rook in the way, but white's rook now is off on a limb, not contributing to the defense. It feels like there's a breakthrough.
There's so many pieces just hovering around white's king. I mean, when you've got a situation like this, you know, with your piece, you can kind of feel that the position is ready to, to flop for your opponent. And that's why a move like bishop h3 should be high on the radar. But he hasn't played it.
Yeah, he didn't find it.
He's still playing much calmer here, but
I guess from a maturity perspective, we should applaud the fact that if he didn't see a win, he didn't go for it because his opponent only has 15 seconds. So he's continuing to grind it out. And again, sorry, I'm applauding Jordan's play here overall. I just feel like he's handled this in a very disciplined manner, even if there was objectively a better computer win.
Yeah, and this last move, king h7, just tucking the black king to safety, that is really mature, really
5-4, he needs to make a move, David. He might get flagged, and he finally plays rook c6 with just 3 seconds on the clock, and the king side falls apart.
It's over. Bishop g4. What's going to be the final blow?
I like bishop d1 because it looks stupid. And
I love bishop d1.
And I love stupid-looking moves. But I mean, again, the black rooks, I love how they've got to the h-file. I mean, it's really pretty and quite unique, their sort of way over there. And
by the way, I love this feature where the engine suggests the move. I'm just seeing it for the first time because I'm not looking at that. That's awesome, just to quickly see what the engine says is best.
Yeah, we can see the more the engine thinks, the more it thinks black is winning. And similar idea to yours, Simon. The black bishop got out the way for the black rook to attack white's queen. Some counterattacks against the black queen, but it's not enough. Look at the perfect coordination of black's pieces. Everything on light squares, everything protecting each other. And white's queen is going to fall, or it's going to be checkmate.
This is a beautiful game. This is actually one of my favourite games. I love the king's in the defence. I mean, it's favoured by Kasparov, by Bobby Fischer, some of the most aggressive, most fun players out there. And I love seeing people play it nowadays because the computer kind of hates it.
But that's it. He resigns, as you were saying. What a game this has been by Jordan van Foreest, killing it on the king side, literally there with his attack at the end there. And he takes his lead, which means that Eduardo Iturrizaga will have to win the next game on demand to force a playoff. That's a lead for Jordan. The other match ended in a draw. That was a tactical masterpiece. David, what was the big moment in that one?
Yeah, just a really well-controlled game by Jordan van Foreest, and the way he ended it was really instructive. Here, as Danny was pointing out, Jordan had a big time advantage, but finding the killer blow is the hardest thing in chess, and he had calculated in advance that pawn to e3 wins material, and this is the safest, the surest way of banking the advantage. It drags the white queen to the e3 square, where it gets forked by the black knight, and this check cost white material. You had to give up the exchange, and as we saw a bit later on, black was able to coordinate everything, later bringing this rook into the attack as well, and eventually it was the white king that was in peril. And beautiful technique from Jordan van Foreest.
Amazing technique, amazing finish, and an amazing attacking game there by Jordan. Can he keep up the pace in the final round of the losers, round 1? And there we have our scoreline. Wesley So, Vladimir Fedoseev, keep it even. 1 rapid game remaining. Another draw means an Armageddon in Eduardo Iturrizaga. It is Iturrizaga who has to win on demand to take it to the Armageddon. It's going to be quite a match that's coming up, and we will be back with round 2 action in just a few.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Want to improve your game? Click the link in the chess.com navigation bar to try Aimchess today and increase your rating 31% faster than standard tactics puzzles. When you sign up for Aimchess, our powerful AI breaks down your latest games and provides actionable insights to immediately improve your game. You will also receive personalized lessons created from your game history to help you learn from your mistakes and a custom-made study plan to help you reach your goals. Learn chess your way with Aimchess, your digital chess coach.
Unlock your potential right now with Aimchess analytics and lessons. And you can get your first month free with code CCT at go.chess.com/Aimchess. David, how cool is it and how important is it that you can get targeted training to improve your chess?
Yeah, Tanya, I've got to say I love Aimchess these days. I'm pretty busy. I do a lot of things, and Aimchess is just a quick and effective way of pinpointing weaknesses, telling you what to work on, and just tailoring, personalizing all of that information. It's something I definitely recommend, especially for the busy players out there.
I've tried it. It's really cool. You definitely have to check it out. And right now, Eduardo Iturrizaga, who has to check out what he needs to do in this final round because he has to find a way to beat Jordan van Foreest in a must-win situation to keep his chances alive in the Aimchess Rapid. But it really felt that that game was an all Jordan show.
Yeah, it's hard because Jordan also won with black, right? And so at this level, getting the first move is so huge in terms of their ability to dictate the opening that will be played and then therefore the types of middle games and whether the game is going to have any fights. So also, Jordan played pretty darn good chess there. So right now, my money would be on Jordan. We saw crazier things happen yesterday when Nodarbek Abdusattorov won with black on command, but I think Iturrizaga has an uphill fight.
Yeah, he's got to pick a very sharp opening, and he's got to hope Jordan is not playing as well as he did in that last game as well. Yep. So, being exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and I'm also looking forward to seeing Wesley So back at the table. It feels like he stemmed the bleeding in that last one, and Fedoseev, maybe a mistake to swap queens off. He could have maybe sensed a bit of weakness there, sensed that So was a bit uncertain, but yeah, that one.
I was going to say, though, it's hard to say who that game was a win for, right? When it comes to a draw, we sometimes debate, well, who won, right? Fedoseev drew with black, so you got to be happy about that. But Wesley So has been on tilt and was so much worse in the game that I would argue Wesley has got to be taking a sigh of relief and saying, okay, here we go. I can do this.
But it's not going to be enough because he needs to create his own chances in the next game, and he will play with the black pieces. We see Fedoseev is the first one in, waiting for Wesley to arrive on camera there. A new room today, a new day there. Will we see some new openings by Wesley with black?
Well, Wesley plays loads of openings, and again, we see the best named opening being played here, clearly, the English opening. I'm sure we're going to get lots of
Why is that the
reviews
best
for
named opening?
Danny, you know
Simon's chessable course on the English opening.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, but it's a nice actually opening to get a not such a theoretical game nowadays. I mean, a lot of the E4 stuff is worked out. Maybe it's a bit more positional, the English. And where's Wesley gone though? Is he hiding in the cupboard or something? Wesley, hello! And oh, there he is. Running Wesley. He did. Look at that. You heard me.
It happened yesterday too. Remember that he was
hiding.
He was out and about hiding, and Although yesterday there was some sort of miscommunication that had happened, and so they restarted. I'm not sure if today Wesley was just late, but here he is now.
Yeah. Where are those cats?
Yeah.
Feels like something's happened there, but okay, a minute down, he starts this game, Wesley. And he plays the move e6. And the English opening, I think the reason we love it, not just the name, is because it keeps lots of pieces on the board. No direct draws, no early kind of release of tension here. And a fianchetto from Fedoseev, g3. How will Wesley react?
Now, Wesley, so he won the Global Chess Championship, right? He's been on fire in so many of the online events. But Vladimir Fedoseev, the big fish, we've seen him win events after events. His phenomenal performance in the Pro Chess League. He was the MVP of the league this year. If this match was to go down to the Armageddon, and we're talking about mouse skills, who's faster there?
Wow.
Cat and mouse, it's Wesley.
Cat and mouse. I would still give the nod to Wesley. And again, there's a reason his class is what, his reputation there is what precedes him, right? Even if there's been a few bumpy moments over the last couple of days. So I would still say Wesley is the favorite. But given what happened yesterday, right, given that there's got to be a little bit of a hangover in terms of how he lost to Noterbeck, I don't think Wesley wants that. So, I'm gonna plead the fifth and say a coin flip, giving Wesley would normally have the edge, but right now Fedoseev has been playing a little better.
So you think Wesley would want this match decided in the rapid?
I mean, right now he's black, right? So I think what he wants is just to play a good chess game and probably not lose. But yeah, I mean, I really do believe there's something to the mindset that they're in, which is I just want to play a good game, right? Because that's all I can possibly think about.
Wesley's been struggling with,
yeah, exactly.
so far.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Wesley took a pause there and played the move c5. He wants to get his queenside developed. White has very kind of quick, easy moves here. White just puts a pawn on d3. We're going to see White's king castle to safety. Black often has issues on the long diagonal. You look at White's light square, bishop on g2. There are always tricks. It's a bit difficult here for Wesley So to develop. So, yeah, he's got to be careful. I've seen this go wrong several times, even for very strong grandmasters from the black side. Looks like a decent opening choice from Fedoseev, at least forcing Wesley to think at this early stage.
Yeah, I mean, Black's pieces look a bit funny here. I mean, you look at the knight in front of the queen. That knight is just on a weird square. I mean, when you're developing, when you're doing stuff at the start of the game, you want to control the center, you want to get your king safe, but you want to put your pieces on good squares, right? And that knight is probably going to have to reroute because it gets in the way of the bishop, gets in the way of the queen. It doesn't have any effect on the center as well. So just looking at the pieces, White's pieces are a bit more harmonious at the moment. So, yeah, I think Fedoseev will be happy so far with the way things are gone.
Fedoseev happy in this opening, and one player who's happy in the other match is Jordan van Foreest, and their final rapid game is about to lift off. We see Iturrizaga there. He plays with the black pieces. The first game going down to Jordan in quite a destructive manner that was, and Jordan starts with the queen pawn opening. Does he want to keep things solid in this one?
Yeah, definitely. But it's not also Jordan's style to keep things solid. So you've got to be careful, because you don't want to say to yourself, OK, I've got to be so solid, then play in a really different style to what you're used to playing. It's actually better to play your normal way, and Jordan's normal way is to play a little bit crazy. So yeah, I'm actually changing my mind here quite quickly.
I agree. And I think Levon Aronian spoke on this right during his interview yesterday, and it's really something we shouldn't underestimate, that it's also hard to be in the spot where it feels like you can go no wrong, right? Because now you're double guessing yourself on everything, and whether I should have played the position I normally would. And so I think Jordan will be okay, and here he's playing a classical Nimzo with the queens of c2. But yeah, it's difficult to be in a spot where you feel like anything is good for you, but then maybe that backfires.
What do you think, David? Is playing for a draw the worst way to play for a draw?
Yeah, I've tried it myself, trust me, too many times, playing negative chess, passive chess, especially against the top guys in the world. And they do punish you if you take negative decisions. And Jordan, I must admit, I've very rarely seen him play this queen to c2 move, but he does choose to plant all of his pawns in the center. And actually, that has a very drawish reputation, that line. Yeah. And Iturrizaga's been forced to choose a variation that doesn't allow any.
I was going to say, the very drawish line is the line with d5. And so Iturrizaga doesn't go for that. As someone who plays this system for black, there are a lot of very deep theoretical lines if you have d5 and e5 and knight e4. So I think an interesting call there by Jordan to play something that's aggressive, but also is a bit baiting in terms of whether Iturrizaga wants to play the best best lines, which may be a draw. So now look, Black doesn't have the best lines, but that means White has an edge. White has a big center, and this is going to be a fun game for him.
This move I'm quite surprised about. I mean, this is a very aggressive move from Jordan. I mean, it's obviously quite a natural move, gaining space, attacking Black's knight, but he had a safe advantage without pushing that pawn. And the pawn, I mean, is the e-pawn, the pawn in front of White's king, because you can overextend yourself as well. You know, if you put a pawn into your opponent's side of the board, it can become weak. On the other hand, White has some attacking chances. And here he goes, straight towards Black's king. I guess this may still be theory that I'm not aware of, I guess.
Yeah, at least until White captured that pawn on d6, I was still familiar with the position. Now, after bishop to d3, like you said, Simon just threats against the Black king side. I think Jordan's just happy to develop, whether it's theory or not, he's just happy to get that White king to safety, and he's done nothing wrong. He's got no reason to be worse here with White. Still lots of pieces on the board, though, and wow, Iturrizaga doesn't react to a threat against that Black h7 pawn. He just tries to break in the center while White's king is still stranded.
I like that move. I don't even care what happens. I like that move. that is an aggressive move. If White takes h7 with check, we are going to be in for a fight. And interesting one to kind of invite your opponent to go for when you're kind of playing at their psychological, whatever, heartstrings, brain tease, right? What do you want to do?
Yeah.
And
that last move by Iturrizaga, is that more determined because of the match situation, going completely all out, all in, inviting White to take a very key kingside pawn?
I mean, I think it looks like it also kind of works, though, because there's a lot of tactics here. The White king is in the center. The c4 pawn is hanging in a lot of lines. So, David, you've got the analysis board up. What do you see here?
Yeah, first he has to decide how to take in the center. Usually you might want to take with the pawn, but now I think it is just a clear sacrifice. After bishop takes pawn, the Black king has to move, and White does have time to evacuate this bishop. I'm not sure where you slide back, but even this is actually complicated. Black's knight is going to jump into the center. White's king is just one move too far away, and if you do castle in the position like this, you have to wonder what happens if Black tries to trap your bishop. So this is mightily complicated, and instead he chooses to take with the knight, the more dynamic option, playing with pieces rather than pawns in the center. And yeah, I would be too terrified, I think, to capture this pawn on h7. It just feels like you're losing too much time, especially with your king.
This was the line I was thinking of, because at the end of it, now f3 is hanging, knight d4 is coming if that trade happens, c4 is hanging, right? I'll save the second explosive joke of the day. Go ahead, Simon.
Nice, you're doing well. Yeah, you're doing much better than me, Danny, at the moment with the jokes. But yeah, I really like the way that Black has played this. I think he's played it, you know, perfectly with the match situation. He's played it in a very aggressive way as well. And Jordan now has to really think as well. I mean, does he grab that pawn or doesn't he? I think Jordan would normally want to grab that pawn, knowing Jordan, but maybe it's just a bad move. Maybe it's just he can't. Maybe it's just impossible. Too slow.
He chose not to, Jordan. He's just castled his king, so now it's Black to move. He didn't take up the challenge, maybe influenced by the match situation, and now firstly, you can play f5 to block this diagonal. You can also plant your knight into the center in d4. It just looks like big success, this opening for Black.
I agree. I loved f5. He didn't go for it. He played knight d4 first, but it may not matter. Maybe he follows with the same idea. But no, when you saw e5, you felt like it was the right call to the challenge, right? He was up for the challenge, that being Iturrizaga, knowing he has to win. It's win or go home, literally, for him in his Aimchess Rapid campaign. So here we go. This is going to be a fun game, and he's already up on the clock. Definitely feeling confident there. We see head in hand. That's a pose we see from Iturrizaga time to time. So here we go. I'm excited for this one.
I want to see him cheer again, because if you've been watching the show from the start, we obviously had a video of how he qualified for this event, which was fantastic. He got so emotional, and it's nice to see a bit of emotion in chess, because we don't always see it. You know, chess players are supposed to be very, you know, statue-like, aren't they, and not give much away. So I love it when a chess player shows any kind of emotion. You know, they're not, you know, inside. Chess players are going bonkers. So I'd love to see some more cheering at the board. Is that something we want more of in general? Do we want more cheering?
100%.
Cheerleaders? You know?
Those emotions, those celebrations, we want to see all of that. And I think this is also such a big moment for Iturrizaga to have made it to Division 1. Because very often we know all these grandmasters, but again and again we keep saying they're not these big household names. they don't get invitations to these top-level tournaments. And then when you've got a Division 2 or you've got a play-ins, you've got these opportunities to actually fight to play against the big boys. In Division 1, it means so much, and I think that celebration was exactly a reflection of that. Iturrizaga, one of the strong grandmasters, finally getting a chance to fight it out with the best in the world.
100%. I mean, there's been cases in the past where some players have actually turned up with cheerleaders. Have you seen that? I think there was, I can't remember the Russian player who did it, but he turned up a long time ago. Is that something?
I thought you were talking about Phil Hellmuth recently at the World Series of Poker.
It happens in poker, right?
It is a thing. No, but I agree with what both of you said. I think the emotion was real. This opportunity means so much to him. But also, I would say that there's something about the online format that in this modern sort of evolution of the game has been fun, because we probably wouldn't see players pump their fist and scream in a quiet hotel ballroom somewhere, right? The opportunity for these guys to really express their emotions kind of comes out in the comfort of their own home, whether it's Magnus put his leg up and whatever was going on yesterday, the Netflix and chill pose.
What's that?
or whether it's the emotion. And again, obviously we're in the business of online chess, and we're excited to see where the game is going and growing. But I really believe that there's something really special about what we get to see here, because you don't see those emotions every day. You don't get to know them in this way. And when they react, it's like, oh, that chess player, he's not just a quiet guy.
Yeah.
He really cares.
Absolutely. And do you think that's also because the players are so unguarded when they're sort of playing in their own solitude? They've got a camera in front of them, but no one around. And then you forget chess players who are so guarded usually about their emotions, not really expressing what's going on internally. But you tend to forget in that moment and really let it out.
Yeah, I mean, they're guarded on the outside, but in the inside, they're going absolutely crazy. You know, it's like there's roller coasters going on. They're sitting there like this. But if you could get a glimpse into their mind, it would be an explosion of madness.
The more you keep saying that, I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm just...
Yeah, you don't know. Okay, maybe that's just my mind. Maybe I'm just freaking some people out here. But Danny, I was thinking, I don't know why, but the cheerleading aspect, I could see you being a cheerleader for some. But I was just wondering who would you be a cheerleader for?
You. I'll tell you that.
Yeah?
I'd be a cheerleader for anybody.
Oh,
anyone who needs a cheerleader, I'm there. Just call me.
Right.
All right. Back to some of the chess here. We've got knight b5. We're cheering for tactics. David, I see you working hard over there. Maybe you've got a thought about the nature of this position. Knight to b5. I still like black. c4 is hanging, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like Jordan's trying to bail out. I think he's just trying to trade off as many pieces as possible. Maybe the match situation too much in his mind. And black does have some tasty options, as you mentioned, Danny. First of all, we can see a pawn being grabbed. There's also the kind of simple old man option that I might choose, just knight takes knight and play with a slightly better pawn structure here with black. Here, white has doubled b pawns, and black has a kingside majority thanks to this e pawn. Maybe, for example, you can play a move like bishop c5, and you have this long-term advantage you can try and grind down. Yep. But yeah, the key move, bishop takes c4 here. I think the idea is to play knight takes knight, and if I'm not mistaken, bishop takes d4. The whole idea here is a trick. Yeah, if queen takes bishop, then the white bishop scoots out the way, bishop takes pawn check, forcing the black king to react, and the black queen falls. Of course, not a huge material advantage, but a queen better than black's pieces. So he's relying on tactics to keep this one together, Jordan, right now.
I like it.
Critical moment here for Eduardo to take this decision. Does he go pawn grabbing, or does he trade the knights on the board? And now we see he's also as confused as we are in the studio about what approach to have. And once again, it's the match situation that determines so much of what's going on the board than what is objectively, perhaps, what's the best move.
Totally agree. I think that's why he's giving pause, as you said. He's giving a big think, because this is your opportunity to either continue the fight or allow a massive simplification, and we know which one he wants, which one he has to go for. So, big moment.
Big moment, and while Eduardo has a think to decide which direction he wants to go in, let's quickly check in with Fedoseev against Wesley. So queens have been traded off, an endgame there, but there's some tension on the king side, David.
Yeah, some tension on the king side. White has a slightly better pawn structure. Black has doubled f-pawns. And Fedoseev's last move is saying, OK, let's lock things down. Long term, my knight might be superior to your bishop, or at least more flexible when attacking weak pawns. And big question for Wesley So is whether he allows things to lock up or whether he trades bishop for knight. That's the only kind of piece in balance right now, and it's always a big decision, any capture, especially in endgames. Simon, what do you think? Bishop takes knight or keep the tension?
That knight looks quite nice, actually. I mean, I would be tempted to take it off and just try to simplify the position. We well, there's that saying that all rook endings are drawn, and you do remove some of the danger by capturing a knight. Okay, exchanging one pair of pawns first seems okay. I would capture it. I mean, Danny, would you take it or would you keep it?
It's funny because I was going to steal the all rook endings were drawn line. You stole my thunder, but you're right. I think that if Wesley is playing for a draw, even if objectively there's good things for white when you take the knight, I think it makes sense to get the knight off the board. Also, those doubled isolated pawns scare me. Those just don't look good. They don't look fun to defend, and I feel like more pieces on the board makes it a little harder to do so. So I would take c4. No, he doesn't. Wesley wants to keep the bishop on the board. It's interesting because the one thing we will say is Wesley hasn't been on great form. Maybe we're thinking he's nervous and wants to draw. The bishop is a better piece than the knight as long as there are pawns on both sides of the board. And the one thing that doesn't immediately meet the eye is white has this 3-on-2 majority, right? You have these 3 pawns versus 2. So I'm wondering if you can safely push b5 and open up the bishop as long as c5 doesn't become too tender. Maybe Wesley thinks there's a little more to play for here.
Yeah, still that decision persists, to take or not to take. Feels like white's knight's going to be super strong, though, in the center on a move on a square like e5. So, yeah, I think I would...
I think I would take it. Right after all those things I said, I'm like, I don't want to let that knight live. I think my king could get in trouble on f6 if the knight comes to e5. So I agree. Bishop takes c4 seems to be what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, this is dangerous, though, isn't it? It's certainly, I think, dangerous to Wesley. I mean, just the pawn structure. I mean, pieces, okay, both sides have got some rooks, which could do some damage here. But if you just look at the pawns, it's clear to see that white has the better pawn structure. You have better pawns in the center, black's pawns on the king's side make me feel a little bit sick. And, you know, it's a bit dangerous to Wesley here. He could, if he loses this, he is out. Let's just remind everyone of that. You know, this is a really tense game. There's no more second chances now. You lose now, you go home. And well, he's already home, isn't he? But you know, you get the idea.
You get it.
He can play with his cats.
He's got a comfy home there. I think he's
home.
flexing the Chess.com Global Championship trophy in the background. If I'm making out one of those things clearly. Yeah. So
pretty decent flex there.
Yeah.
Little Fedoseev plays knight e5, and note that the bishop can't take a2 because of b3 trapping it. So just a quick visualization there. So I really like knight e5. Yeah, now we can show it.
Also, there's a fork on c6.
There's a fork on c6, yeah. So you got double problems here.
Maybe he should have taken that
I think he should have taken the knight.
Yeah, it's too late now. That black bishop just sitting pretty in the middle of the board, but hits thin air. White's knight just looks glorious. And it's white who's playing for 2 results here. It feels like there's no risk at all for Fedoseev. Okay, king e6, nice move, getting ready to kick away that white knight by pushing a pawn to f6. But it does allow white's rook to enter the 7th rank. Maybe rook to g7 comes to mind.
I think it looks like a great thing to come to mind. Rook g7 is calling our name. Not my name in particular. Big Fish.
Calling Vlad's name.
Vlad's name.
Fish, get that rook into g7. But then are there ideas for black to try to create some counterplay of his own? David, try and challenge that rook on the g line. It's the only open line in the position. You really want to be the one that grabs it. And yes, you're giving up a pawn on h7, but you want your rook in.
Yeah, for example, Tanya, if I take this pawn now, you come in, and it's a bit scary. Not sure where the white king goes, front of the pawn or back of the pawn. Maybe you jump forward and try and hide on d2. And yeah, counterplay. You can play a move like f6. It's not one-way traffic here, that's for sure. I like it. Often you just have to go.
You've got the h pawn, right?
Rook g7.
Yeah.
Will he go passive? Defending
it?
He pushes
F6.
the knight first.
Yeah.
Okay.
And big question, you have to step back with the knight, but at least the bishop can take again if it needs to.
Has another chance.
Yeah. Another option will be to block the 7th rank. Maybe you can put the rook on d7 and challenge the piece that's infiltrated there in g7.
It's on the board,
look, he's
David.
done that
Great
in the
call
live
there.
board. It was knight c4, but still, your idea of rook d7, that was a nice kind of calm. Sometimes you have to be calm in the face of danger, and knights can scare you, right? It looks like the knight is forking everything, but actually, there's nothing to it here. Black is holding.
Yeah, holding, solid. We shouldn't doubt Wesley too much. This is his type of position where it's simple, where it's just about 2-3 move ideas at a time. And he's very good with the strategic decisions. So I'm not going to blame him for not taking that knight earlier. It looks like he's got another chance over the next few moves.
And if the rooks come off the board, prediction time. Is this heading to an Armageddon? Yes or no?
Wesley is head in hand. He's focused. I know we're talking about the moves on the board and being a little critical, but you can see how much he wants it and cares. I think he's going to send this to overtime. I think he's going to hold this, and we get free chess.
It's a favorite type of chess.
Yeah, I agree with Danny. And we are agreeing far too much for my liking, but
Scary.
I do agree with Danny. And I think it is heading that way. I mean, Wesley is so far defending excellently. It's not over yet. I mean, maybe I'm basing this a bit on the players, because if Magnus was white here, I'd be like, oh, I'd be thinking, no way.
Just resign.
Just resign. That's it. Yeah, just resign. And actually, even here, there's a lot of play left, right? Because I mean, if the rooks come off the board, it's probably still a draw, but I don't know. I would not be comfortable being black here. Black's probably all right, but those pawns are still weak on the king side, so it's not over.
Yeah,
David,
long term.
What do you reckon?
I mean, you take white every time here, right? Yeah. Just because it feels like black is the one fighting for his life. Black doesn't have too many active winning ideas, but yeah, I still trust Wesley. I still believe, despite being slightly off form, that he's got this one under lock and key.
And you see Fedoseev didn't hang the a-pawn there. I was just about to say, will you challenge the rook trade before the a-pawn is defended? Because you actually could have done it, because a2 would have traded for f5. So anyway, that was a big decision. I think it's a decision that says, again, Fedoseev also still playing for a win here. Like you said, David, that you would choose white. But Wesley quickly responded a5. And look, there's no serious time disadvantage here. Yes, it's a minute, but both of these players are going to enter time pressure at the same time. So this game is exciting.
Yeah, it just feels like a winning plan is the hardest thing for both players, just so blocked right now. Tanya.
Absolutely, David. It is Fedoseev with the slight advantage in the position, the better knight and the better pawn structure. Will it be enough for him to take this in the rapid portion? Meanwhile, in the other game, action is on. Eduardo Iturrizaga, has he managed to create chances for his comeback? I see the eval bar says that black is indeed slightly better here. Piece activity, David.
Piece activity, better pawn structure. It's a few small things that do add up. And if we do see a trade of bishops, we could see something called the Irish pawns, where white has tripled pawns stacked up on the b file. And yeah, black has a pawn majority. The danger here for Iturrizaga is that too many pieces get traded. It comes down to a rook endgame. And as you've all pointed out, rook endgames have that drawish tendency. But yeah, it feels like now or never for Iturrizaga. He needs something on the next few moves, maybe turning it into something more tangible like a pawn gain, or he needs to get into an endgame that he can guarantee there's still life left. Advantage objectively, but is it enough? I'm not 100% sure. I think not a huge margin for error here.
I mean, he's done a great job, though, just to get this position with the black pieces. I mean, I don't... Oh, there we go. It is pretty, that one. I mean, I wish there was another pawn just behind that. But 3 pawns is enough, right? And it is called the Irish pawns. And I think it's because it happened in Olympiad, and an Irish player had the 3 pawns, and then he played against someone who also had the 3 pawns, and he lost both times, so it didn't really work very well for him. But I'm not sure. I think is that why they're called the Irish pawns? I think so. It was Eamon Keown, an Irish player, who had it, but you might have to fact check that at home. But they look pretty. Can we just sit back and enjoy them for a moment?
I like them.
Yeah, just have a little glass of water and look at those pawns.
But,
Simon, you're saying pretty. To me, they look pretty ugly.
Yeah. Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, pretty ugly. Yeah, they don't look pretty.
Pawns only a mother could love, as they say. The b3 pawn is hanging, but Iturrizaga played queen c7. It's kind of a disciplined move there. He wants to guard e5, guard d8, and guard the 7th rank. That was the only thing the queen wasn't doing there, right? And so now the question is, can white go for rook d5, laugh in the face of the back rank checkmate? We know that can get you in trouble sometimes. Or does white find another move? So I actually really like queen c7. I agree with Tanya. The pawns are so ugly that Iturrizaga can play this game out and at some point have very good practical chances. Will likely win all 3 of those pawns, maybe even for just the a7 pawn. So we'll see.
I mean, actually, queen endgames look very dangerous here for white. King and pawn endgames are dead lost. Rook endgames might be the only solace here, but getting the queens off is not going to be easy. And you mentioned it, Danny, white's king needed some breathing space, so
he did it.
Jordan's given it some luft.
Harry to the rescue.
Oof.
Always.
And that was the right advance too, because that was more than just free the back rank. That was actually h5 and h6, and I really like that idea because it's the Alpha Zero plan for the win, and that's how Jordan creates chances for his opponent to blunder. Right? You put the pawn on h5 and h6, and now in the time scramble with only 4 minutes left, Iturrizaga down on the clock again. I really like this move, h4.
I love it too. And if black gets greedy, captures on b3, then suddenly you could see the contours of a mating attack against the black king. If this pawn lands on h6, serious counterplay. So again, I like what Iturizaga's done. He's pushed his Harry pawn to block.
This always seems like a very good first reaction. I mean, if anyone pushes their Harry pawn towards you, just block it. Just block it. You know, I try this all the time on like move 1, 2, 50, 30, 70, 120. I'm always pushing Harry. And if my opponent ever blocks it, I'm like, okay, back to the drawing board. But it is, if you're at home and you're wondering how to deal with Harry, which probably not a lot of people do wonder about, but just block it. And good move, right? This is a good move here, at least, I think, yeah?
Yeah, I agree.
Simon, you talked about Harry. What do you call triplets, those b-pawns right now?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, famous triplets. The three mucketeers, because they're a bit mucky. Just made that up. I don't know. Help me.
Three bucketeers.
Bucketeers, because they're on the b-file?
Yeah, the three Bertie tears. We need some help there.
Bertie, Barney, and Birdie.
Yeah, Billy, Barney, and Bob.
That's not bad. Not bad going.
All right, well, we are clearly delivering some high-level chess analysis here. Though we did have history. You just made up a new pawn name with the Mucketeers if we go with it.
I think we need chat to chip in with some better suggestions.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, chat, let us know.
Help us out.
But meanwhile, yeah, it's one-way traffic. It's Iturrizaga here playing for the win and minimal risk. So dream scenario, but still, you're in it.
And the big question, will it be enough, is always the burning one here for Iturrizaga, because a draw will not cut it. It will mean the end of his road in the Aimchess Rapid. He has to find a way to get more in this position. We will check back with this. Let's go back to the endgame that we had with Vladimir Fedoseev against Wesley So. Vladimir Fedoseev was the one who was pushing for the advantage. Is that still the scenario, or has Wesley made progress?
I don't think it is anymore. And it's funny, because even though it was a risky decision at the time, keeping the bishop versus the knight had ambition to it, right? And this is maybe the idea Wesley started long ago when he played king g7, king f6. Look at the king on the queen side. There's a 3-on-2 majority. We talked about it. And there's real chances here, especially when you now add, guess who's up on the clock?
Whoa.
Wesley was down a minute and a half. Now he's up a minute. And I don't know. I mean, maybe Armageddon isn't all that Wesley's looking for here.
Yeah, it's a Wesley type of position. We've said it. And there's also this idiom that even the worst bishop is as good as the best knight. And black's bishop controlling the white knight right now. Ooh, risky decision from Fedoseev to put a pawn on a light square to block black's king's path towards the queenside. Feels like, yeah, Wesley's been making the progress. It's just, again, whether there's a breakthrough or not. Black's bishop is slightly tied down, so can't go pawn hunting yet. Do we see any breakthrough?
Big moment. The drama here. It's funny because we had a stat coming into this matchup. Shockingly to all of us, Wesley So and Vladimir Fedoseev have never played in rapid, in classical rapid. But I pulled up because I know I've seen these faces play each other before, and my memory was right that they both took turns knocking each other out in the Fischer Random World Chess Championship on chess.com over the last few years. In 2019, it was Wesley So who sent Fedoseev home, and everyone remembers he went on to win, actually here in Oslo, beat Magnus Carlsen to become the first ever Fischer Random World Champion. And then in 2022, a lot of people forgot that Fedoseev was the one who sent him home. And so these two guys have a little bit of a history. Maybe it wasn't in classical traditional chess, but these two guys have a history of knocking each other out. So
it's a very close match then.
It's fun, yeah.
Makes sense why the first one ended in a draw, and this looks like it very well could be headed that way. A really nice point made there that even though white on the queen side has a pawn on the light square, it's difficult for black's bishop to get there because of the doubled pawns that black has on the F line under fire with white's knight. Is it still a game, though, for two results, with Fedoseev always having these two pawns on the F line and the knight jumping to c4 as a resource?
I'm giving that one to Simon.
Endgame expert.
Yeah, well, we all have to play endings. I mean, I kind of think it's 3 results now, right? I mean, just because if you look at the left-hand side of the board, the queen side, that move that white's had to play, okay, maybe they're going to go for a draw here. Could be heading that way.
The game ends.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're going to see how ambitious Fedoseev is, I guess, now. Is Fedoseev going to keep trying to push this one?
Okay. Well, my question is whether Wesley's going to play rook g6. That would be the one try for him, because if the trade happens, the h-pawn helps. But we also have excitement everywhere here.
Let's just wait to see if Fedoseev decides to actually repeat this position, because that means this game ends.
I agree.
If he goes king g2, it's a big critical moment here.
Yeah, I think
Agreed.
he's going to...
Oh, he's going for a win.
This
Whoa.
is okay.
What's the
He
idea?
doesn't want the draw. Look at Wesley. He kind of perked up there and smiled a little bit. Maybe that was good by him too. He's like, all right, you want more? Let's do this thing.
Does he want to bring the rook around to the queen side? I mean, that's the only thing I can see here. But this check makes a lot of sense, right?
Oh, wow.
So
We might have a draw another way, though.
yeah.
Each pawn under fire. But
No.
Fedoseev making his intentions very clear. He wants to go for the win in this endgame. And the other player who needs to go for the win is Eduardo Iturrizaga. We're getting big updates from our other game. Let's quickly jump to that one. This is going to go on for a while. And here we are. Can Eduardo do it in this queen pawn endgame?
Ooh, I'm not so sure. The queenside pawns still ugly. They still exist, those B pawns for white, but they are cancelled out by black's queenside pawns. If you just assume that they all cancel each other out, then it would be a draw. 3 versus 2 on the king side is actually a very simple draw in a queen and pawn endgame. So it's all about whether Iturrizaga can combine play on both sides of the board. Can he slowly pick up those weak white pawns while maybe going for some checks against the white king, creating a pass pawn on the king side? I'm a bit skeptical, I've got to say.
I am too. I think that whatever chances Iturrizaga had, I think left him when he actually traded the rooks earlier, just because he needed to keep as many pieces on the board as he could. I mean, we're about to see a repetition in front of us, and not the kind Iturrizaga wants, because he doesn't get another chance in Armageddon if this one's a draw.
I absolutely hate queen endings. I really don't like them. They're far too complicated for my small mind. I mean, whenever I get in them, I'm never sure where to put the queen, the king. There's so many checks, so many possibilities. And actually, if you look at computers are so good compared to the best humans. And that's where they really show their dominance in one aspect over humans in queen endings. And I mean, Magnus, Nepo are famous for their queen endings, but they're really tricky to play. And obviously, black has to try everything here. And here he goes. He's going to try.
I do like that.
He's got to try to get some kind of pass pawn. And the white king's very exposed. So it's always going to be loose to a check. There's a threat of that Harry pawn. It would be kind of poetic if Harry came in and won the game. I feel in every game of chess.
You're so biased. You're always rooting for the H pawn to have the last say.
Yeah.
But Queen C4 was a very good move by Jordan, just holding the fort, literally like an invisible force field and electric fence across the 4th rank. You shall not pass.
The downside for black as well is that he's made his own king slightly weak by trading off those pawns. The black king is also susceptible to some checks later on. Nothing yet. I like this move from Iturrizaga. When in doubt, just stop the opponent's checks, just centralize your queen. But yeah, still, the winning technique, the winning strategy here remains a mystery. Queen back to c2. Jordan just yo-yoing back and forth, waiting with the white queen. This could go on forever.
He's probably got to get his king in, I guess. At some point, black... he doesn't want to move his king forwards. He's going to try everything else, but I'd imagine he's got to get his king in. I mean, let's remember, if the queens just come off the board, this is a good way to evaluate things that you should be trying to do. If you remove the queens from the board, I think black is just quite easily winning, because black will get a pass pawn on the king side. So that's something to worry about.
Yeah, something to worry about. Meanwhile, Iturrizaga may be setting up some checkmating ideas against the white king, which has sidelined itself on h3. A bit strange here. This one is going to be a long, long grind. Iturrizaga, still 2-result game, but needs the win at all costs. Queen d3, just stopping any checks. Jordan's still in control.
20 seconds on the clock for Eduardo Iturrizaga. He needs to find a way to win this one. There is also big action and big update on the other board as Iturrizaga continues to fight in this queen and pawn endgame. Should we quickly just check into?
Yeah, we should, because there may have been a moment that could have sent one of the players home that wasn't played. David, if we can quickly pull up analysis, because now we are truly deadlocked. We see a 50-50 result, but a few moments ago, Wesley actually blundered with the move rook g7 check. And for some reason, Fedoseev in this moment chose to retreat rather than bring the king to h4. And the reason is that once the king advances, there's threats of rook d5 attacking both of the pawns. And it's actually not possible for Wesley to deal with all of those threats. Maybe he calculated rook e7 and sort of panicked on the pawn trade, but this position had winning chances. Yeah. This has big winning chances with that king activating, and for some reason, the big fish in the big moment went backwards.
Very strange. You've got to use your king. I mean, it's the Forrest Gump king.
Yeah.
Run, Forrest,
yep.
run.
Yep.
That's the other game.
Sorry?
Run, Forest, run is the other game.
It's the other game, yeah. Oh, you're just too quick today. I'm too slow today. But yeah, you got to use the king, and the king's got to run into an opponent's position. So surprising he didn't consider this when he's trying to win most of the game.
It's funny because depending on what happens, maybe we'll get to ask him what he calculated there if he ultimately goes on to win. But I think now we will see a draw. So that means we should probably go back to the game that is likely to send a player home. But indeed, there was a big moment here. We're going to get Armageddon, I think, between these two. And there we have it.
Yeah, just when in doubt, go forward with the king. Just go active. I think it's a good rule in all endgames if you have a choice. But this is the other game. I think we've been here before. This is the second time we've seen this position.
Whoa! And a big blunder there!
I said when in doubt, go forward with the king, but is he just watching?
Here? Is there a checkmate? Is there some ideas with Queen
He's got 1 second. He's got it. Okay, he moved.
He made a move.
Okay, where's the checkmate? White.
It's Queen H3? I don't see it. We're playing guess the move here.
Maybe you can force the queens off when the king retreats. Queen G4, and the queens will come off. Simon, you're getting your king and pawn endgame.
And the king and pawn ending is winning. Look at Iturrizaga knows it. He's perked up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can you say double the Armageddon, double the fun?
Not just Iturrizaga, Jordan knows it. Look at him. What a big blunder that was going forward with the king. A king's pawn ending means black is completely winning. Iturrizaga shaking his head in disbelief.
Absolutely wild that Jordan played. It's funny, by the way, King H4 on both boards. For one of them, it was correct. For one of them, it was losing. LOL.
I literally just said, always push your king forward if in doubt. And
then it was losing.
Commentator's curse. Look at this, everyone. Yeah. The reason the king and pawn ending is winning, as Tanya said, is black is basically just up a free pawn here. It's 2-on-1, and the tripled B pawns, are useless.
Yeah, they mean nothing at all right now. They're completely neutralized.
Yeah.
Wow. Result incoming.
Wow.
And we already have result on the other game. That one ended in a draw, so that's one Armageddon confirmed. And with this big blunder by Jordan in a position he was so in control, we're heading for 2 Armageddons.
Bit disappointed though. Edouard, is he going to do a crazy celebration? Come on. I want to see the cheer. I want to see the cheer at the end. Are we going to get it?
It almost happened already with the way his body perked up. I don't know that he'll celebrate yet. If he wins in Armageddon, I'm going to guess we see a big fist bump.
Yeah.
He's shaking right now, and he knows it. And he's just advancing the pawn. White's pawns are too slow on the queen side. He's going to queen. Is Jordan going to resign?
Yeah.
Never resign, but now would be a good moment. Yeah. Both players know it.
But wow.
This is a good time to resign.
Wow.
I mean, the B pawns are triple, but they're not going to become free queens, are they? You know, they're not going anywhere. I mean, maybe if that pawn was 1 square further forwards, it'd be a little bit tricky, but even then, it's probably still losing, isn't it?
I think he'll check and take B4, and then we'll see Jordan resign. Indeed, he does with Queen D2. I think after takes B4, we will see the tell. Nope, okay, not yet. Jordan.
The F pawn will also decide the game. There's one more pawn alive for black. And that's it. Jordan resigns. We are in for double the fun as both these matches go into Armageddon. There we have the bottle sip by Iturrizaga. He survived the scare. He managed to win the game. What a comeback this was. Jordan walking into that one move blunder there. David, what was the highlight for you?
Well, we have to go through an action replay of that blunder. It was the commentator's curse. Just as we were saying King H4 was the winning move in the other clash, King H4 was the losing move in this one. Here it was Jordan's move, white to play. And any logical move, any safe move, such as, for example, Queen to C3 check, would have kept the game alive. It would have been a long grind, but King H4 was the losing blunder, walking onto an unfortunate circuit here with the white king. A check forced it forward, another check forced the king to sidestep, but maybe this was the check that Jordan had missed. Queen H3 forcing the white king away. If you step back, Queen G4 is a killer. Next move, this pawn drops with a check. So King E4 was forced, and as we saw, this check was fatal anyway. After the queens came off the board, it was a simple case of black marching the king forward and winning the endgame.
King H4 being the decisive move in both games. Danny, as you called out, what are the odds of that?
The chances of that, right? And we literally saw it in real time. We were following it. It was one of those moments where everyone had to be following it at chess.com/events because we couldn't possibly keep up with the drama. But King H4 would have won for Big Fish, and it loses for Jordan. And we have double Armageddon. I can't even say it.
And at the exact same moment. It's going to be double the fun. Let's take a look at our scoreline. What a turnaround. It has been completely unexpected that Wesley saw Vladimir Fedoseev keeping it peaceful. 2 draws, solid results there, goes into Armageddon. But the big fight on the Jordan board. Jordan wins the first one, Eduardo wins the second one, manages to equalize the score, and now we will have the bids, which will be coming in soon. And we're going to have 2 Armageddons. The fun is on in the losers round 1, but not just here. It was also a lot of fun when Magnus Carlsen and David Howell took on each other in an Air Things challenge. Take a look.
Yeah, that really just looks like you're moving a pawn like a knight. Does this actually work?
You tell me. I'm guessing.
I know you're guessing, just sometimes your guesses are right. That's the problem. Oh, I just saw a nice way to lose the game. Okay.
He spotted my trap.
Yeah, bishop to d4, nice.
He sees everything.
One thing is like to play chess this way, but to watch this must be...
Full disclosure here, David hasn't even revealed off camera what was the result of that game. David, that looks like a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah, Magnus, yeah, I think he's better at normal chess than he was with Air Things chess, but yeah, I won't reveal anything yet. You have to stay tuned.
That smile, though, gives a little bit away, but you will find out what actually happened and how it ended later today as we'll play out the entire video. But right now, it is all about the Armageddon that's coming up, and we will come back with all the Aimchess action on the other side of this break. Start your own meetup community and your local group on meetup.com/chess and get the chess growing. #grow the game. Ketty, we've been having so much fun in Division 1. We've set ourselves up for 2 Armageddons, and I believe you've got a lot of fun updates from the other 2 divisions as well.
That's right, Tanya. Earlier you asked me if we're going to have more knight sacrifices, and I came here with a chess game. In the Division 2, we can see here Amin Tabatabai leads against Jose Martinez. Jose Martinez had such an incredible chance to win the second game. Now we can pull it, the board on the screen, and we can check out that game where he had a chance, and probably that was his chance. As you can see now, he's losing the match. 4th game is now in progress. So let's take a look now.
Wow, can't wait to see what you have with us. Ketty, this is the position. Take us through.
Yeah, so here it is white to move, and the move that we're looking for is knight takes h6. It's a great sacrifice, but then when pawn takes this knight, you take the rook f6, queen takes rook, and now the rook on f8 is not protected, and white has way too many pawns, and it is winning position. However, Jose decided not to sacrifice the knight here, and instead of this, he played knight to d6, and next he gave the check, and he decided to sacrifice on h6 bishop. So he changed a little bit strategy now, but this was a bad move. Now black takes the knight, and white is again sacrificing the bishop on g7, and this is even worse move after queen d4 check. This is very
As we're waiting for the Armageddon bids by the players. And of course, the burning question always is, how low can you go? And how important is that going to be for the players to try to get the black pieces? That's the big question. David, I'm going to start with you. How low can you go?
No lower than around 8.5 minutes. We saw it yesterday. Around 8 minutes might be the golden number, but anything less than that is just too low. It's too dangerous.
And that's what we saw yesterday in Nordebek's Armageddon bid against Wesley. So that's the sweet spot. You want to keep it between 8 and 8.5 minutes.
That seems to be the sweet spot. And I mean, the important thing to remember about Armageddon is that you don't get any added time. So in all the other games, there's time added on each move. But in Armageddon, the time goes very, very quickly. So losing on time is a real possibility.
I think one of the twists is considering what color you might want to play. I think for some players, there's also a bit of the gamesmanship, which is it's a must-win game, and maybe I want white and more time, right? And so I think that for some players, they might actually even be considering whether they want the first move, just depending on the openings or the prep they might have.
And big reveal, we are getting the bids in for one of the matches, and Vladimir Fedoseev with 11 minutes 24 seconds goes down to Wesley So's bid with 8 minutes 27 seconds. Wesley wins the bid. We'll start with 8 minutes 27 seconds on the clock and the black pieces, which means with the white pieces, Fedoseev has to win on demand. Wesley gets the draw odds, but that's a big, big margin there.
I was going to say, like, maybe that's a bid that suggests Fedoseev was ready to play white. I mean, he must have seen Wesley bid 8 minutes and 12 seconds yesterday. So he knew Wesley was going to do something in that range. 11 minutes and 24 seconds says, I'm okay playing white with a time edge.
Yeah, he's confident, isn't he? Very confident there, because that's much higher than we've seen so far. So this is going to be really exciting. Is he going to play the English again, do we think?
I hope
Maybe.
so.
I hope so as well.
Yeah, I think he's just a confident man. He just backs himself, Fedoseev. He's been here before, he's done it before, and he's probably confident the way the games have been going. He has had the better of Wesley for a lot of the first two games, and he just needs to put it together into a win in this all-decisive one now.
Fedoseev there with an aggressive bid to try to get the white pieces. He said, I'll be fine if I get black if I have 11 minutes and 27 seconds. But he wanted, and it does reflect that he's happy to start with the white pieces regardless. And we're also getting the bids for the second match, and a similar storyline here. Eduardo Iturrizaga, 12 minutes 12 seconds. That looks like a 1-2-1-2 random number put out. Jordan van Foreest with 11 minutes and 3 seconds. This one also reflects that both players fine with white.
Again, it's funny, not nearly as low as the bids we saw yesterday, or the one bid I guess we saw yesterday. I wanted to say maybe Fedoseev saw what Nordebek did to Wesley when Wesley was black, and he wanted to maybe repeat that. So that's one thing to just quickly say about Fedoseev. But in this other matchup there, again, two very high bids.
Yes. And David, we've been seeing so many Armageddon throughout the Champions Chess Tour. We've never seen these kind of bids where the players are bidding over 11 minutes.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Maybe there's just a trend. Players more confident in their white openings. Also, with the Iturrizaga clash against Jordan specifically, both players won with black, but both players were happy to have white in the Armageddon. Strange mind games there.
And we've got moves on the board as the Vladimir Fedoseev Wesley So Armageddon does kick off, and it starts with one knight f3. No English this time?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised there. I mean, like, you're very confident with white pieces, then you play this load of boring junk.
Hey, this is the Hikaru. This is the Hikaru Title Tuesday special. Speaking of Title Tuesday, shout out to everyone playing it today.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, this stuff is tricky. It's designed to get weird positions, and also it makes your opponent think a little bit, which when they don't have a lot of time on the clock, maybe is not the worst idea.
Maybe it is just very clever against Wesley, right? Because Wesley he knows his theory so well, and he's trying to get out of it quickly.
Yeah, there's kind of plus points and negative points. The negative here is, as Danny says, Hikaru plays this all the time in Blitz, and Wesley knows Hikaru really well. They've played each other countless times, so he will be aware of what he should be doing. Black's bishop doing a bit of a dance here. The positive side is it will cost Wesley a bit of time. A lot of pieces left on the board, and in Armageddon, that tends to help.
So reverse Trompowsky here. Anyone who plays the Trompowsky, you get these crazy lines where the knight comes to e4 and g5. So not exactly the same, and I kind of like white a little better here than normally what black gets, but a funny and weird position.
Yeah, it's basically, if you do a comparison, white just has this extra move b3.
Yeah.
And looks like it should be useful, but yeah, interesting comparison there, Danny.
Useful to try and get that queenside bishop to develop on the long diagonal. Also, really nice approach with no increment on the clock. it's sort of getting Wesley into a zone that he might not be super familiar with, get him to think early on so that the seconds run by. But Wesley, so far, keeping a close eye on his clock and making moves quickly, and that's exactly what he needs to do. But this is getting quite crazy. And Harry the H-pawn as well. Simon celebrating in the studio.
It's always a good move, right? Always. It makes a lot of sense here because there is a big threat now. You're threatening to just trap the bishop on g6, and Black only has one option. Black's got to fight that knight there. He's got to ask the question to the white knight, what are you going to do? And now, obviously, you see that b3 move coming into good use. And, yeah, it's a very interesting position. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm like, yeah, I'm actually glad they kind of went out of mainline theory to get something a little bit more funky chess, non-theoretical.
Yeah, fresh territory for both players, and for Fedoseev, he has to win with the white pieces. The other Armageddon is about to start in just a few moments. Eduardo Iturrizaga, the English in this one, against Jordan van Foreest. And once again, for Eduardo Iturrizaga, with white, he has to win the game on demand.
Did you guys, as the English gentleman here, did you tell everybody it was time to play the opening named after your countryman? I don't know. I mean, but another King's Indian is going to be on the board, even though Jordan did some good things in that first game in this exact same line. Although now we're getting a little different. We'll see. Nope, same line.
I'm surprised that white keeps pushing his pawn in centre. Actually, I have to say, David, after that game, did mention to me that there's a move that I'd be scared of for Eyes Black. Just take the pawn off, keep it simple. Because you're giving kind of Black what he wants here. Maybe it's the computer's top choice, maybe it's the best move, but just Black should be, you know, Black's getting everything he wants in this position.
I'm really wondering why Iturrizaga went for the same line. I can't wait to see the improvement, because the only thing that justifies going for an approach where you got your bleep kicked in the first time that you had this position. If you're just joining us, Jordan won a really great game.
Appreciating the bleep there. It's a family-friendly, kid-friendly show.
I bleep myself more often than I should admit, but I bleeped myself out, and now we're getting the same line. What does Iturrizaga have in store that's going to be an improvement on the first game he lost?
That's a big question, right? Because that felt like a Jordan van Foreest show. That attack was run, Foreest, run. And that's exactly what he did there. David, are we seeing any deviations from game one?
There's been a small move order deviation, and it's not sure how much of a difference it's going to make. We will see very similar ideas of Black playing on the king side a bit later on, white trying to cause some distraction on the queen side. Here we go, just again a slow build up. But yeah, odd to see Iturrizaga. Surely the scars of that previous game will have a psychological impact, but he looks confident. He's played quite quick up to this point. Both players have burned around 1 minute. And we will see when white eventually decides to break on the queen side. There we go.
And here we go. And featured chat coming in hot with the making sure Iturrizaga has turned off auto queen, just in case yesterday repeats itself. If you see the position on our board here in the studio, whoa, we have a different line and a different move order.
Yeah, and
whoa, means something different here. Uh-oh, Jordan leans in. He knows he messed that up.
I'm scared for that knight. I'm scared for that knight at the edge of the board. There's no way home for that Black knight. And you mentioned, look at Iturrizaga. He suddenly leaned in. Jordan head in hands. Is Jordan in trouble?
Yeah, suddenly Iturrizaga kind of perked up. He was like flexing. He was like, yeah, I caught you. I've tricked you. And it feels like in the break between the previous games and this one, he's done a bit of homework and he's set a trap. Suddenly, like you say, Tanya, it's all about this Black knight on a4. It's trapped. There's no way home. And
that might have been brilliant.
Yeah,
it might have simply been brilliant. Maybe either Eduardo or maybe someone he knows said, OK, you can repeat this line, but here's a great idea. Just attack that knight quickly and come in with this idea. Because he could have done something very similar in the game that he actually lost. And the problem, as David's pointing out here, is that the Black knight is just stranded. It's a very simple idea. Switch the rook, take the knight, go a piece up, and wow, I mean, that could be it, simply. Could be the end of Jordan.
We could just see a walkover in this game almost. I don't see any way to get this knight out to kind of just extricate this knight from a4. If the pawn pushes forward, then firstly, white can take this pawn. Secondly, you could just capture here maybe and go after the knight anyway. And okay, the evaluation bar goes down slightly, but still winning for white. Jordan has to try this. And there we go. He does play the move c6. I also mentioned this pawn is up for grabs if he needs to, if he wants to play it safe and just go up material. Iturrizaga, huge success in the opening.
Fascinating. I've been sitting here just speedily going through the variations, comparing this game in Armageddon to the first game they had, and really a very tricky little move order change by Iturrizaga. You're right, he did hit the prep when he played H3 and King H2 just to throw off Jordan there. Anyway, we obviously have other games to get to. We have 2 very exciting games, but really impressed with Iturizaga's choice. Gutsy move, and one that looks like it might be about to pay off.
Yeah, that's move number 18, and Eduardo Iturrizaga in driver's seat has managed to trap Jordan's knight at the edge of the board. He's going to end up winning material in this position. We'll come back and check in how he manages to convert, or can Jordan save this one. Let's jump over to the other Armageddon as action, and hot action is on in this one. That's a crazy opening, David.
Yeah, a crazy opening, and it almost looks like a mirror image of the previous game. Another closed, blocked pawn structure in the center here. White's knight on c4 looks nice and pretty, but might get kicked around as well. We do have white with the bishop pair, but that tends to count for less when the center is closed. And I'm struggling to choose a side. I love this last move from Fedoseev. Open up the position for your bishops. And Simon, he still has a 4-5 minute advantage here.
Yeah, and that is massive. You know, if one side in Armageddon gets under like 3 minutes, it's time to panic because they don't get any extra time. And Wesley is getting very close to that point. White's breaking out here. I mean, I still think Wesley has an okay position. He's got a good hold with his knights. His knight now attacking the bishop. He's ready to come into the central square. So it seems just very finely balanced at the moment. Could go either way, this one.
I think it's an interesting strategy right now because you see that Fedoseev's plan of playing something that Wesley wouldn't be prepared for is paying off on the clock. Yeah. But on the board, you also objectively would say that Wesley's doing okay, right? It's a fighting game, and he's got plenty of chances. So the gamble is in full swing here, and I think you called it, Simon. If something doesn't happen good for Wesley in the next 4 minutes, now you're in trouble because you're getting under that 3 minute mark.
It's an Armageddon. This is casino-style chess. Danny right here with the bishop pair in open position, and Wesley So with 5.5 minutes on the clock. I'm going to say it. This is going to be flagging.
Penetrating bishops there, going across the board, aren't they? The white bishops, they're just really stopping black from getting the king safe as well. This is maybe an issue, right?
Yeah, could well be an issue for the black king. Fedoseev just moves his queen forward. He's hinting that he might castle on the queen side. A bit dangerous over there as well, but keeping his options open. And yeah, Tanya, you said flagging. In a blocked pawn structure, that's the perfect scenario. It's going to take the opponent so long to break through, so long to trade everything off. We could get to that point later. But Wesley dealing with the issue that Simon mentioned, blocking the light squared bishop so that the black king can run over to safety later on c8. Still very tense. So
far, Fedoseev's gamble of fighting for the white pieces seems to be paying off.
It's paying off. He's up on the clock. He's also doing fine on the board. This exchange here, if both kings end up castling long, I think actually they make the players feel better with what's on the board, but maybe it makes Wesley feel worse with the clock because now he's just down on time, and there isn't a lot of fight in this position.
There's a lot of fight in this position, and we want to jump back to this, but let's get a quick look at the other board. We left it thinking that Iturrizaga completely in driver's seat, trapping a knight on the board. But David, it's still alive.
It's still alive, and it's actually just given up its life in order to just give white some beautiful tactics right now. I think Iturrizaga is calculated perfectly. We look at the evaluation bar, it says totally winning. White right now is a piece for 2 pawns down, but look at this next move, bang, e5, the white light squared bishop has opened up, and the black queen has run, but both of black's knights look a bit loose. Oh, it feels like this one is hanging by a thread. Maybe white can just play a quiet move here, and it feels like so many threats. Black surely won't be able to survive all of them.
Simon, we're seeing the same momentum of yesterday. The person who has to win wins with black, gets the white pieces in Armageddon, and right now is getting the job done. Yeah,
I mean, very impressive play from white. I mean, especially, I think you mentioned this, Danny, that he lost horribly with the same opening a couple of games ago, but he repeats it. He finds a nice way to change things up and gets a dominating position. And the only thing he's got to do here is just put the ball in the back of the net. And how does he do that? Does he grab the rook here? Is that a good idea? Or, I mean, that weakens his king a little bit. It's a bit risky going for that. Or or just you still got to be accurate in this position.
Yeah.
I would lose this, obviously. So,
You just completed your own sentence there. No, I don't think so, Simon. I think you would clean this up, and I think White should take the rook. Why not?
Yeah, free material. And right now the material balance is rook and 2 pawns for White versus 2 knights. But Black's problems do lie with those knights. For example, I'm wondering how Black extricates this one. It looks like it's falling off the board next move. The problem for Black is you'd love to go on an attack against the White King. You'd love to land your knight on g4, but as soon as the Black Queen moves away, there's no more pin along the e-file, and suddenly this knight drops off too. And yeah, I just don't see how you can hold this together. You can push a pawn forward, maybe keep this knight alive by retreating, but this looks hopeless. Just trade off these rooks, bring the White Queen forward. This looks over. Black just, never put a knight in the corner of the board. Just no coordination at all in Black's army. He has taken... Oh, no, he hasn't taken the rook yet.
I mean, David, if knights in the rim are dim, what are knights in the corner? What are they? They're just really stupid, aren't they? I mean, there's that expression, knights on the rim of the board, as we see Black's knight there is dim, but that knight is just...
It's not a knight.
It's not a knight. It's a very bad knight. I mean, very, very bad knight.
Yeah. What's the definition of this? When is a knight a pony? When is it a unicorn? And when is it a dragon?
And when is it a donkey?
When is it a donkey?
That's a donkey. That is definitely a donkey. Nothing against donkeys. Lovely animals, but that is a donkey of a knight.
But they're slow, and they're not the speediest of steeds.
Right, it's true.
Edge of the board, it's about to fall off the world right there, and we see he hasn't yet taken a decision. Eduardo Iturrizaga taking his time here, thinking about this moment. He probably does feel that it's critical, calculates a few lines, and it's in the bag. Will we see the classic fist bump?
I think we will, and I think now Iturrizaga is doing what Jordan did to him in the game we were applauding, right? He's managing his clock, because normally when you have the edge on time in these Armageddon battles, you want to flex it. But if your opponent gives you a winning position, you're still playing chess, right? You just want to win the game on the board. So Iturrizaga taking a beat, he's going to calculate it through. I just saw the eval bar swing wildly in So's favor, so I'm not going to lie. My eye caught the fact that Black is maybe winning in the other board, but Iturrizaga looks like he should be getting the job done here.
Let's take a look at that. Let's bring up Fedoseev versus Wesley So, as we do see a wild swing there. And wow, David, White is down in exchange. What's going on here? I see a pawn on g6. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy. Fedoseev did blunder. He did initially let this one get out of hand, just giving up a pawn on the queen side, allowing the Black Queen in. But suddenly things have switched. Things have turned, potentially, because he's trapped that Black Queen and given up some material. This one, the evaluation bar, the computer says Black is winning, but it's a key moment now. There's some huge threats, and look at this beautiful move. I was about to say maybe this is the only winning move, giving away a pawn. Actually, White's queen didn't go and grab this pawn. First, taking some other pawns with check.
There's a queen coming to h1 if you're not checking. An h2 pawn that you're a wizard, Harry.
He found the key move. He's just trying to deflect away the White Queen from any attacks, and then the Black Rook will enter the action, and I think White's king will be doomed.
And the problem is White can't even get a draw here because that's not enough. White has to win to go through because it's Armageddon, and that means perpetual checks. They don't count.
Oh, I didn't even realize that, Simon. Yeah. You called it right there. This queen d4, queen d5, it's over. At this point, the eval bar is almost irrelevant because White's only chance to stop a queen is to take a perpetual. And that's not good enough.
And if Black wants, you can even try for more by going king to b8. But instead, look at this. Black does want more in this position, but we see the eval bar creep up. That last move, David, was that a big mistake?
I think it was a safe move, but not the best one. It felt like there was a win for Black. I didn't quite see it. But yeah, retreating with the queen. Suddenly the White Knight is coming out to a really beautiful square on c4.
Oh my gosh.
Suddenly all three results possible again.
What just happened there? And now Wesley back in trouble, especially when you remember he has no increment and he's under 3 minutes. A knight is the worst piece I would want to face in this scenario. Armageddon chess.
At least needs a draw to win this match. He was close to winning, one inaccuracy, and Fedoseev back in the game, but still a big clock advantage for Fedoseev.
And I did just check. Wesley was winning, but it wasn't super easy. Maybe not so natural for a human to keep the Black Queen offside. So retreating the Black Queen was a mistake. And now the game is alive again.
It's funny, though, because I like what Wesley did. The moment he played rook g7, I wanted to applaud him because he said, look, I just need a draw. So let me just repeat moves here and make white do something risky with e5, right? Make white mess up the position by making sure I don't beat myself on the clock.
Both players trying to beat each other on the clock. The other one looks like it's about to finish. Let's see if we can get to the finish of that game as Iturrizaga. He's close to taking this match. Will this be one of the biggest comebacks that we've seen?
Yeah, impressive stuff from Iturrizaga. He played a move that wasn't on my radar. A beautiful move, actually, just 2 turns ago. Let's jump in and show this. The current position has changed slightly, and it's because if we backtrack in this position where I was predicting bishop takes rook, which was strong as well, he found another nasty blow. Bishop takes h6 instead, jumping out the way so that the rooks connect and protect each other, meaning that this knight is attacked. If the bishop was captured, for example, then pawn takes knight is now possible, and next move, white crashes through. At the very least, can take this rook anyway. So bishop takes pawn, beautiful blow, winning move, and after a bishop trade, I think the same thing, still winning. Just take this rook, and take it in the corner, and now this knight will fall over the next few turns. Still, black is paralyzed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess black can hold on to that knight by pushing his pawn in that position. So, I mean, it's disgusting. It's probably losing, but it's maybe playable. I say that, and I don't really believe what I'm saying. But you can't lose that knight, and these knights are just terrible anyway. White's pawn's too strong. It should be winning, but it's still. I'm a bit surprised your valuation bar is so high in this position.
I guess it just reflects the material balance. It's rook and 4 pawns, if I'm counting correctly.
It's a lot of pawns.
That's a lot of pawns. Yeah. Rook and 4 pawns.
Those donkeys
for the
have each other's back on the edge of the board, though, right? Those donkeys got to stick together when they're facing the uphill climb.
Yeah, the only source of counterplay we should mention is that this pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
And black could launch a mating attack if white isn't careful. So still got to keep your eye on the ball. And wow, Jordan going for tactics. Knight takes pawn played. Threatens a nasty knight fork, but this is blocked by queen to e4, a double attack, and this could be the death knell for black.
Yeah, how do you defend the rook, the knight, and the knight on a4?
Can't.
You can't. And now I think you can just take this knight, if I'm not mistaken, and go into a very safe position, 2 extra pawns. Maybe there's better. Rook takes knight will be met by a nasty knight check, but you just take this one off the board as well. And 2 extra pawns for white. This should be the end.
Psychologically, that's interesting by Jordan, because do you really want to go for this when you know black has drawing chances? And you're also now down on the clock. Look at what's happened in this Armageddon switcherooski, if that's a thing to say. I mean, I'm applauding Jordan for the practical sort of decision here, because that's a psychologically difficult thing to do, to invite a major piece ending where you know there's drawing chances.
I suppose white could take the knight here, couldn't he, as well, and just, in the middle, and do the same thing as you just said. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it is 2 pawns in the ending, though. I mean, so it should be winning for white. But I mean, rook and pawn endings, there's always some chances.
Good spot, Simon. Maybe that's the most practical move. Queen takes knight, and there we go. It's on the board. Small drawing chances for black, but the problem is white has majorities on both flanks.
And white's going to grind this one out. We will check back on this. The other Armageddon, I think it's about to end. Let's quickly jump over to our other game. Wesley So against Fedoseev. This one, it looks like it's about to end in a draw, which means Wesley will go through and Fedoseev will be eliminated.
I was keeping an eye on it, and Wesley found a swindle that gave up the rook for the knight and the pawn to get this queen and pawn ending. So first of all, huge props to Wesley for doing that, knowing the odds of the game are that a draw means he wins. I think with that
Is he pre-moving?
He borderline can, right? That's how easy the position is. So Wesley using the practical dynamic of the Armageddon format to force a draw.
The only danger is his clock, right? And he should have enough time here. I mean, let's remember there's no increment, so Fedoseev has got to not hit the 50 move rule and win on time. I mean, of course, it's a draw. Even if you lose a pawn here, it's probably very close to a draw, which you can't lose.
What happens if the 50 move rule gets hit?
It'll be automatically claimed, and I was just about to check on the moves of that because they're actually pretty close to it.
Yep.
They actually don't have many more moves.
The last pawn capture was on move 72, so we're already just a few moves away from that 50 move rule. Fedoseev needs to move a pawn or capture a piece in the next 5 moves, otherwise this game's automatically a draw.
Wow.
Wow, he's going forward with the king, but he's run out of time. 3 more moves, and we're going to see
any second
result.
now. Any second now.
It just automatically stops.
And
He could have taken the pawn, and that's it. And Wesley, so there he celebrates as the game ends in a draw. You have to feel for Fedoseev right now. It means it is the end of the road for Vladimir in the Aimchess Rapid. Fedoseev taking it, and he continues his run. Action is still on here.
Action still on here, and it's an infamous rook and pawn endgame. We'll find out the truth behind whether all rook and pawn endgames are drawn. But here it looks like white has a big advantage. Pushing that b pawn forward 1 more square will paralyze the black pieces. Black's rook now is eternally stuck behind that passed pawn, and the black king will be stuck on this square pretty much. Can white now activate his king? It looks like it should be a simple process of just attacking the black rook, forcing the black rook back, and the white king activates. White will be able to create a passed pawn on the king side. You have to be careful which pawn you push later, but it feels like this should be winning. I think a matter of time now.
Yeah, must be winning, and of course at this level, I think they're going to know how to convert it into win. The white king getting very active here. It's got some squares it can jump into on the king side, and it's heading toward those squares. And as David says, you got to be careful what pawn you use to advance as white, because in some situations you can fall into a draw position. I mean, maybe you advance. You can maybe advance either the H pawn or the F pawn to win this one, as long as you take with the king. But you just have to be a little bit accurate. But
we should probably show the instructive point of why the black king is frozen there, just for people tuning in, saying, why can't the black king run over and help? And I think it's an important tactic that maybe not all of our viewers know, that if black moves the king, go ahead. There's this backdoor trick where the rook slides over, and now when you get a queen, you win, so black has to take the pawn, and that allows a skewer. So this is a backdoor rook skewer that every player, that's a mouse slip, sorry, but every player must know this one. And so that dynamic is exactly why the endgame is winning for white, because the black king is frozen in the corner, as Simon pointed out. That said, there are some tricky things here, because it's not exactly clear how to force the king out of the corner either, right? White has to advance the right pawns and make the right exchange, and here we see H4 has been played.
Yeah, yes. I think all you do, you go F5 and G5, right? But I mean, we're probably gonna see this happen, and it's tricky, because if you didn't know how to win this ending, if you didn't have the experience, then you could easily still draw this. But these guys are such high level that they know exactly what to aim for, and that's very important. You need to know the positions to aim for and how to get there. And
the clock, 1.5 minutes. It's borderline, I would say. You should still have enough time, but you need to make the breakthrough quickly. You can't just wait for 20 moves and then push the pawn. So already Iturrizaga, big decision. He's trapped his own king as well. You can't move the white rook, you lose your b pawn. You can't move the king, you'll get checkmated. So you have to commit now. Jordan's defending well, got to say.
I think this is just winning, though, isn't it? The winning plan, as long as because you're going to get a passed pawn very shortly, and that's the key pawn, actually forcing to go in the position that Danny actually pointed out. And black will shortly have to move his king away from the safe zone.
Well, I was going to say earlier, when you said if you don't know this endgame, you're going to find out, because if you've never seen an endgame like this converted, this is really, really well done by Iturrizaga. When that G pawn pushes, you'll have to take it as black, and then white will sacrifice the F pawn, forcing the exact same trick that we showed earlier, where the rook can leave the B8 square with tempo. So you're about to see some instructive chess here. If you didn't know this rook ending, you can add it to your book.
Yeah. Freddie, the F-pawn, that's the passer you want to invite the backdoor tactic that you pointed out earlier, with the rook moving out of the way, clearing the way for the B-pawn. And it seems like Eduardo knows exactly what he's doing, but will 70 seconds be enough to pull it off?
At this point, yes, because I think this breakthrough is happening next move. You can almost pre-move G5. Don't do it, just in case black takes the white B pawn. But yeah, G5 is the breakthrough, and with 1 minute left, that pawn is going to cost black his rook. It's just about whether you can checkmate later with a rook in time. So 1 minute should be fine. But yeah, very instructive, as you mentioned, Tanya. Freddie, the F pawn does it, but if you were left with just a G pawn with white, black's king would be fine, perched where it is. So now we're going to see the breakthrough, G5. And black's king will be dislodged from G7, guaranteed, over the next move or two.
Is Jordan going to try to flag, or...?
I was just going to ask that question.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, though, is it? I mean, Jordan doesn't like resigning, right, too early. And why not? You know, this is your last chance. You're going to be out of the competition, and it's Armageddon. It's Armageddon. You know, you might as well play on. but he's well aware that he's in a diabolical situation here. There's no way out now. And great technique here at the end. We call it technique. And I hate that because it's like, you see so many books, you see so many videos, and one player just says, it's just a matter of technique when they get a winning position. And I've lost so many games when it should just be a matter of technique. But the White King now just has to attack the rook, and
57 seconds.
It's game over.
Yeah, he has managed to create Freddie the F-pawn as a passer. It's all about whether Jordan will try to flag and will it be enough time. And now you can move the rook. The backdoor attack, as Danny called it, in the game. Can't pick up the B-pawn. You lose the rook. Will Jordan play this out till checkmate?
Or there's stalemate? No, there's not stalemate tricks. Well, if somehow there might, if the king goes to G5...
Rook H4. Rook H4 is the only way to trap him in a pre-move. I'm serious. If he plays Rook H4 here, okay, no. I'm waiting for a chance for him to take advantage of the only move is to pre-move Rook H7. I don't know. I'm trying to get inside Jordan's head here.
If the White King had gone to F4, Black could play Rook takes B7, and that would have been a draw.
Oh, yeah, King takes F6.
There was one trap.
Oh, that's a nice trick, David.
But the White King has gone the whole way around. Black will lose his rook, and Iturrizaga...
He actually resigned.
He's got it.
Already over. Jordan won.
It.
Oh, sorry.
Wow, Jordan going down. Iturrizaga takes it in the Armageddon, and look at the relief on him. What a match this has been. He's getting ready right now, and we hope he joins us soon. What a match. What a comeback by Iturrizaga.
We saw it twice, right? We saw a player yesterday win with Black on command and then win with White in the Armageddon. This time we saw Iturrizaga win with Black and then win with White on command. Just absolutely awesome.
But no one's done the crazy celebration as we saw in his road to this event. So I did it last time. Feels like I shouldn't be doing it again. Someone? No? No one's going to give it a go? A bit of screaming?
I don't even know how to scream that fast.
Zaga! That's the kind of thing we've got to get going there.
It might just be too soon because there's still a lot of chess to be played by Iturrizaga, but he gets the job done today. It was a topsy-turvy match. David, take us through the big moment.
Yeah, I just want to recap that beautiful endgame technique from Iturrizaga. Some great tactics earlier on to get the winning advantage, but the way he finished it off was textbook. And there was just one trap. We mentioned it here. White is checked. If you go to the wrong square, then actually suddenly Black is able to draw. Rook takes pawn. Watch out for stalemate resources. This check no longer works because after Rook takes Rook, this is stalemate and a dead draw. Instead, of course, Iturrizaga with great technique marched his king over towards the Black Rook, and eventually we saw Jordan resign. Rook takes pawn is met by a skewer on the 7th rank, and that's why we need to know our endgame skills.
What a win that was. Precision and a full board awareness there by Iturrizaga. Jordan van Foreest did not try and flag him there. Sportsmanship. And let's take a look at the bracket as we will be starting with the winners semi-finals matchup. In the losers bracket, it is Wesley So and Eduardo Iturrizaga who move forward to the losers quarterfinals. It's end of the road for Fedoseev and Jordan van Foreest. It's been a tough week for Jordan, with the Dutch Championship losing in the final in the playoff to Anish. Yesterday, a tough day against Magnus, and today it was so close, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, I know. I think I said yesterday it's a bit of out of the frying pan into the fire for Jordan, right after losing to Anish in the Dutch Championship and then getting paired with the world champion. Most people go to the losers bracket when they're paired with Magnus Carlsen, and Jordan, of course, was one of them. And so obviously we know Jordan's a great player. He's an exciting player. We love watching him. But yeah, a tough week right now for the Dutchman.
Meanwhile, the others, of course, continue their run in the Aimchess Rapid, and Wesley So winning in the Armageddon. Also a great result and exactly the confidence boost he needed.
Yeah, confidence boost for Wesley, just the fact that he was able to stay solid and make good decisions at key moments, but he will still need to up his game, and this is the first step for him.
Sai, which was the more exciting Armageddon for you?
I don't know. They're both great, weren't they? I mean... It's hard to pick. I can't really pick. I mean, I just love Armageddon because you never know what's going to happen, and the time's ticking down. They both got to a minute there. I actually liked that ending. I don't normally say that. I don't normally get to the ending, so I normally either sacrifice all my pieces or checkmate. So it was nice to see an ending for a change.
I'll give you the call. Yeah. You said you thought Iturrizaga was going to get this one because of the format for whatever reason, and I was with David. I thought that Jordan would be the favorite, but good call on that. Iturrizaga stuck it out.
He did really well. Yeah, I mean, his nerves were fantastic, and just the way that he did that preparation, I think that was the key thing, because he lost that game, and then he found an improvement. There's a little lesson for everyone there that, you know, we all lose, but we've got to find a way to improve if we get the same thing again. So and it worked very well. So yeah, perfect.
Got him in the opening. Perfect play by Iturrizaga. He lost the first match to Jordan van Foreest, and then won his second game, and then finally taking it in the Armageddon. And we are being joined by the man himself. Eduardo, welcome and congratulations.
Thanks. Hi guys, how are you?
We're doing good. How are you doing after this crazy match that you just played?
Yeah, yesterday was a very tough match against Fabi, but then I tried to forget everything about yesterday, about the auto queen and some mistake in the preparation in the second game with white, and then I have to play, and I start today with losing this game with white. I don't know, but I think I was playing better with black than with white. But in the Armageddon was a very good game. I think he missed knight b5, and then everything comes. Not easy, but I have to calculate some lines, but it was comfortable, I think.
It was awesome to watch, Eduardo, and we were talking about that moment in the studio. You decided to repeat the opening from game one, but you had an improvement. Is that something that you prepared between the rounds?
Yeah, I have just 5 minutes. I check this h3. Yes, just to, after b4, have the e3 square for the bishop, because if not, he have knight g4. But yeah, I look just 1-2 minutes. Then my daughter come, papi, daddy, and then I have to hit him, and then I come back to the game.
That's awesome, and you made a big comeback in the match as well. Eduardo, how are you enjoying your debut, your first time in Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid? How are you enjoying your debut, your first time in Division 1 of the Aimchess Rapid?
It's an amazing... I was so really nervous now, but about the game. But it was an amazing experience for me. I played 3 play-ins, and then in the first 2, I have some chances to get at least a match to play for the Division 1. But then I lost always the last round, and then I have to play for the Division 2, and I always lost this match, and I play the Division 3. But in the last one, I have this match again in Parhan. Was amazing for me, and then I'm here, and I wanna do well here, and I think with this match, at least I'm trying to do some things in Division 1.
Oh, Eduardo, that's so nice to hear. And we actually did see your match against Parham that went down to the wire, and your emotions were out, and it was just such a cool moment to watch as well. And you were waiting for the fist bump today as well as you made this big comeback.
Yeah, but I think the celebration against Parham was very special, and of course, because naturally, but because I won with 0.009 seconds, it was a very tense game with sacrifice the rook, and I don't know. I was thinking in the game, after move 60, I will have some increment. I don't know why I think this, because it's Armageddon, and there is no rule for this. But I was thinking, because I was playing another tournament with this rule, and I was playing slowly in the last 20 moves, and then I realized I have no increment, and I have to play fast. The last 5 seconds, and I think I won this game because I give him 2 checks, and the checks with pre-move is the trick, I think, to have more seconds than Barham. But it's very was very special for me, these tournaments. And I want to thank, of course, all of you for this opportunity, for all of us to have the chance to play against the super elite players. And it was amazing, not only for me, I think for every people in the tournament.
That's really nice to hear. And Eduardo, you're putting up such a great fight in a show here. And before we let you go, my final question, I think everyone in chat wants to know, have you changed your auto promotion on chess.com today?
Yeah, today I changed. Yeah. But yes, because yesterday with 8 seconds left in the clock, I tried to change, but I don't find. And then I look in Twitter, Danny put with Alt, and then promote, I can get the knight. But okay, this is a learn for me from yesterday.
Congratulations for your victory today, Eduardo, and we look forward to having you back with us tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Eduardo Iturrizaga with a convincing win in the Armageddon continues his run at the Aimchess Rapid. It is elimination for Fedoseev and Jordan van Foreest. We've still got big action coming up as we will be starting the winners semi-final with some big matchups. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
The most elite Bullet tournament returns. You don't want to miss the 4th ever Bullet Chess Championship featuring Magnus Carlsen for the first time. He'll join reigning champ Hikaru Nakamura, 2021 champion Alireza Firouzja, and more to fight for their share of the $100,000 prize fund. It all kicks off on July 17th at 9 a.m. Pacific. Use !BCC in chat for all the details. Don't miss your chance to win Diamond membership this Friday. The Chess.com Discord server is hosting an arena with 4 Diamond memberships up for grabs. To stake your claim, join the Discord at go.chess.com/Discord and connect your Discord to your Chess.com account. Use !Discord in chat now for more.
And it's time for the winners semi-finals. 2 epic matchups, a clash of generations between Nordebek Abdusattorov and Levon Aronian, and the big one that we've all been waiting to see, Fabiano Caruana taking on Magnus Carlsen. This is their head-to-head score in Rapid, with 10 wins to Fabi, 18 wins to Magnus. He leads there, but the last time that they played, David, it was Fabi who won against Magnus.
Yeah, and those types of things are important, these trends in head-to-heads. Magnus, of course, overall, he's got the best head-to-head against most players in the world. But Fabi, he's been upping his game, and like we've been saying consistently now on the tour, he's been mightily impressive.
It's always hard to bet against Magnus whenever he's playing. Can Fabi do it today? Head-to-head between Nordebek Abdusattorov and Levon Aronian. They haven't played each other as many times, but we see it is Levon. Experience here right now, leading against the youth. Is this one equally close to call?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. I mean, Nordebek is just getting better every single time he plays. I mean, he won the last one of these events, so he's the youth against the experienced player. So, yeah, too close to call for me.
Yeah, I think Levon, though, if he plays like he did yesterday, he'll be okay. Although sometimes, you know, when you get yourself in trouble and then it takes Armageddon to win, you end up really carrying that momentum. So we'll see how Nordebek is. Ultimately, we'll get to that in a minute, because the first of our winners bracket battles, look at this. Playing fast, playing on prep. No more A6 from Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he couldn't get away with it against this guy. But we get such a cool opening.
Yeah, and more importantly, none of the Rosalimo that we saw in the World Championship match between these two in a Sicilian. For a moment there, I thought Fabi was extremely still on the camera, but good to know that everything's fine, the camera's working. And G4 on the board, David.
Yeah, G4 for the score, as they say. Very aggressive play from Fabiano, throwing all pawns forward now on the king side, just preempting a decision by the Black King. Now Black's king should not ever get tempted to castle kingside, because it's going to be walking straight into an attack. And Magnus, still as Black, has to decide how to develop his pieces.
This is super exciting. Speaking of developments, Magnus Carlsen has added the Sicilian as a regular part of his repertoire really since the 2018 World Championship that he had against Fabiano Caruana. but we didn't necessarily see this Taimanov Paulsen system. We saw a lot of Sveshnikov. For those who haven't gotten this memo, Fabiano Caruana is probably the world's most feared player on the white side of these English attacking type of systems. He's so well prepared. MVL avoids the Najdorf against Fabiano. That should tell you, right? And MVL doesn't avoid the Najdorf against anybody. So this is going to be awesome to see. Magnus played H6, which was the first move that kind of threw Fabi off before he remembered his prep. And if this ends up being a battle that we also see in Game 3, I just can't wait to see the preparation and the things we're going to learn. I'm like a kid in a candy store here because I played this position as white, so I can't wait to see what happens.
So many opening dynamics here. It was Hikaru who said that Fabiano is one of the best, if not the best, prepared player in the world. Now, apparently, that crown belongs to Anish Giri, according to Hikaru. But the opening battle continues in this one. We are also going to have opening moves in our other matchup. Nordebek Abdusatrov taking on Levon Aronian. The players are ready to start. Lev in San Sebastian in the room with all the chess books and the chessboards behind him. Moves on the board. It's the King's Pawn opening.
It's the King's Pawn opening, and wow, we'll see what we call the 4 knights here. No Spanish, no Italian game yet. We might see a big decision now from Abdusatorov. What's he going to go for? Levon's, of course, known as one of the world's leading experts on the black side of these E5 positions, rock solid. And okay, crazy stuff already. Knight takes E4. This is a temporary piece sacrifice based on the fact that if the white knight had captured this black knight, black would have played D5, forking 2 minor pieces, regaining the material, and Abdusatorov just castles.
Love it. Love it. Just, I love a sacrifice, and it's so rare to see this kind of chess at this level because most things have been worked out. I mean, at lower level, you can sacrifice a lot more in the opening because your opponent is less likely to know what to do. So it's quite rare. And of course, white gets great compensation here because of the development. He's castled. Black hasn't castled. White's got more pieces out. So this is also going to be... I'm assuming, I don't know this position, but theory would obviously say that black is OK here. So I'm also very interested to see what White's got up his sleeve here.
This is the classic center fork trick. I mean, knight takes E4, followed by D5 for black. This is something you teach kids when you're first trying to show them tactics that can happen in double king pawn games. So obviously, the theory for these guys goes deeper than falling for basic central fork tricks, as David is showing on the board. But I like black as well, Simon. I agree. And I wonder, it's funny, because Nordebek pausing before bishop c4 makes me wonder if he's double checking, double guessing himself. We know that he used to play the Scotch before switching to the Italian. So maybe getting his lines mixed up a little bit. Again, this is a fine... White can play this way. It's more of a long-form compensation now. You're highlighting one of the potential tricks on the board. Checkmate on f7. But it's also a good opening for black.
Yeah, and actually, I think Eric Rosen will be happy here because it's basically the Stafford Gambit, but White has an extra tempo. White has castled kingside, which...
So it's playable.
Maybe is playable. Actually, often the idea there is to push your h-pawn forward and attack on the wings. But it's interesting. White has gambited a pawn, but has great central play along the e-file, along this diagonal. And if we look at Nordebek's time, this is the first real time he's thinking after the move h6 just been played. So it does feel like preparation. It feels like he's just... wow, going for checkmate, mate in one threaten now on f7. Yeah, he's gambiting.
Stafford Gambit lives. Okay, I'm sitting here thinking, like, what's going on here? But now I'm like, okay, obviously the kid came prepared for this. And I think from a practical perspective, if you're getting a sharp, well-prepared gambit, that's how you rack up W's, right? Especially in rapid chess.
Yeah, maybe against weaker opposition than Levon Aronian, though, who looks like he's defending very confidently right now. I'm expecting him to play the move d6 and protect his extra pawn on e5. This one really tense already, and I just want to mention a bit of symmetry because we've seen a sacrifice of the e4 pawn in this game and in the Caruana against Carlsen game. Both sides, White has sacrificed a pawn and going on the attack early doors.
Such exciting game so far. Really exciting.
100%, and we do have material deficit already out of the opening. David, you mentioned it. There has been a pawn sacrifice in the Fabi Magnus game as well. Let's head over to that one and see as the opening develops. Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen. A wild position out of the opening. White's going on the king side. Black's king is in the center. What on earth is going on here?
Yeah, White has gambited a pawn just like the other game in return for tempi. That means you gain 1 or 2, sometimes 3 moves even for the sacrificed material. And here White as we see, nice safe king on c1, and white's piece is looking very active. It looks like you've got some pawn breaks as well. If I recall correctly, though, Magnus had this position just a few days ago in Zagreb, which makes me wonder, what is Fabiano prepared?
Well, I was going to say, it's funny because Fabiano is the one who's super well prepared in these systems as white, but Magnus is the one up 2 minutes on the clock. And as you pointed out, yeah, he had this position in Zagreb just a few days ago. So Fabi is sort of balls in your court, right? To show what you prepared, you have to know that Magnus is going for these lines these days.
It's a very interesting option here as well. I mean, I love these positions because they're so rich, full of possibilities. And just reminds me of the games of my favourite player, Mikhail Tau. And white might be thinking here, I can attack that knight, but maybe the knight can jump all the way into c3 if that happens. There's just these possibilities that are just so crazy and so in depth here that we could see. It's could well just really come to life. It's already alive. And the other thing is, Magnus historically didn't really play like this, right? He's only started to play like this when he's maybe not, holding on to that world championship title as much. He's playing a lot freer. He always used to play quite safe, not taking too many risks, but this is an incredibly risky way to play, right? This kind of setup.
But Sai, that's really interesting what you say, because do you think that's also the only way to really fight against a player like Magnus Carlsen? You want to get him into that Mikhail Tal deep, dark forest of complications early on where the path is narrow enough for just one player to get out. Is that the kind of position that you should be aiming for against Magnus?
I would have definitely said yes, but then when I've seen Magnus get into those positions, he just crushes his opponents as well. So I'm not really sure how you beat Magnus, but I think it is one of the better ways to try, especially your Fabiano. You've got to complicate it. You've got to go on the attack. You've got to try to make things messy because he's just so hard to beat in solid structures. It's nearly impossible. And
I would argue that I don't know that Magnus has switched to some of the sharpest lines known to theory in these Sicilians really has anything to do with him giving up the world championship title at all. I think he should be applauded for almost kind of reinventing his approach to the opening. And I remember talking to Fabi about this in 2021, and we made similar comments about how Magnus plays openings that aren't that well prepared or is kind of safe. And he's like, I think people underestimate just how well prepared you have to be to avoid everyone's preparation. And Magnus, not necessarily being known as a deep opening theoretician, amongst the top players, they all kind of call BS to that. They're like, Magnus is actually the hardest worker, most ruthless opening preparer, and it's because he believes in his skills that he tends to avoid some of the sharpest prep. But I really, as I looked at what Magnus has done with the black pieces over the last few years, I'm just super impressed, David, because he started to embrace some of the sharpest lines known to man and know them really well and get points with black, as he did against Fabi, where Fabi didn't see the Sveshnikov coming in 2018. So I don't know that I'm not trying to say I disagree, but I disagree with you. I don't think it has anything to do with the World Championship. I think Magnus just has really reinvented his approach in the first stage of things in the last few years of his career.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he knows everything that everyone else knows, and he knows how to avoid that, and some fresh ideas to boot. And Tanya, you mentioned taking him into a deep, dark forest. I mean, Jordan tried that yesterday. He took him into a deep, dark van forest, but it didn't work. So,
LOL.
Yeah, right now, this one is a complicated position. And Danny, you're right. These days, he kind of relies on opening preparation more, computers more, and he has a great team around him, of course, Magnus. He said recently in a training camp that he, now more than ever has he relied on these sharp variations because that's the only way to do it at the top level. And meanwhile, he's still pawn up. He hasn't been checkmated yet. Black's king is still in the center, but it's up to Fabi to prove the compensation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great thing that he's done in general. I mean, if you look at a lot of players, I mean, I'm just taking players who play a lot of chess on the British circuit, who may be getting a bit older, and they just play the same chess all the time, and they're never trying to take any risks, and they're never getting better. And I think the first thing you can do if you're stuck in a rut is to change your style. Try something different. So if you're a very aggressive player, play some endings. If you're playing the same openings for years on end, just try something else. And this is great to see Magnus always trying to improve himself, actually. He's trying to get better. He's trying to try different things out. And he's obviously very good at all positions. That's why he's the best player ever. Can we say that? Anyone agree with that? I'm going to say it. Best player ever.
You won't get a lot of disagreements. I mean, the GOAT debate across all genres, is there for a reason. But anyway, Magnus is up on the clock for a reason. He's prepared. Where's he going to put the knight? Is the question.
Yeah. And big question, you don't have too much choice if you jump to the center on d5. You'll simply get captured, and I think White will regain the pawn with interest. White will be very happy there. So that rules out the central jump, which is maybe the ideal one. Jumping to the edge of the board feels like you'll get pinned. Maybe it's not the end of the world. You can defend your knight here. Looks quite stable for now, but knowing Magnus, I've seen him in similar positions drop his knight back and try to bring it round to a nice outpost on f5 a bit later on. It looks like you're taking liberties, you're undeveloping your pieces, but actually this black rook is pretty much developed anyway on an open file. This bishop can come out later, and if White doesn't strike now, then you will bring your knight to a better outpost later.
He just makes chess look easy. Like this is like, oh, it's not that hard.
If you didn't know Magnus was playing this, and you didn't know the players who were playing this, and you just saw this random position, what would we guess the elo here?
Guess the elo. Let's play Guess the elo with Levy Rosman. I have no idea. But not 28, 50 bleep, whatever he is.
Not world number 1 and world number 3, right? Black sort of setting up for the next game. All the pieces retreating, but you retreat to move forward. This one's fire on the board, but the other one is also heating up. Let's get a quick look into Nordebek Abdusattorov taking on Levon Aronian. David, take it away. I can't make the head or tails of this position.
Wow, just wow is my only reaction here. I'm trying to do a quick count. White has sacrificed a bishop, a whole piece here, and is going on the attack. Black's king still stranded in the center. Abdusattorov, look at the clock times. He's only used just over a minute here, still deep in preparation, almost double Levon's time on the clock. And I think we need to do an action replay to show how this piece was sacrificed. And while maybe a blunder from Levon Aronian, we see the evaluation bar shoot up after this last move. I'm not sure what Levon's got in mind, because it looks like White has a very strong and simple reply. So let's jump in. I expect Abdusattorov to pause, because it feels like he might be finally out of his preparation after this last move, but that also means Levon hasn't played the top computer choice. And let's do a rewind. We left it here in this position. It looks like Black is just about to castle to safety, but Abdusattorov threw a spanner in the works by playing knight to d4. This knight cannot be captured by a pawn due to a pin on the e-file. The black knight retreated, but now bang, f4, blowing open the center, allowing a fork a double attack. Looks, again, like a guess the elo beginner blunder, but this was all a calculated risk. Pawn takes pawn, and after the queen retreats, e6. Move of the day so far, giving up the white queen.
Wow.
If pawn takes queen, this is checkmate.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Screenshot this position. What is this position?
This is the Irish pawns on whiskey. This is the really drunk version of it.
There's triple pawns, but they're not all the same color over there. You've got a white pawn on d7 where it doesn't belong, checkmating the black king.
That's amazing. And the other thing is, we took the other way. You checkmate the other way, David, right? So it's incredible.
If you take the other way, I'm not sure about the checkmate on f7, because the knight can take, but I think you just take this way.
Win the queen.
And you win the black queen. So let's just catch up with the game. We saw knight takes pawn, but this was all part of the plan. Sacrificing a bishop now on c6, spectacular stuff. And after a few more moves, we saw the black queen whiz out to attack this rook on h1. A nasty counter threat, but this was dealt with. Rook e4, and Levon, he blundered with bishop e7, and he's about to get punished after the rook slides across to f1 now, attacking this black queen. We see a few more moves. Knight takes bishop. The black king is still stuck in the center. Piece down, but you're about to crash through on d6.
Amazing preparation.
This is, I was just going to say, all according to plan, is the comment David made a few moves ago, and amazing preparation. This is so impressive. This is showing up with a gambit, walking right into the Stafford gambit on drugs. Shout out to Eric Rosen there. But the good kind of whatever helpful pill you're taking. And just like that, Nordebek is on a roll.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and incredible. I mean, like, this is the way to do things nowadays. You know, I mean,
is he just going to resign?
Sorry, Simon.
And he didn't see a blind spot.
I totally agree.
We might just have resignation right now.
I've never seen Lev get crushed like that.
Oh my God, we have a result. Levon blunders a rook, resigns on the spot, but the position was already busted. Nordebek taking a lead in just 21 moves in his game.
Masterpiece, demolition job.
I just want to I'm sitting here frozen. I want to let you finish your thoughts, Simon, because we've been cutting you off and the game ended so abruptly. But yeah, this is insane.
No, I mean, I just brilliant preparation. I mean, I was about to say, I think this is the way that you should do things nowadays. I mean, don't play main lines. Try to find some sidelines that people forget. You know, this is, I mean, I don't know when the last time this gambit was played. Run them on your computer. Do your own research. OK, if your opponent plays perfectly, maybe it's a draw. OK, but that's fine. You know, you can trick them out. If they don't play perfectly, you can have these brilliancies. And when was the last time Aronian got, I never say this, Aronian, absolutely destroyed? He got completely smashed in that game.
And
never seen it before.
Yeah, so I don't remember it. And Levon feeling it. He hasn't moved. He's checking what went wrong there. He hasn't left his computer screen. I think he's in as much disbelief as all of us in the studio right now.
21 moves. That's a miniature the last time I checked. Under 25 moves, I think, was the official, whatever, Guinness. I'm getting called out by my world record attempts these days, so we'll get someone to check on that, whether 25 moves is still a miniature. But that was awesome. Noterbek Abdusaturov for the win. He is the world rapid champion. We need to stop talking about this kid like he's a rising star. He's currently the last person to win a Champions Chess Tour event. He might be on the way to doing the same thing here.
It's reminiscent of Magnus. Calculated risks. This opening, for sure, is not sound objectively. Black has probably multiple ways to get to a playable position, but you're testing your opponent, and it's rapid chess, and that's the way to rack up those wins. Just push your opponent to the brink, give them problems that they don't normally have to face, and yeah, wow, more action ahead.
What a great start to this
Remember
day.
How we thought this was going to be the matchup of the day? Sorry, Simon, go ahead.
No, I mean, they're brilliant. Both games are so fascinating. I mean, well, you know, that last one, but look at this. What's happening here? This is completely bonkers as well, right? Completely mad.
Just a weird position. White is down a whole pawn and still has the luxury to slow play it. Fabiano's last move, he did grimace slightly there, but just pushing his pawn to b3, maybe creating an escape route for the white bishop to retreat from the center of the board. And yeah, Black needs to catch up on development.
We should probably show why rook takes f4 maybe isn't as good as it first looks, just because there is a battery on the c file and c2 is hanging with check. So when you kind of laugh in the face of danger, we should show what's going on with rook takes f4, deflecting the queen, queen takes c2 check. But it's one of those funny Sicilian positions where you got to calculate to the end, because just because you get a scary check may not actually mean you have anything left in the tank. And this is reminiscent of a lot of Najdorf type positions. White is actually happy here up the exchange. So anyway, so that's why Magnus didn't go for that. He just played 97.
Yeah, nice tactic there, Danny. And that's going to be on the radar for the next few moves, right? That type of tactic might not work now, but it might work a bit later on. You've got to watch out. And I think that's why Fabi as well pushed his pawn forward, because there might be some background checkmates against the white king if you're not too careful. So now, first of all, you have to deal with this black knight coming out. We see the evaluation bar slightly on black side, means there's nothing immediate for white. And if you don't have a breakthrough, you might just find yourself a pawn down later on. Feels like a very successful opening for black, I've got to say, at least at this early stage. On a superficial level, looks like a clear pawn to the good.
Yeah, it does now. Yeah, I mean, I don't think white has managed to generate enough threats in the position. I mean, how does white even generate a threat in this position? And if black can get his knight and bishop into the game, okay, his king's always going to be in the middle, but it doesn't seem to be in too much trouble there. Black's got enough counterplay against white's king as well. So this is starting, I feel, to go in Magnus's favour.
How many chairs does it take for a former world champion to win as black versus Fabiano Caruana? That was a mouthful, but he's got a lot of. He added another chair since yesterday.
Has he got another chair?
He's got another chair.
Is it only 3?
He's got 3, 4 if you include the one he's sitting on.
It's just dominating with those chairs. I mean, someone buy Fabi some chairs. Just put them in the background, you know, stack them up. I mean, his chair game is very strong, and his leg game was strong yesterday as well. So he's got the game.
And David, we've seen you on one of those chairs. And Magnus is streaming. You were often in that room. What's that like? What's it like to stream with Magnus?
Yeah, they call me the patzer in the background. And yeah, it's fun. Often I'm just observing, admiring the play. But yeah, Magnus, he likes the support, whether the chairs are empty, whether they're full. I think it really motivates him. And these days, he's obsessed with playing online. Plays nearly every Title Tuesday event, plays all these Champions Chess Tour events. That's kind of his happy place right now, where we see him. And it's really showing on the board.
Must be fun to be in a room where you're a weaker chess player.
It happens more
I can
often than
relate to that. I'm in those rooms a lot. So how does that feel?
I think that's why I moved to Norway. I was getting too big for my boots in the UK. Keeps me grounded here, surrounded by genius like Magnus.
Yeah.
Knight f5, he's just put his pieces on good squares. That black knight is immovable almost. That black rook on h4 gives really annoying pressure, and black's other pieces look like they're covering some key squares. Fabi needs another knight. He needs a light squared bishop, but he lacks those pieces to create an attack with.
Does one of those chairs actually have your name on, David? Is it the Howl chair? It should. I want to get a close up of those chairs. So.
Maybe I'll add another chair. I'll add in a fifth or sixth chair. And that one will happen.
Yeah.
I wanted to analyze a little bit of chess here, if that's okay. I wanted to look at whether Fabi. What is the plan here for White? Right? It's not black is better, and Magnus has certainly won the battle to this point. But I wonder if there's a way to go for knight e5. If you could land the knight on e5 right now, obviously that would be a good thing, forking the queen and the d7 pawn. So how is knight d3 met is what I was wondering. And if you play d6, this is kind of what I was hoping for. The b4 pawn would fall. So you can't meet e5 with that. Sorry, you can't defend e5 with that. So I was sitting here like, what exactly is Magnus's move here? I don't think he's taking f3 with the queen because, again, I think knight e5 would be too much. Although it's funny, the computer says maybe that. So I was analyzing this in my head and couldn't figure out maybe it is queen takes f3 and black maintains the edge, laughing in the face of danger. What a weird move. But anyway, I expect Fabi to play knight d3. And if you can't play queen takes f3, maybe this isn't so easy. But as we just saw, maybe Magnus can take on f3.
Taking on f3 looks so scary. I mean,
only madmen or geniuses take on f3 here. But yeah, if you survive, unfortunately, White just can't get the knight out of the way quickly enough.
Yeah, Magnus might be both. Both madman and genius. So.
That's true, and your call on the board, Danny, knight to d3. I think the only safe way to stop knight e5 might be to play bishop to d6 to kind of trade off a knight if it ever lands on this square.
And this was going to be my last idea, was to say if you defend this way, now is rook h1 possible? Because even though f3 is hanging, with the bishop developed, I'm threatening things like rook h8 at the end of these lines. So I know I'm the international master in the room. My job here isn't to analyze chess, but my brain feels so free with you controlling the mouse that I think that this is maybe what we're going to see. I think knight d3 is the strongest move. It was played by Fabi, and now Magnus is going to use his time to make sure he takes the right approach, because this is the big moment to keep his advantage or not.
That's true. It feels like a key moment. If Magnus plays the right way, we think maybe taking on f3, then he keeps the advantage, but it will take nerves of steel, and okay, he dodges any complications. He plays bishop to d6, and I think, Danny, your move might well just appear on the board. You need to get rid of this active rook if you want to break through Black's defense.
We want to show the full line. We got the analysis. I was looking at rook h1, takes, queen takes f3, shake and bake on h8, and after bishop f8, I have queen takes b4. This was my...
Utilize that.
Oh, it doesn't work. Thank you, computer.
Queen d1, queen c2.
Oh, queen d1. I forgot c2 is hanging at the end.
Yeah, counter-attack.
Okay, so
maybe in this position, at least you've created this pin. Maybe you can go for the slow burn attack. I don't quite see it yet. How to break through.
God, what a weird position.
Weird stuff. Evaluation bar says it's roughly level here.
Yeah,
though.
that's frustrating AF. As Fabi, as the kids say. That's frustrating AF. I'm pretty sure that's what AF stands for. I've been using it a lot around the house these days. I hope that's okay.
Yeah,
frustrating
what
AF.
it stands for.
Sounds good to me.
You want to say it 5 more times?
Yeah.
As Fabi.
Maybe you just jump into the center, attack the queen, attack the pawn again.
You got to go back to b7.
Complicated stuff. And here, at least you have maybe tricks, Danny.
With rook takes f8. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
I only saw it when the evaluation bar came up.
Okay.
And again, it's so easy looking at these positions with the evaluation bar. Well, it's not easy, but it makes it, you get an indication when a move goes wrong. But imagine you're sitting there trying to calculate these out. You don't know if the move's good or bad, except by calculate. It brings in a whole different dimension. And, it's an incredible position.
Well, I think we're seeing that Fabi maybe should have gone for that whole line we were just showing. And I know that we don't dive into that deep or complicated of analysis that often, but I think in this case it's appropriate because we're sort of setting the table here for just how important that position was and how deep maybe Fabi needed to calculate in order to keep the pressure. He doesn't go for rook h1, he settles on knight e5, and now this position looks easy for black because where's the threat? I'm up a pawn, I've got a dominant knight on f5, you've got a dark squared bishop that can't touch it. So I think that position was the critical one, and I think Magnus is going to get the first game.
Yeah, he can grab a second pawn if he wants to be greedy here. We talked about queen takes f3 earlier. It looks like a decent moment to do that. And yeah, we often see these top games, these top players, they're all so good. They're often, games like this are decided on just one or two moves, critical moments here and there. And I think you're right, Danny, that might have been the one where it slipped away from Fabiano.
The one that got away, you know, they talk about that.
Yeah, the knight's just too strong here, right? And black's already material up, and I think black's threats are probably as strong as white's threats as well. So I think Fabi has missed his chance, hasn't he, to complicate the position. It just shows you how good Magnus is, though, right, as well, because, you know, he's playing this fearsome attacker in these positions, and he just calculates all his way through, playing the perfect moves, you know. He's good, isn't he, that guy? Not bad.
Not many people go into the Sicilian.
He's under 4 minutes right now, though, and it feels like he's been making one accurate move after another, but it's still complicated. Magnus's king is still in the center. The players have no idea about the eval bar. They don't know who's winning, who's better, who's not. And yes, Fabi in the backseat right now, but it's far from over. And given the clock situation, we can't expect turnarounds here.
Yeah, totally. I think that time scrambles happen to the best of them, even the world's best. But I guess I'm having a hard time seeing threats for white. That's my problem. You know what really kills me is that knight on f5. That knight on f5 is guarding and controlling everything. It is a pain, and you know what. So...
What would you call the knight, though? Is it a...
It's not quite a unicorn. I don't know.
Because they don't exist.
Because they don't exist. Although you just quoted a dragon, so now you're the pot calling the kettle black here.
That could be a dragon knight.
Okay, but are
dragons
dragons
dragon
real?
bishop, but...
Let's get a vote in chat. Which is more real, a dragon or a unicorn? I mean...
Let chat decide.
I think
That's
probably...
the best.
I've seen both in my student days. Great
Haven't you seen that there's an antelope? There's like an antelope that has a horn on it. Like there's like a...
Danny, I'm sure I've seen that before.
Yeah, there's like a real animal that looks like a unicorn.
I think as David says it, this is a steed. This is a stallion on the board right now. That knight on f5. Not only a great defensive piece, but also an attacking piece, controlling so many squares. And Fabi trying to create threats here. It's exactly what he's doing. Touching the 1 minute mark. Any chances for Fabi here?
It's tough to say there's going to be chances for Fabi. Look at what Magnus has done. So cool, calm and collected here, just putting his king on d7. We saw him do it actually against Jordan yesterday. And here it looks like the king is just well guarded by this wall of pawns in front of it. And those pawns supported by that black knight. Yeah, we have this rhyme, knights on f5 will thrive. This black knight is just controlling everything.
And I think MVP. Tony was right to call out that, okay, both sides are getting under time pressure. It's not over like Magnus' team in the center. But I agree, the reason why it's hard is because it's one of those positions that's even worse than the math says it is, because white has no threats here. The rook on h4 guards b4. The queen is guarding everything. I'm like, what is Fabi going to do? Now he's under, I guess he's under a minute. So I'm having a hard time seeing it. I'm just so impressed with Magnus diving into where angels fear to tread, right? The white side of the Sicilian is where Fabiano Caruana usually gets a lot of wins. Magnus is like, I got you. Here we go, into the prep.
Well, he hasn't got any squares to move his pieces. I mean, like, try to find a square where white can move a piece to without exchanging something off. There's not really any squares, you know? I mean, his pieces are huddling in middle. You don't want to exchange pieces off if you're white here, because any ending is just even easier for Magnus to win. And your bishop is useless. It's just fighting against a brick wall on that diagonal. So it just seems like there's not really anything white can do. I mean, that is a major problem here. I mean, he can't create threats. I mean, the only thing he might try, you know, is move his rook one square to the right, but that's just a mini idea that's not going to work. Black can get the queens off at some point. It looks pretty hopeless to me. Yeah. You know, I mean, I just can't see anything white can do.
The one thing that white has going for him is that the queens are still on the board.
Yeah.
The queens come off, you know, you can resign. So as long as there's pressure on the D file and there's a king in the center, there's chances Magnus could make a blunder, right? Because he is human.
Yeah. The one thing I would do here, I mean, Magnus, he'll find a more sophisticated move for sure. But the one thing I would do is just defend everything. Just put a rook on c6 and say, you shall not pass. Just cover all of these pawns. And I don't see anything ever going wrong there. But he finds a maybe even stronger move, trying to force those rooks off the board. Simon, you said any trades help. And that seems to be the case. And unfortunately, it's hard to keep this rook on the board, because if you slide it across, attack that black queen, the other move you mentioned, now a queen trade is guaranteed. And that will end the game. 2 extra pawns for black.
Yowie.
Okay, he plays rook h2. At least the white queen has more squares to flee to if you try to trade off now. That's desperation.
His only chance is to keep the pieces on the board and hope that Magnus does something wrong. But it's quite rare when Magnus does something wrong. And Magnus can even try exchanging queens here. I like your move, David, just moving the rook up 2 squares. That's a class move. That's the kind of move I probably wouldn't play because I just don't have that class. I'm kind of looking at forcing the issue, but just if your opponent can't do anything, as white can't really do anything, then just improve everything as much as you can, defend things before you go into overdrive and finishing the game off. So, but yeah, there's many options here. Time though. Yeah,
ticking.
Okay, it's ticking, but
yeah,
still up on time.
They're both about to be under a minute, so let's hold the phone for a minute.
Yeah.
We have seen Magnus over the last 12 months occasionally, uncharacteristically, make one-move blunders. And, of course, there are mouse slips. There's other ways that Fabi can get back into this game. And, OK, d5 looks fine. Planting a pawn on a very safe square. Still lacking ideas here for Fabi to break through. That white queen, it just needs to land somewhere on the queen side, somewhere behind enemy lines to give black a check. But still, how to break through.
I think d5 has a concrete threat. He wants to play knight e3, and Fabi didn't stop it. Because the knight was guarding d6. And so now you can go to e3 without queen taking, which forks the d1 rook and the c2 pawn. It's funny, he didn't...
Looks strong. Maybe he'll land it now.
You couldn't even take that pawn with a bishop because rook d4 was just game over immediately. So, he's dropping pawns
and there he goes,
like I drop ELO points. And
and they're finishing it off in style. Take c2.
Beautiful chess here.
Very
Queen
nice.
takes pawn. The white king has to move.
What a game.
And you can just go rook. You can do many
Checkmate
things.
in 3 now.
Rookie 1.
Yeah,
Rookie 1 is coming.
Too many tempting options, aren't there? I mean, like, you can...
Fabi has resigned.
What a finish. And with that, Fabiano Caruana goes down in game 1. Magnus Carlsen continues his hot, feisty form. What a week he's had, winning the Grand Chess Tour. Takes his match against Jordan in 3 games. And today takes the first game with the black pieces. No idea who can stop this guy. That game was phenomenal. David, start to finish, too many moments to pick from, but what stood out to you?
Yeah, I just want to show one quick maneuver, an instructive maneuver, and then want to show that checkmate at the end that Magnus finished off with. And it was here. Most mere mortals would be wanting to put the knight on an active square, but Magnus realized sometimes you have to go back in order to go forward. And for me, knight g8 was the star move of the game, just rerouting this knight to e7 and later to f5, where we saw it was just an incredibly strong piece. And we did see this knight do the damage later on as well. It was this position, if we fast forward towards the end, where that black knight did jump into the white camp here, and it just destroyed everything by sacrificing itself on c2. After queen takes pawn, Fabiano resigned after rook takes rook due to the fact that queen takes rook is met by a nasty check. The king has to step forward, and this is checkmate. Just from start to finish, a really clean game from Magnus.
What a game that was, and what a journey that knight had. A samurai knows when to retreat, goes back to be the finishing piece, finally, with that final move that David just showed us. And with that, round 1 is in the books. Let's take a look at our storyline so far in the winners' semifinals. 2 decisive games, 2 big wins there, and in dominating style. Nordebek Abdusattorov crushing Levon Aronian out of the opening, and the same narrative in Magnus Carlsen taking the big win against Fabiano Caruana. And the fight continues with 3 more rapid games remaining. We will be back after this break.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
It's a big game coming up, but right now it's the big moment that we've all been waiting for. Finally, we find out what happened when Magnus Carlsen and David Howell took the Air Things challenge. Let's go.
Magnus and myself are going to be taking on the Air Things challenge. We're going to play chess, but with a twist. All of the pieces are Air Things devices. White Air Things devices here, black Air Things devices, and we don't know what the pieces are. So we might be able to rely on pattern recognition in the first few moves, but we will definitely lose our way somewhere along the lines. We also have a big crowd here, so I'm feeling the pressure. He's too calm, I don't like it. Did not expect that one.
It's not a very good move. That was just nice. You can see on the other side that it's a pawn.
I thought that was my queen.
Good to know. Yeah, that really just looks like you're moving a pawn like a knight. Does this actually work?
You tell me. I'm guessing.
I know you're guessing, just sometimes your guesses are right. That's the problem. Oh, I just saw a nice way to lose the game. Okay.
He spotted my trap.
Yeah, bishop to d4, right?
He sees everything. Yeah, missed that one.
I cannot play it safe. One thing is like to play chess this way, but to watch this must be...
God, that was
I was hoping for knight d2, queen f1.
Oh my God, that was me.
Yeah. Okay, the game goes on.
Queen f4 was over.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Both missing stuff now.
20 seconds against 9 seconds.
What do you mean queen f4? You mean air things do I?
2 seconds. Oh my. Oh. What is my. Oh, I'm losing.
Ooh. No, that's fine.
This is a new queen.
If you say so.
Too slow.
Okay.
Well played, man.
Thank you.
Just for the final position.
King, rook, king, queen, hopefully, and the rest are pawns.
Yeah, that's my queen, but it's not doing much.
The position was very open. I think that helped a lot. Like if we'd played a closer game, it would have been a lot harder.
David, that looks like a lot of fun, but did you get flagged there in the end?
Dirty flag. Magnus, dirty player. No, but it was a lot of fun, actually, and we managed to keep track of the pieces better than I thought we would. I'm just annoyed that I actually won the second game, but they cut that out. What happened there?
Wow. We will get an update on what happened in that second game between Magnus and David in the Air Things challenge. Now, it might be difficult to play chess with Air Things, but it's the easiest to keep a track on your air quality with Air Things, and this is your chance to get 35% off on the Air Things Way Plus. All you gotta do is go on go.chess.com/airthings for that 35% off. And we've still got action on as only one game is done in Division 1. We saw phenomenal results, attacking chess there, and we're getting an update from Ketty that's exactly the storyline that we had in the other two divisions, aggressive play.
Oh, Tanya, it has been too much, to be honest, to see another knight sacrifice from Martinez. At this time, it was really bad, but it turned out that it worked well for him. He won that fourth game, so these two went to the Armageddon game. And in the Armageddon, Amitabh was with white pieces. He had 15 minutes versus 7, and he won the game starting from the beginning until the end. He dominated. Amitabh continues to fight for the qualification in the first division, and he's on the way to win $10,000 USA.
Wow, and I saw Dan Laz there as well with the 3-0 win, so some big wins coming up there, Ketty.
This kid is unstoppable. He's just 16 years old, and he's beating everyone on the way today with 3-0. He beat Grandmaster David Paravian, and yesterday he knocked down Grandmaster Parham. We know he's not easy to knock down with 3-1. So Dennis is also unstoppable.
I mean, with the chess they're playing, you can't even call them kids anymore.
No.
This is incredible stuff that we're seeing in Division 2. And as Eduardo Iturrizaga mentioned, this is such a big opportunity for the players to make it to Division 1 by winning Division 2, because it really is a breakout moment in their career. And Ketty, also some breakout performances in Division Division 3.
That's right, in Division 3, Tanya, we have to get ready for this. Look at this drama here. Grischuk needed to win this game with extra 2 queens, but you know what? He flagged himself here. He couldn't win. He was trying to pre-move all the moves. He had extra 2 queens 2 times in this game, but, well, with 1 king and more time on the clock, Raul Mamedov is the one who will fight to get $5,000. That's the first prize in the 3rd division.
Oh, wow. And Alexander Grischuk, he's the former world blitz champion. He's one who comes under so much time pressure, but we never actually see him getting flagged. That was shocking.
With 2 queens. Yeah, that's brutal.
Oh my God, the surprises and the shocks continue. And Ketty, also Yu Yangi there with a great result. And we see right now the talk is all about Nordebek Abdusattorov and Magnus Carlsen winning their first game. And look at those Aimchess stats that we have. David, opening accuracy, 100%. And we saw some impressive prep by him today.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Opening accuracy means he never makes a mistake, or at least a mistake that the computer would judge as a blunder in the opening. And advantage capitalization, I think this is where Nordebek is really world class, winning 93% of games where he has an advantage of over +1.5, which is incredible, you've got to say. Resourceful too, and in general, just a dangerous player. You see the endgame stats there as well, comparable with Magnus Carlsen himself.
Yeah, very good. And let's just remind everyone, you can all check out your stats as well just by going to Aimchess and running them on your own games. But incredibly impressive there.
I'd be afraid to see how my stats compare to any of those stats.
Yeah.
But that was insanely impressive and exciting to see. And yeah, awesome to see the Aimchess view of how the player profile breaks down.
An accuracy of 90%, just insane stuff there.
Yeah, just super consistent, and that's the key at this top level. Just never blunders.
But wait, there is more action coming up, and we have got a head-to-head between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana talking about stats, decisive games, 99%, 100% there. What do you make of these stats, Danny?
Wow, I'm looking at this for the first time, and I'm excited. It's interesting to see that the way that it breaks down from an average centipawn loss, my brain jumps to that just to see in terms of their move accuracy and the average centipawn loss that they might have there. Obviously, as far as how many games are in the end game, if I'm reading that right, that means Fabi's playing 68% of his games are reaching the end game, and for Magnus it's 59%. It's an interesting stat. I almost would have thought it would be the opposite. Magnus so well known for taking people into the end game and then getting the job done, but there you go.
And clocks are ticking. Can Fabiano strike back after what happened in game 1? It's not just about the scoreline, but the style in which Magnus crushed with the black pieces. And of course, don't forget to get your own Aimchess stats to get that targeted training and your analytics in right now for Magnus Carlsen. And there's joy in the studio as we have another English.
It's the day of the English.
What is going on? If this keeps up, I'm going to bust into my English accent. And I know a couple of guys from
Danny,
England.
can you give us a little taster?
Can
you just give us a little taster?
You want me to give you a little taste?
Just
It's a little taste.
Such a bad accent.
Such a bad accent.
But I love it.
But I love it.
So, love it.
1, 2, 3 times, Simon. Anyway, I wasn't prepared to do that. You never put a man on the spot for an accent that he doesn't voluntarily bring forward. You know better. You know better. But all right, we've got an English, not the same King's Indian transposition we saw in Jordan's battle versus Iturrizaga. This is an even more obscure line with this E5 being met by D4.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. It shows that Fabi wanted to maybe play for a win or at least get a very complex position from the start, just the way Black is set up on his first 2 moves. But this has thrown a spanner in the works, what Magnus has done. Very direct. He's willing to bring his queen up, even at the cost of a couple of tempi, in order to open up the center. And White might well just be left with extra space. Simon, you're a resident English opening expert. You've got chessable courses on this. What do you think of Magnus's choice?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually known this D4 move quite well. I mean, it was actually a game where also Kasparov played this way, I think, with the black pieces and destroyed maybe Guko in something like 20 moves. But generally, the structure is quite good for white because white can get this hold on the centre, but black's pieces are quite active at the moment. So if white can stabilise this position, get his king side developed, then I feel he should have a small advantage because, yeah, black's just a bit cramped.
And you know who else destroyed a player in 20 moves? It was Magnus Carlsen in this last game that we saw. Psychologically, how difficult is that for Fabi?
Well, the game where Magnus won his black, yeah, I mean, this is hard to overcome. And now Fabi has black. And by the way, look at the first game we had Magnus winning in the theoretical Sicilian. Now Magnus is avoiding theory with this sort of obscure game as white, but once again up on the clock. So Magnus bringing out the full slate of preparation and tricks here to throw Fabi off his game.
And another player who in round 1 bought out all the prep and a great gameplay was Nordebek Abdusattorov. Levon Aronian is getting ready to fight it out in round 2. We did see Levon not move from his screen after what happened in game 1, checking what went wrong so it doesn't happen again. But once again, similar psychological battles the players are fighting. A king's pawn opening. We've got moves on the board.
We have moves on the board, and wow, Petrov defense. Abdusattorov seems to have so many bows to his string these days, choosing one of the most solid openings in chess as black. But no surprise to Levon Aronian. We see a trade of pawns in the center. Total symmetry right now. Both sides will castle over the next couple of moves, and can Levon Aronian create something from this position? Tends to end up quite sterile unless you can find something, some fireworks.
Yeah, I don't think Nordebek is winning this one in 20 moves or 21 moves. Now that he's on the black side of a Petrov, where Levon will know his stuff here. So this might be a dub that goes the other way, and this match stays close, even if it's in an opposite fashion, where Levon takes it into a long symmetrical battle. But we'll see. Now it's going to be one of those open, sharp Petrovs. These aren't the tamest positions.
Looks like he's playing copycat chess here, Danny, just copying every move that Levon Aronian makes. When in doubt, just copy the opponent.
Copy your opponent. That is actually not advice we should give anybody.
Do not try that at home. Or maybe only try that at home. A lot of tension there in the center. Perhaps for Nordebek, it's just about keeping it solid with the black pieces. He doesn't want the game to get too chaotic. And I want to get the body language expert in on this, because I like how Danny's pointing to Sai. With Nordebek, right? He's a beast on the board, but on camera he often looks extremely fidgety and a little nervous. What's going on there, Sai?
Am I actually the expert now?
I pointed to you. That means it's you.
When did that happen?
Right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nordebek's just very confident. You got to be confident to get to this level. You know, you can't have too many doubts. And he normally has this pose, the same thing. I don't think he gives too much away. On the other hand, Aronian stretch. That's what it is. It's the Aronian stretch. When he stretches, he's like a gorilla, isn't he? Not calling him that he actually looks like a gorilla, but, you know, he's like,
do that again.
This is going the wrong way. Why did you ask me to be the body?
This is
really going the wrong way.
I love it.
So.
I will point out that Levon is kind of relaxed here, leaned back a little bit, and he's an experienced pro, so I don't think he carries over any feelings of the previous loss here. I know that, you know, everyone's human and they do a little bit, but I don't know that he lets it bother him too much. So probably off to a good start here.
Yeah, and I will mention that a little bit of nerves, not too much, can be useful. It helps you stay in the moment. It helps you stay alert to tactics, tricks, and the kind of ever-changing nature of the game. So I think Abdusattorov, he's just clearly got a good balance here, and nothing seems to fluster him too much. But meanwhile, we do see almost a symmetrical position, but now slightly different. White's knight still in the center of the board. Black's knight has been forced to retreat, and I'm loving the position of White's bishops. White's dark squared bishop pins one of the black knights. White's light squared bishop points towards the black king side. So it feels like Abdusattorov is facing some pressure. It also almost looks like the central pawns, the white pawn on d5, the black pawn on d4, it's like they're the wrong way round, which is a bit of a kind of optical illusion here. But really tense position, Danny.
I'm looking at it and wondering who will blink first, right? A bit of a staring contest there on the d file. I mean, g5 is possible to take d5. That's not a move I would recommend, because I would anticipate the position to open up and ultimately favor white. Yeah, and the computer says, yeah, that's not a pawn you want to take. There we go. Concrete problems are happening here very quickly. Even on king g7, I'm sure there's more. Wow, look at that. I had calculated 0 of this, just instinctively thought g5 would probably not be the safest decision.
But your instincts are right there.
Instincts are right. So this wouldn't work. So then if we go back to the live position, all right, bishop e7, there's a safe way to unpin the knight, create the threat of knight takes d5.
You say safe, but the Evalvar just creeped up. What happened there? Is this an inaccuracy by Nordebek?
At least according to the evaluation bar, according to the computer here, bishop e7, it looks natural to a human to break this pin. And looks like you're going after this pawn as well. But wow, Aronian reacts instantly. Is this opening preparation? He's only spent just over a minute. He's hoping to line up on this diagonal and creep in later with a checkmate.
I think he's trying to get his revenge. You know, like after the last game, it was like, Nordebek, you crushed me. Now let me have a go, a little boy. And he's like, and he could well just be crushing him. I mean, just look at White's pieces. White's pieces are fantastic. And that idea you're showing on the board there, David, with the queen coming in, it's one of the first ideas in chess that I ever learned. Well worth remembering at home. Get the double power going and just try to fire it in towards your opponent's king. But White's pieces are just so good here.
Yeah.
They're just flooding the board on great positions, and maybe Nordebek, maybe he's just losing. It's possible,
How come
right?
whenever I play bishop c2 to make an obvious threat of checkmate, it's not as good as it is right here when Levon Aronian does it? Because this actually is a very simple move, and you're threatening the most obvious threat on the board, queen d3 and a battery for checkmate, but there actually doesn't seem to be an easy solution to this, especially because in so many of those lines, the knight on e5 will sacrifice on g6 and blow things open. So
it's horrible. I mean, you can try knight a6, I'm thinking, but I mean, it looks really scary. If I was black here, I'd be doing something in my pants.
Yeah, and thanks for that mental image, Simon.
We'll leave that to the imagination, kids.
Don't think about it. Anyway, please, just leave it there.
I think we need to utilize a tool that Danny mentioned earlier. I think we need to check with the computer how fine is the margin for error here for Abdusattorov. To me, it feels like only move territory already. Otherwise, you might well just get checkmated on that diagonal. So maybe we can see what the engine suggests. Wow, it says only one move to minimize the damage. Anything else gives White an advantage of over +2, which is significant at this level. And we see the most logical move, or the best move for Black here, is to capture White's pawn on d5 with the knight in the center there. Anything else? I'm going to say the second move there, unnatural. Playing the pawn to d3, it looks like you're just asking White to take a pawn for free and land on a very nice square. The third move, also maybe one of the most natural in the position, but looks dangerous and objectively already powerful for Aronian. We could see revenge immediately here, Tanya.
Nordebek Abdusattorov in big trouble right out of the opening. He's taking this moment to think. He, of course, realizes just how big a moment he is. This is for him. One bad move and it could be all over. We've been talking about different options apart from that knight jumping onto d5, which is our engine suggestions. And I think, David, you have to show us what the problem is. If Black was to make a move like that knight jumping to a6, can White actually build an attack by first picking up the defender?
Yeah, I think you're right, Tanya. If you find the right move order there for White, if you, for example, remove that defender, as you mentioned, and then set up the threat, this is just simply deadly. Black can block this diagonal with a pawn, but there will always be sacrifices. For example, knight takes pawn here, and this will end, I'm pretty sure, in a checkmate. I don't see it yet, but it feels like this Black king won't survive much longer. Feels like, yeah, maybe this one.
Bishop h5, yeah.
Slide in. I'm wondering where the checkmate is after this.
Queen d6, queen d6.
Oh,
Nice.
Jesus,
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
That's how you get the job done.
Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful stuff.
Lots of checks there, but instructive nonetheless. Instead, okay, he did find the second best move there, Abdusattorov, according to the computer. Not the best, knight takes pawn. I think the idea here was to block this diagonal with the f-pawn, but this doesn't look human. This just looks too weakening.
Yeah.
He didn't go for this. Instead, here, okay. Putting the pawn on d3. I thought this wasn't human either, inviting the queen to d3 with gain of time, but his whole idea was to offer this queen trade. And of course,
this kid's not human.
That's actually fascinating that he found that. I agree with you, Simon. What a great find. And when you see it on the board, it makes a lot of sense. You bring the queen to d3 so that when you take back the pawn, you get to offer a queen trade. But that's not an easy move to play when your opponent wanted to bring their queen to d3. You give up the pawn and invite danger. But what an interesting find. Of course, White is still better here as long as Aronian finds the right move.
Would you say that the way he's played the last few moves, Nordebek d3, and queen d5, this sort of a resource, it's sort of like a glimpse into his genius?
I mean, the guy is, as Simon said, he's not human. I mean, he is human, and he's not cheating. I can share because I get to share funny stories like this, and I shared a story during the candidates that I remember the first time a super GM who will go unnamed accused Alireza Firouzja of cheating. And I had to be like, no, he's not cheating. Like, he's just going to be one of the best players in the world someday. And I will say I remember the first time that we were running in-depth reports on a youngster who was coming out of Uzbekistan and getting accused by people as a cheater, and they will go unnamed. And we did a lot of thorough reports, and we said, no, this guy's clean. He's just very, very good. And at 11 years old, now Nodirbek Abdusattorov has become a world rapid champion. So he's a talented kid. No longer a kid.
I was just wondering how many times those reports have been run on me.
Not many people have accused you of cheating. Not many people have accused you of cheating.
Okay, just clarifying that point. Yeah,
No,
okay. Thanks, Danny. Yep. So
I will say that. So.
I wonder why that is.
Yeah, no, but it's interesting. And again, I don't even say that to disparage the super GMs who've done that, because they care a lot and they're playing in high stakes online chess, and they worry and they wonder, but we do a lot of things there. And yeah, Nodirbek was clean. We knew it when he was young, and he continues to deliver.
Wow. So, Simon, what you're saying is when you're clean and if you're accused of cheating, that's a sign of how good you are.
That's what I'm saying.
If people are talking about the fact that you can't play like this, like it's inhuman chess, and that's the kind of stuff that we're seeing by this genius in front of us, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He became a world rapid champion when he was just 17 years old. He is an Olympic gold medalist already. He's already won a Champions Chess Tour event. Does he have all the makings and all the ingredients to be a future world champion?
I definitely think so. I think there are a lot of young men coming out of India who might have something to say about that. But if I had to bet right now, as far as the next generation, I mean, you might be looking at one right there. And yeah, I mean, this guy didn't have a lot of chances to prove just how talented he was. You had a global pandemic. You had all kinds of things happening where you don't get over-the-board invites. And so I'm not going to lie, me and the entire Chess.com cheat detection team were sitting there silently nodding and proud when he went and won the World Rapid Championship, because we're like, oh, now he's winning over the board against all of you guys. Now what do you think, right? Because this is a guy who didn't have an opportunity to say, like, no, I'm a monster. And here he is delivering on the highest stage. And now they know that he might be one of the futures.
Definitely one of the future potential world champions out there. So Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and in this tournament as well, the man to beat right now, can Levon Aronian strike back? We will check back in with this game now that this has calmed down. Let's take this moment to go back to the other big matchup. Fabiano against Magnus. Fabi, after being destroyed in game 2, how do you assess his chances in this one, David?
Yeah, looks like a very tense middle game. Just on a first look here, I prefer white, just because it looks like you have a beautiful knight in the center, white's queen, rook, centralized, white's fianchettoed bishops, pointing at some really nice diagonals. But black is solid, no significant weaknesses, and Simon, you must be happy to see the black h-pawn on h5, maybe the makings of an attack against the white king a bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, even though saying that, I mean, I think Black's done everything he can. He's got his rook on the open file. He's got the h-pawn, like, trying to nibble. But just in general, I mean, I used to play these kind of positions all the time when I was a kid as white. And just in general, they were always very uncomfortable to play. That rook is on a very weird square now, isn't it? The first question, I mean, is like, can you trap that rook? And I think Fabi's doing the right things. He's got to play a bit tactically here. He can't go passive, because if he goes passive, white can easily take over the position here. But what about that rook move? Interesting, yeah?
It's a mysterious rook move.
Provocative.
Yeah.
He's asking Magnus to go and hit this rook, and did you see Magnus lean in for a minute? He was like, wait, is that legal? Yeah. You can actually do this. And now Magnus is leaning back, realizing that Fabi has done some great calculation. Of course, one of Fabi's strong points. And the reason I was surprised by it is not just because it's a weird square, it's because also it's inviting the pawn to c5 using this pin along the d-file. Black's pawn cannot go and grab this pawn because your queen falls behind and you lose a rook in the process after this trade. The idea here for Fabiano must be rook b5. Just giving up a pawn, and now I'm not sure I see it, but it must be something to do with this knight. You've given up a pawn. Where is the compensation? White's pieces are a bit loose, a bit clumsy here, especially this piece on b4. Do you guys see anything here?
It's one of those long-term compensation positions, I think, because b3 is tender and not going anywhere, right? So maybe there's a simple move like bishop e6. Again, don't quote me if the engine yells. Okay, Yinjin yells, but maybe not that loud. I mean, the point is, I'm looking at the same thing, right? White is up a pawn, but the knight's awkward. The b3 pawn's awkward. Black's knight is centralized well there, so.
Queen b6 as well was also
Queen b6. Queen b6.
quite
Maybe that's the move. Okay, it hits the knight and the pawn.
But yeah, similar. Maybe it's really complicated, isn't it? Actually, I mean, yeah, too many pieces on the board for me at the moment to calculate.
Too many pieces on the board. We let Carlsen and Caruana figure it out, I guess.
Yeah.
The one thing I will notice is the clock has now evened up. When we first joined this game a few moments ago, Magnus had a 2-minute time edge, and so good sign for Caruana there.
Yeah, feels like Magnus is not quite all in, but if he doesn't go for the c5 push, then his knight on b4 is clumsy anyway. So it feels like if you're being consistent, you've said A, you might as well say B. This was the whole idea behind Magnus's play. But yeah, let's leave him with that dilemma.
David, if you were to pass a move here to Black, is there a direct threat that Fabi has in the position?
Ooh, have you spotted something, Tanya? Maybe. It feels like something's loose for White, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tactical shot.
This B pawn hanging and this strange rook lift by Fabiano. Very creative play right there, putting that rook in the strange spot to create his chances. We saw a featured chat there earlier saying, is there a nicer guy than Fabi?
I think that was it. I saw it too. I wanted to call it out, but Fabi is a nice guy, and I agree. He's a likable guy, and yeah, not just for the cat shirts that he wears. I love. He's got a great wardrobe. Fabi has an underrated wardrobe. Can we just call that out?
Yeah, and I do love his podcast.
His podcast is great.
If you told me 2-3 years ago that Fabi would start a podcast, I'd be like, nah, come on. But it's great. I love it.
C-Squared Podcast. Go check it out. Google it right now. If you didn't know Fabiano Caruana had a podcast, just Google Fabiano Caruana Chess Podcast. You'll get it.
It's the best. Big question here. To be world #1, to become world champion, do you need to have a little bit of that killer instinct, that bad guy streak in you?
Definitely.
You're saying Fabi's too nice?
I'm just asking questions here.
Seems like you're setting that one up, Tanya. I think it helps, right? I mean, if you look at the world champions of the past, they're all a bit like mean, aren't they? Like Garry Kasparov, you know, he could like rip
Vichy
people apart.
Anand is the sweetest human being on the planet.
Yeah, you're right. And he
might be
nice.
the exception to the rule.
Fischer. He had a bit of a streak, didn't he? So
I think Magnus is a bit of an underrated ruthless competitor. I mean, Magnus doesn't have the same reputation for intimidating his opponents like Gary did at the board. But Magnus, I mean, I think part of what drove Magnus is he wanted to be the best in the world, and he went after it.
Yeah, he lets the chess speak for itself.
He did. He sure does. Most of the time. Most of the time he does.
Are we going to go there, are we? I like it.
We have a big move here, David. What's going on?
Yeah, let's allow the chess to speak for itself in this one. Magnus has just played... Magnus has just played a really ambitious move, but then look at Magnus's reaction. He looked away for a second. Wow, and all the pieces suddenly disappear. Blink and you miss it. We have to go for an action replay there. There were some crazy tactics. Magnus didn't elect the most ambitious move. If we backtrack to this position, he didn't play c5. Instead, bishop d4, and both players had calculated this mess. It looks on the face of things that Black can fork these two pieces, but remember, after bishop takes pawn, there is still this pin along the d file. White would be winning here. So Fabiano found a really nice resource. Knight takes pawn, attacking the white queen, and after a trade of bishops, it turns out that if queen takes bishop, this knight is simply hanging. And let's quickly catch up. Instead, Magnus got rid of this knight. Knight takes pawn, gaining time against the black queen, throwing itself on the fire. And after this trade, we see c5. The white queen retreats and Fabi activates. Level pawns, level material. But I think if anyone, I would choose Black. Big threats now. Rook b2 and some targets on the second rank. Maybe the idea of h4, Simon. And yeah, Magnus is a bit passive here.
I really like what Fabi's done in this game. I mean, it's really positive play with the black pieces against, you know, one of the best player in the world. And it's not easy to get anything. And, you know, if anyone's better here, it's Black, right? Black's got the more active pieces. He's got more things he can do. That white pawn on the explosive square c4 is weak, and yeah, it's just a little bit scary for Magnus here. So.
And I saw Fabi do the shift in his seat, and again, Fabi likes to call us out when we read too much into body language, but there was a confident at the end of the forcing combo, you know, when you kind of check yourself and you're happy that you didn't blunder anything, he kind of did one of these and looked at the clock, and all right, like I think he's feeling like this might be an opportunity. He's now got an almost, in fact, he does have a 2-minute edge on the clock. So we'll see if Fabi can return the favor and get a win with Black.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's what they say. I'm just trying to think where that's from. But anyway, yeah, it's looking like a chance at least for Fabiano though. But saying that, White really doesn't have too many weaknesses here. I mean, he's only got that pawn on the left-hand side on c4, which is a real weakness. So Black's going to have to create another area to attack on, and maybe that's where the h-pawn does come in. Maybe now is a great time to push the h-pawn and just open up the white king a little bit more. This normal kind of lever you play to do that.
What do you think, David? Is this the moment to go for the attack on the king side, trying to create a bit of tactics there with h4?
Yeah, I would be extremely tempted, very interested in it. And there we go, Fabi, before...
On the board, great call.
Yeah, before it's too late, before White gets to maybe lock up that side of the board, he says, OK, come forward, create some dark square weaknesses. Black's bishop now is going to take a step into the centre, removing White's bishop, which is actually White's glue right now, holding everything together. And yeah, it feels like things are turning in Fabi's favour. Still some serious pressure. Magnus needs to be accurate now to hold things together.
I like that move because it was a very ensure that I get to play for 2 results kind of move, right? He wasn't keeping anything dynamic or spicy, not going to let that light square bishop stay. Yes, the rook ending might have drawing chances for Magnus, but only one player could possibly win that, and that's Fabi, right? So that's a very, like, I'm going to grind this out and make sure that you have no winning chances, and if anyone can win, it's me.
Fabi playing a flawless game so far. Can he make more of this position? We're going to take this moment to jump into the other board. It was one where we thought Levon Aronian will strike right back out of the opening, but a lot of trades have happened. And how do you evaluate this position, David?
Wow, let's do a quick count. White has won 2 pawns. White has a pawn majority on both sides of the board, on both flanks, but Black has compensation in the bishop pair, and Black's rook on the second rank stands very actively. And big decision now, what to do with the threat against Black's bishop on b4. You can retreat that dark square bishop, you can trade it off for White's knight, but it feels like exchanges will benefit Aronian. It feels like that will just guide him closer to the win.
I agree exchanges will benefit Aronian. I think Noterbeck will play bishop a5, but if we can, I want to quickly bring up the analysis board and show a move where, even though the computer called it a mistake, I actually agree with Noterbeck's decision, given the practical pressure he was facing. If you back up to where he played bishop f5 on move 20, David, just following the game over here, bishop f5 was called a mistake because it concretely loses a pawn. Let's see what happened in the game. It allowed rook f3 and the f6 pawn to fall. But if you back up before bishop f5 and assess what would Black do otherwise, you're facing the doubled e-file rooks. Rook e7 is coming. The f7 pawn is going to be under fire. He took his time here and recognized his best chance was to give up a second pawn to make sure he got the bishop pair and got the rook active. And if we go over the next few moves, it's exactly what he did. The next few moves were blitzed out very quickly. He played king g7 and rook d2. And I think Levon is pushing, but if you're defending a bad position and only down 1 pawn versus this position here, and oh wait, did he take on c? Oh, he did, and now okay, interesting. He's also chosen to get the rooks on the second rank. I thought he would play bishop a5 to bishop b6 to hit the f2 pawn and keep the bishop pair. I think that might have been actually better. But okay, either way, I think he took an active approach, even if he loses the game. I think it was a solid defensive decision.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, Danny. And the top players, they're very well versed in the fact that actually going active, even at the cost of material, is often the way forward. And yeah, at least in practical terms, it looks difficult for Aronian to try and convert this. He plays the move rook to a6. I'm wondering what he has in store if the rook does come down to b2. I mean, there's also ideas maybe like rook c8, trying to win this pawn. If the whole queenside disappears, if these 2 white pawns fall at the cost of Black's a7 pawn, then you think most likely it's going to be a draw with just the king side. So some hope here for Abdusattorov to hold this game, despite the 2-pawn deficit. Simon.
Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, I think he's so tough to beat, this Noterbeck. I mean, I've seen him play so many games now here and elsewhere, and he's just such a fighter. And you know, we're talking about future world champions, and there's so many of them, right? I mean, we've got the whole of India now, pretty much, who's coming through.
The entire country.
You know, they're just coming through. You could be like one of those million, you know, kids who are just phenomenally good and work so hard. But there's something about Noterbeck which is quite special, as there are many other kids, and it would not surprise me at all if he kept going, kept improving like that. More moves on the board here, though, and Aronian keeping his 2-pawn advantage.
Keeping the pressure there, but Nordebek with his Aimchess stat of a 65% accuracy in endgames. Can he hold this one? Is this closer to a draw or a Levon win, Danny?
I'm thinking it's closer to a draw because my first thought was rook a2 could have been met by rook e3, but actually no, rook c1 would have been a big problem. So actually, yeah. So now that I know that White's rooks can't really work together, I feel like there must be some way for Black to corral that a pawn. I admit I don't see it, but David already pointed out, and we always have to see the forest through the trees, the big picture. If the a pawn disappears, that 3-on-2 is likely not going to win. Not just because it's hard to win only one pawn. That bishop is the wrong color corner of the pawn structure over there. So very good drawing chances for Black. And I like this move here. I think Nordebek has actively defended the game. Shout out to Dvoretsky, right? Taking a leaf out of the book. He's actively defended.
Oh, with the kind of endgame play that we've seen by Nordebek in this game, that Aimchess start from 65%, we might even see that go up higher. And right now, let's take this moment to jump back to our other game. Magnus versus Fabi, and it's only the heavy pieces on the board, and Magnus picking up a pawn there, but the king feeling slightly unsafe.
Wow, yeah, more than slightly after this last queen jump. Maybe Magnus missed this one. Some severe threats now on the third rank. Black's queen, Black's rook are lined up. Massive threats on the board. How does Magnus defend? He's a pawn up, but okay, he gives a check, and there we go. His queen is going to come back and hold everything together.
Only 90 seconds as well, I guess, a minute 39, but I'm looking at that. C4 will fall. F4 will fall.
Will the king fall?
Will the king fall?
Who's king? White does have threats as well,
like
bringing
G5.
the rook up to d8 and
Yeah.
queen h8 mates, and Black's king suddenly, for the first time in this game, not feeling comfortable.
Yeah, if White gets G5 and queen h6 and rook d8, I mean, that's checkmate.
Yeah.
And in these kind of complicated positions, Simon, how much do those extra seconds on the clock matter?
They matter a lot, right? And Fabiano has those extra seconds at the moment. So, this is, in chess, it's actually, you can move quite quickly a lot of the time. And generally, you only get, like, let's say, 3 critical moments. And in those moments, you have to spend more time because you need to calculate through them. But other times, some of the moves can be pretty obvious. And this is certainly a critical moment here because there's pawns on pre, the queen can come in with a check. There's so many possibilities that Black can play. And if Fabi picks the right one, I expect him to keep the pressure on. I mean, again, having the evaluation bar there, sometimes I wish it would just go away. Because if I was looking at this now, I'd be like, Black must be doing well, right? If I was playing, I'd be thinking Black must be doing well because I can take pawns, I can do stuff. But the evaluation bar is just saying, nah, nothing to worry about here. You're all right.
I mean, and Magnus says, nah, nothing to worry about, right? He took the pawn on h4, and he's like, I'm holding the whole fort down.
Yeah.
Break this down for us. White is up 2 pawns, but the eval bar says level. What does that actually mean?
Well, I think that Black can't win back those pawns and maintain the pressure that Fabi has on the third rank. So, yes, you could take back those 2 pawns, but by the way, if we do a count, White has 5 of them right now. So if you win back 2 pawns, the count is even. If you keep the pressure, optically it looks dangerous, but where's the beef, right? Where's the knockout blow, as David is showing on the board? So I think that it's hard sometimes when the computers make chess look easy and we hate them. But the truth is, I think, in some ways they give some clarity through the smoke, which is Black can't do everything. You can't keep the pressure and win all the pawns back. And I love what you're highlighting, David. You also don't want to blunder because maybe Magnus plays rook. What happens if queen h8 is coming?
Yeah, I think the saving grace is that queen takes h3 will happen.
I was like, what happened? Okay, White was about to win, but no, queen takes h3.
Yeah, stopping queen to h8 checkmate because the Black queen protects a bit of an x-ray there, and this will lead to what's going to be actually a slightly difficult endgame for White. So maybe still some pressure here. It looks like this is on the board. What does Magnus try instead? If he goes for that variation just to show it again, then Black is going to win a pawn. Black is going to go up 1. Maybe still a draw, but okay, this is incoming.
It's on the board. And from being 2 pawns down, Fabiano Caruana goes into rook pawn ending, a pawn up.
I was just about to say, I think it's, king g2 gains a tempo, then you can guard the g4 pawn. I think f3 is the move, and you give up the c4 pawn. Yeah, he goes, no, he doesn't. That's the analysis board.
Yeah, and we'll reach an endgame such as this one where Magnus is the one fighting for his life, fighting for the draw. So still some hard work ahead.
And he only has 45 seconds. Bobby's trying to Magnus. You never triple stamp a double stamp, Lloyd.
So if Magnus was Black, would you be like, winning for Black, just resign?
That would be, yeah. It's really funny how you sort of judge it on the players somehow. And Magnus pawn up, just resign. I would resign. I'd resign against both of them, basically. I mean, I'd just be like, yeah, I've had enough. I hate defending these grim endings. I mean, again, the evaluation bar is just annoying me. It's a pawn, but the evaluation bar says, no, it's not a pawn, it's equal. Why?
Well,
Why?
We're almost in the territory as humans where the computers have taken their dominance one step further with the table-based win, which is, for those who don't speak table-based fluently, it is currently trying to solve chess backwards to forward. And I think we're at 8 pieces now. 8 total pieces, so 9 will be next. You're solving, billions of possible positions. So you'll look at this position and just have a result. It'll just tell you. It's not there yet, but I mean, we're getting there, Simon. So more lack of fun coming.
Well, we are getting an update that in the other game, the fun does continue, as it's not only Fabi who's a pawn up, but Levon Aronian has also managed to snatch up some material. We will get back to this as Magnus is playing on seconds. But David, let's get a quick update from you. What are the chances of Levon striking back in this one?
I think pretty decent chances. He has this passed A-pawn. White's A-pawn survived somehow. We weren't so sure about that. He has had to give back a pawn on the king side, but having one extra pawn is better than nothing. The one downside here for Levon Aronian is that his bishop, for now, is a bit stuck protecting the white king. So I'm going to say it's going to be 50-50 between a draw and a win for Aronian here.
That's really putting it on the fence, isn't it? It's like,
I'm going to say 0%
that's
chance
like
of
not committing to anything,
0% Abdul Satorov win.
Future politician right there.
Yeah.
The politically correct answer.
Very good answer.
I love this move, King G6, by the way, because he might play F5, and if you take King G5, maybe just kind of putting the freeze on the position to take away the rook's X-ray vision or dominance of the 5th rank. And just a fun idea to show, okay. But even so, the eval bar creeps up because of the pawn, but like, what do you do next? And this is, black is holding the 2nd rank. Your rook is frozen to guarding both the A and F pawns. So anyway, we'll see. Oh, Noterbreak does play F5, although he just makes the trade.
It's on the board.
Simple idea.
Wow, and Levon Aronian is pushing in this one, but it's going to be a longer game. Let's head back to Magnus playing on seconds. Can he hold that end game, David?
Oh, it looks like Magnus has built a nice formation here, just caging the black king. Black is still a pawn up, but if you can't bring your king into the game, then it won't be enough. It shouldn't be enough here. The black rook and pawn alone cannot do the damage, and white's king is just about holding the pawns together. So Fabi, he might try something similar to what Iturrizaga tried earlier against Jordan van Foreest, just putting the black rook down to the 1st rank and pushing the black c-pawn. But I think when you're kind of playing without this king now, shouldn't be enough.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Magnus, one of the best, well, the best endgame player ever, and he knows what kind of positions to head towards, and the king just coming over to take that pawn. More pawns getting exchanged, well, that's much more likely to become a draw as well. Draw looking very likely now.
I was about to say that we came here thinking Magnus was down to seconds. Fabiano down to 8 seconds as well. So don't let this get away from you, Fabi. That would be the worst thing possible if Magnus found a way to do a time scramble swindle. Again, I
Magnus there with his hands up in the air. It looked like something was not quite all right.
I think he thought there was lag, but there wasn't. I think he was like, oh, that's Fabiano moved. I think sometimes the players get nervous in those cases where they're worried that the moves aren't registering. But
repetition coming up, and this one ends in a draw. Magnus shaking his head in relief. Fabiano Caruana disappointed. It was his chance to get this one. He did push maximum as much as he could, but it was never enough. And of course, the endgame touch, the endgame maestro. Magnus Carlsen holds this. We've got action still on the other board. Let's jump straight to that. Levon here, still fighting for the win.
Still fighting, and there are bishops on the board this time, so not a pure rook endgame. That increases Levon's chances of winning, having an extra combination of pieces there. However, black's bishop is so well placed in the center of the board, keeps an eye on the promotion square of the white pawn, and okay, the black king's coming in, something similar to what you mentioned, Danny. Trying to close a mating net around the white king potentially.
I was going to say, with Levon under time pressure here, stranger things have happened than a weird result like that. So Levon should push, but be careful, because now look, rook a1 has a concrete threat, potentially of bishop d3. The king gets out, and Noterbreak says, yeah, but I'm going to check you back for a draw. We might even just oh, no, Levon wants more.
Wow.
So bishop d3 doesn't force the a-pawn to be lost. Oh, because of a8 queen. Aha. So you lose the bishop. Bishop d3 would not work here because white would sacrifice the queen in order to win the minor piece. So Noterbreak doesn't fall for that trick. Backs up.
Yeah. The problem is the white bishop is just immobilized right now, so you need to somehow work some magic to get the white king out of the second rank without just without it being checked. And yeah, it's lucky there because white does have a h-pawn and it promotes on a dart square on h8. So even if you win a piece, if you win the black bishop, if the rooks disappear, black's king is going to run to h8. And we call it opposite color bishop and wrong rook's pawn there. And yeah, it's just not going to be enough. I think this one's going to be a draw.
They're both very short on time now as well. So, I mean, Lev can obviously rely on some tricks, but I think they're just repeating. Draw looking very likely now. And this would be a great save from Nordebek. I mean, just being under this much pressure, it's not just about crushing like it in the last game. It's about defending when things are tough, and that's something I'm just never capable of doing. You know, I just get very despondent when I get in a bad position, as I'm sure a lot of people do. Lev still trying here, and of course he's got to, but he's got to be a little bit careful. You know.
This is a nice trick by Lev, too. Again, pointing out if the rook makes the mistake of holding the second rank, white will sacrifice the rook for the bishop and then get a queen. So Nordebek rightfully lets the king out of its cage. Lev's not giving up, and I think Lev is an underrated, tricky... I know he's not known as the best online bullet or time scrambler, but I've seen him pull a few tricks. So let's see what happens here in this time scramble.
And he's managed to untangle himself, get his pieces active. The king is coming out. This is far from over for Nordebek.
I agree, and he's not going to give up, right? He's going to push everything to the limit here. I still think Nordebek's defense has been awesome, and I love the moment earlier we talked about where he chose the active defense to kind of get out, but now you got to hold. You got to hold with seconds on the clock.
10 seconds for Levon, 14 seconds for Nordebek. What's going to happen here? What are our predictions in this endgame? Will Nordebek hold this?
I still think yes, because material is disappearing. He now has counterplay for the first time in a while, at least in terms of pawns. There we go, one drops and it might become a race. At the very, very maximum here, it feels like Levon, he's going to get rook and bishop versus rook, where black's bishop will sacrifice itself for that far advanced white a-pawn. And that one... I mean, it's a hard defense, but it should be a draw. So we'll see if we get that far. Levon, meanwhile, he's achieved step one, got his pieces free, but is it enough? Still no clear path to promotion for that white a-pawn. And black's got counterplay. It's a race.
You made a good point that you can't even offer the trade of bishops here, because if you trade bishops, black can sacrifice the rook for the pawn, and now you have a quarter pawn. So I think Nordebek has seen the worst of it. I think he's holding, and Levon is sort of checking for good measure, but...
I think we're going to have a rook bishop versus rook. Do not trade rooks.
Wait.
How do you not?
Wait.
Why can't you just change?
I thought you just take bishop a6, bishop...
Oh, yeah, but he's too slow now. But I also had a mini eval preemptive panic attack, but it didn't happen.
I just think it's so impressive how he's held this game.
Yeah.
You know, let's remember he's going to hold it now. I mean, it's
queens.
Going to be queens at the same time, but it's you know, he's 2 pawns down against such a brilliant endgame player, and it just impresses me more and more the more I see him play.
And just kings on the board, and the same storyline. Levon Aronian here, disappointed that he did not get the win. He was the one pushing throughout the game, but amazing defense, resourceful play there by Nordebek. He's relieved with the outcome. It ends in a king versus king, which means that Magnus Carlsen and Nordebek keep their lead. Levon Aronian, he did stop the bleeding after round one.
You know, it's funny. I think you made a great point that Levon was pushing, and so was Fabi in the other game. And it's funny, both of those players would be feeling better than Levon looks on camera, if not for the previous result, right? Fabi was pushing as black against Magnus Carlsen the entire game. Just came up just short. That's something you normally feel good about. Levon almost won as white and put the kid under pressure. But again, because they both lost in the first round, neither of them went away from that feeling good.
Yeah, 100%. Fighting chess there by the players in the winners' semifinals. David, what was the moment that stood out for you?
Yeah, I just want to praise in general the high quality of that round in both of the matchups. And actually, the one moment that made a big impression on me was here, Levon Aronian keeping the game going after some great active defense from Abdusattorov. And after rook c2, it looks like black is ganging up on the second rank. If you push this pawn forward now, the trick that Abdusattorov had in mind was really, really nasty. Bishop to d3 would have been the move, sacrificing and deflecting away the white bishop on f1, and we would have seen a perpetual check here. Instead, Levon Aronian found a way to keep the game going. He pushed his pawn forward, brought his rook the whole way around and the whole way back to keep the fight alive, but eventually Abdusattorov, with great tenacious defense, holding the fort. Just really high-level game.
Yeah, I think both players played incredibly high level in both of those matches, and you know, it keeps the lead for Magnus and for Nordebek. And you know, how do you beat them? You know, if you can't win those positions, you know, what do you need to win? And it's going to be tough to break down their defenses.
That's the big question, and the question that right now Fabi and Lev have to find a way to answer with just 2 rapid games remaining. This is where we stand in the winners' semi-finals. Nordebek and Magnus keep their lead, but it could have been a very different narrative with the chess that we saw in Game 2. It's clear that we're in for a big Game 3, and we will be back with all the Aimchess rapid action in just a few moments.
Want to improve your game? Click the link in the chess.com navigation bar to try Aimchess today and increase your rating 31% faster than standard tactics puzzles. When you sign up for Aimchess, our powerful AI breaks down your latest games and provides actionable insights to immediately improve your game. You will also receive personalized lessons created from your game history to help you learn from your mistakes and a custom-made study plan to help you reach your goals. Learn chess your way with Aimchess, your digital chess coach.
This is your moment to get that targeted training in. Unlock your potential with Aimchess analytics and lessons. And we also have some great stats on the players by Aimchess. Let's take a look at all their strengths and weaknesses. And there we have it. Opening accuracy of a 100% by Nordebek Abdusatro. Some incredible prep there, and an endgame accuracy of 65%. Great endgame play by Nordebek in that previous round 2, defending and holding a difficult endgame. And David, I'm just thinking with Aimchess, all these stats that we get, the weaknesses and the strengths, you can use it to improve your own game, but you can also use it to prepare against your opponent.
That's right. Aimchess is really cool in the fact that you can enter your opponent's games, you can enter their online usernames, and you see exactly their openings, exactly their style, their preferences, and especially at this elite level, it gives a real boost. But I think club level, even beginners, it's just a shortcut. It's like having a personal trainer in a way, and yeah, highly recommended.
It's great. It reminds me of Top Trumps. You ever play that?
I did.
Where you see their scores and you've got to try to work out which score they're going to be weak at and try to target that area. And well, it's very hard to target these guys, and I need to work out myself what my scores are when I get back. Do you think they'll be as good as that, Tanya, or up there somewhere?
It's very close.
You're such
I believe in you,
you're
Si.
such a great politician. I love it. Both of you are. Fantastic.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We try. Well, but you can get your Aimchess stats to start that targeted training and improve your chess in ninja speed. Right now, it is fast and furious chess in the Aimchess Rapid as we go into round 3. That's coming up. Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana have to win a game to level their match. And we've got moves on the board. Fabi once again starting with the King's Pawn opening, a Sicilian, and this time a repeat of the 2018 World Championship match, David.
Wow, deja vu. But Magnus didn't employ this move in the 2018 World Championship match. It's only become fashionable recently, actually thanks to the efforts of Mr. Carlsen himself. But yeah, interesting, Tanya, that we're back there 5 whole years later and they're still debating this exact opening. I remember that one. It was so close. I'm not sure who won the opening debate. It felt like Fabi was always putting pressure as white in that World Championship match. But this time, it looks like Magnus is confident. Looks like he's ready to put his leg up again, just like yesterday.
Is that his tell, do we think, when he gets his leg over?
Yeah, first the hand goes on the waist and then the leg goes up. I think it's about to happen.
Like a teapot. Magnus the teapot, and then he's confident. Yeah, so he's got the teapot arm, right? He's just ready to pour and get his leg out, and then he's going to be doing well.
Yeah, he's up a point in the match. He's saying, "Bring me the tea."
Yes, yeah, bring me the money.
Show me the money.
We saw this yesterday, didn't we? This opening, it is quite a peculiar position because this bishop of blacks in front of the pawn. I mean, you know, again, if you had to guess the elo here, I mean, I wouldn't be convinced it was Magnus Carlsen, to be honest. And okay, he's unraveling now by moving.
But you look at his time on the clock, and he's more than well prepared, right? He's been here before. I'm also just fascinated by the fact that Fabi is the first one to change his approach in the opening in this battle of heavyweights, right? Fabi's not interested in another open Sicilian, decides to go back to this bishop b5, Rasa Limo thing that he's tried before. So always just kind of looking at the game within the game there. And again, a point for Magnus Carlsen in terms of the prep that he brought to this match.
Yeah, and interesting because a few years ago, the conventional wisdom was don't play slower positions against Magnus. He'll slowly work his magic, slowly outplay you. But these days, Magnus is so good at the direct type of chess when it's just a battle of knowledge that Fabi has been forced to resort to this type of slow burn, just maneuvering pieces. It's almost reminiscent of a king's pawn opening, e4, e5, where it is just about pawn breaks, where you maneuver your pieces. And here we go, Fabi trying to undermine black's queenside. There's some pressure, there's a threat on the A file. And Simon, who do you think is going to thrive in this type of closed middle game?
Well, they're both very good at these kind of positions. I mean, it's very hard to beat Magnus in such a structure, but maybe this is Fabi's last chance. I mean, this is the last white unless he wins. You know, otherwise, if he doesn't win this game, he's going to have to win with the black pieces, and that's going to be really tough because Magnus, as we've seen, can really dictate the game and send it in the direction he wants to send it, especially when he's got the white pieces. So I think, you know, Fabi has to push here as much as he can, and he does have better squares he can move his pieces into. So I'd prefer to be white if I had to pick a side here.
Oh, Fabiano Caruana with his final white of the match. This is round 3. He has to level the score by winning at least one game in the match. He needs to do it in this one if he can, because he plays black in the 4th round. It's the same storyline here as Levon Aronian playing black has to try to level the score, or at least make sure things don't go out of control. If Notebek takes a win with white, that's match over for Lev. Do you think Notebek, is he going to try to push hard? Will he take extra risks here?
I don't think he needs to. I think he just, you know, he won't try that same opening again. He's got a victory from it. Maybe he'll go d4, just go back to his normal play. Okay, if Lev gets equality and it's a draw, still okay. He's half a point up. There's no reason to risk it here at all.
Yeah, but at the same time, I would say don't change your style yet, right? I mean, there's 2 full games left in the match, right? And you shouldn't be neglectful of the fact that you're up a game, but you shouldn't do anything crazy either, right? Stick with your style, stick with the game plan. So.
Wow. Cecile for the kill, David.
Yeah, some mind games here. Levon rarely switches it up. Usually he's very consistent with e4, e5 as black, and Abdusatorov meets it very quickly with this modern trendy line of bringing your queen out, just again disobeying all chess wisdom and losing 2 tempi with your queen in order to get this pawn structure, with white having slightly more space in the center. So again, it feels like Lev's slightly out of his comfort zone. He's paused here just for, around 20 seconds so far as he tries to get to grips with this new position.
Is this the Carlsen variation? Is it something that Magnus first came up with, I think, with the white, putting the queen here, the bishop here? Like you said, it looks clumsy, but it has a lot of point, right? So
yeah, it's similar. The Carlsen Sicilian, I think, is Magnus bringing his queen out to d4 and then back to d2, and often trying to fianchetto on the queen side. But same idea is just to get this Maroczy bind that I think we'll see now, and or in the next couple of moves of white just controlling as much space as possible. And yes, clumsy development, but you have a grip on the position. And I'm not sure who this will face, but look at the clock times. Both players super speedy up to this point.
I love that we're calling it the Carlsen Sicilian here. The innovations are happening more and more by top players, not necessarily, they're not getting move 1 named after them anymore, right? Because all those are taken. But you are seeing with preparation, David, a lot of players get creative, right? Because here's what happens. You're at home with the neural nets and the Leelas and the stockfishes, and they're like, look at this position, this is equal. And you're like, well, why aren't more people playing this? Like, who cares about the fact that it says I couldn't bring my queen out, or this isn't the most trendy variation of the open Sicilian? It's an equal position where there's surely a ton of resources for both sides. And it's exciting because I think, again, for all of us, 20 years ago, computers were sort of putting the nail in the coffin and announcing the death of the game because people were afraid to make mistakes. Now I think you have players playing more creatively and looking for more chances like this than ever before, because the computers are like, you can play any position. Any position is playable.
Any position is playable, and we saw earlier the Aimchess stat for Nordberg, opening accuracy of 100%. That's crazy opening preparation. The kids these days, David, how do you handle that? What is anti-young player chess?
Oh, that's why I want to retire. These kids are too good in the opening. Magnus Carlsen coined this term, kind of old man chess, just anti-young player chess at least. It's just getting a position where all the pieces are on the board, you can slowly, strategically outmaneuver them, and it's often just taking a position that the computer does say is worse. And nowadays, just like Danny said, the computer says everything is equal. That's kind of 20 years ago, it was like, oh, everything's equal. Now it's like, everything's equal. Come on, let's go. And actually, Magnus takes it one step further, playing something that does lead to a disadvantage objectively, but is provocative.
I love that you said that, because Fabiano Caruana, when he joined us in 2021 for the World Championship coverage for Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Magnus Carlsen, he said the same thing. He said that a lot of high-level prep these days, the secret is that you're looking for a position that is objectively somewhere between like 0.25 and even like 0.49, like a half a cent upon worse, because your opponent will go for this. And if you went a little bit deeper, maybe there's a resource. You always have this forced draw line, but maybe there's a resource that they don't understand. And that's where your biggest opportunities come, is in players thinking they have some sort of comfortable edge, but you understand the position better. So just fascinating to see how players are leveraging modern engines and new psychology to take on these positions.
Yeah, I think that's also why a lot of people may be watching this. You shouldn't play like these guys. You shouldn't play the same openings, because if and this is a trend I see, that players may be rated around 1200. They're like, they watch Magnus Carlsen play and they're like, oh yeah, he's the world champion. I'm going to play that opening, but you shouldn't, because it's a totally different game that they're playing. I mean, you have to go through the basics first. You have to develop your pieces. You have to learn all those other openings before you can get the subtleties that they're doing. And not copying is not always good. Copying the top players in the opening, not always a good plan. For example, I wouldn't recommend you play like this as white, because you're going against a lot of principles, and unless you really know what you're trying to achieve in the middle game, it doesn't make any sense, basically. So, yeah.
That's a really great point you make, Simon, because 1a6 with black is definitely not something you want to recommend to the kids out there. But with all these top players and all these great chess players, then is it a better idea for chess fans to actually study their game more, to understand middle game concepts and end games, rather than follow them for the opening?
100%. I mean, I think they say something like 94% of all chess books are on the opening. And there's, again, so many lower-rated players, maybe players watching this, who get an opening book, an opening course, and they get to move like 8, 10, let's say 12, and then they have no idea what they're doing next. And it's so important to know, why are you playing this opening? You've got to ask yourself the whys and the wheres. Why am I playing this move? What am I trying to get in the middle game? Where are my pieces going? Where are my opponent's pieces going? And if you don't know the answers to those questions, you're not learning chess in the right way. So, yeah.
I would say that was a good stat. 94% of books are written on the opening, and 94% of chess players are wasting their time studying way too many openings and not nearly enough other chess concepts. So,
unless they're my books, then keep buying them, please. Yeah.
It's really true, and I think players latch onto that because they feel like the opening is something that kind of makes you feel good. You can control it because you're trying a new trick, and you're like, I'm learning a new thing. But really, chess players pay their bills and make their money on how they maneuver and coordinate their pieces. And so studying positions like this and then seeing how Abdusattorov might coordinate the white pieces, or how Levon tackles it, are the things that are really the things you need to know.
Yeah, it's all about the why behind the move, and that last move by Nordberg, stepping out of that bishop, the black bishop range, freeing up the b pawn to move further. This is going to be a fun strategic fight. Let's take this moment to jump back to our other game 3 from the winners semi-finals bracket. And wow, what do we have here? David, quite a fun position out of the Spanish.
Yeah, a fun. It was from a Sicilian, Tanya.
Sicilian.
I was going to say,
like
it looks like a Spanish. But
does, right?
yeah, it does.
And yeah, it's just a weird position. I'm looking at Black's pieces. It's like Magnus is playing Fischer random chess, chess 960, all the Black pieces on the back rank, and Fabiano is saying, okay, you go back, I'm going to go forward. And he's going for checkmate, or at least an attack, a blitz attack against the Black King. And I can't blame him. It looks dangerous to me. White's rook as well on the A file. Don't forget that side of the board. It might come up to the 7th rank and some serious threats starting to mount up.
This is insane. We started with the Sveshnikov. How do we end up with such an
actually, we started with a Rosalimo.
Yes.
It became a Sveshnikov structure that then became a Spanish. And so it gets even weirder. You're totally right. And I think it's funny, the computer, if we want to bring up the analysis board, first started to give Black a little bit of an edge when Fabi played the move that all of us would have played. He played knight g5 a couple moves ago to start the attack and launch pieces toward the king side. And the computer's like, no, don't play this way. Like, I just, I don't like you. No, but I love what Fabi's doing here, at least from the perspective that in the match, he needs to get a win. You're going to put some pressure. You're up a little bit on the clock. Rook a7. Watch out, right? Full board awareness. I'm looking at f7. There's a party there. I'm invited. Let's do it.
Is that for the first time? Sorry, Danny. It's just too good opportunity not to say that, wasn't it? So,
I was so excited to be invited. Now I'm back to standing in the corner.
I've been there. Don't worry.
Anyway, but no, the pressure there is good, and I agree. This looks like a Spanish where White has some decent chances. By the way, the knight will come to g3. The rook will come to a7. Again, it's superficial. We're just sort of pointing out that there's general energy that is building toward the king side, but it looks like an easier position for White to play.
Yeah, I'm just super confused that the engine thinks Black is maybe slightly better. There's no obvious moves for Black here that I can see. Maybe you can put a bishop on b6 just to stop that one idea, but what next for Black? And maybe you can push this pawn at some point, but again, super risky to open up lines, squares around the Black King. I'm glad it's Magnus here playing, not me. And I think we can sense how difficult it is because he's spending a lot of time. And wow, after a long think there, f5, he's breaking out. He's who's attacking who on the king's side? Some awkward tension as well between the queens on this diagonal. Getting sharp.
All you need to do is make bishops jump here, don't you? I mean, if White can move his dark square bishop and play bishop takes pawn, it would be just the end of the game. And it looks so scary for Black, right? Black's just opened his king up more. And again, we were talking about critical moments, and this is one of those moments. It's like White, if he finds the right thing, well, could be very dangerous. So many pieces coming in, and I don't understand how Black can be doing all right here. Looks.
But I guess it's one of those positions where, again, this generation who grew up using computers versus the one that had to learn to adapt. I think these guys have grown up using prep like this. I'm sure that they both know the position is probably pretty complex, and that, unless there's a concrete blow, like, I can play this position, because I agree with you, Simon. It looks very dangerous, but I'm sure Magnus is like, where's the money? Show me the money, right? There's nothing here. I play f5, and my pieces will come to life. Who's attacking who?
But it's not the T-pose anymore, Simon, by Magnus.
Well, it kind of is. It's the mini T-pose.
Mini T.
He's still got the arm out. And
it's the I might need to run to the bathroom in a minute pose.
Yeah.
So I've slightly opened my body language toward the exit door. Not that I would know anything about that.
But f5, that was a brave move by Magnus, allowing Fabi's light squared bishop into the attack, taking away squares from his own king. But Magnus has ideas of his own. What I'm looking at is Magnus's back rank right now. Pieces stacked over there feels like setting up for a Fischer random game to me.
Yeah, and he needs to get those pieces off the back rank as quickly as possible. There might be some threats in the position as well. Black's pawns are slightly loose, slightly tender there. I'm expecting Magnus at some point to start bringing his bishops out. The Black Knights look like they're well placed at the moment, holding a lot of things together. Again, that tension between the queens with that knight in the way. I'm not sure who's going to break it or how it's going to be broken. But again, just in practical terms, I think Fabi's position is so much easier to play. Ideas of swinging that rook up the A file, White's knight in the center is glorious. The other knight's going to spring forward. Magnus has no easy moves. And that's why he's burning so much time on the clock. 4-minute difference almost.
Well, I love that you said that, because that was the point I was just going to jump on, is that the clock is indicative of who's a little more comfortable. When we can't make sense of it and the engine is like it's roughly equal, which doesn't mean it's a draw, it just means it's complicated even for an engine. The time says that Magnus is a little uncomfortable. The d6 pawn is the only concrete sort of weakness on the board, right? It's under a little bit of pressure. I spy with my little knight eye. Right, and that means that there could be tactics, because that f5 knight has a job to do. So, anyway, interesting. Magnus does play bishop b7. I don't know that there's any concrete thing to do here. The engine also suggests there isn't, otherwise it'd be going crazy. But like knight g3, I want to invite a trade of that knight, because if you take, I get a pawn that also guards f4. d6 is hanging now. Like maybe. Anyway, just those are ideas. Go ahead, Tanya.
Question. You know, the idea you mentioned, you want to get that bishop h6 sacrifice in. g4 would be completely crazy here because black has the option to actually pick up that bishop.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the first move I think you should look at, g4, right? Because you're trying to force the issue and you're just trying to take on h6. So I suppose it's the same as Danny's idea, isn't it? Bring the knight out and get rid of the knight. I mean, it's the kind of move which I've played far too often, g4. You know, I've played it to force the issue.
The g-pawn.
Yeah, then I've made so many holes around my king, I immediately regret it. But it's maybe an idea, but I mean, it's so complex, this position, right? All the pieces remain on the board. Black's king looks very weak. Black's got a great centre, though, and it's so hard to work out what's happening here.
Yeah. I'm liking Danny's knight g3, just solid, safe, and asks questions at the same time. That's all you can want of a move, pretty much. So, okay, Fabi to think.
But Fabi should keep that pressure on the clock, right? It's a big part of this format. The clock is the 17th piece, as they say. And
I've never heard that before. That was genius.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
I didn't come up with it. I don't know who said it, but it really struck a chord there. Because I think in these formats, you really have to pay as much attention to your time management as you do to your piece management.
I love it. I've heard of like the 12th man in football, like the fan is a part of the game or the stadium, but I've never heard that. The clock is the 17th piece. There you go.
I think we need to steal that.
I like that. Yeah, I'm going to remember that one.
Thanks, Danny.
Like them, guys.
Well, it's true. It could play a big factor later on, and that's actually why I think Magnus and Hikaru have such a big edge often in these time formats, just because they're so quick, so sharp, and they always have half an eye on the clock. But Fabi, meanwhile, in the tank for a couple of minutes. Feels like put that knight on g3, pass the move back to Magnus. Magnus now is for sure going to be calculating what to do in advance. So, yeah, a bit of an odd time to think, unless Fabi's calculating a variation, such as g4 or something similar to that, maybe not that move exactly. Maybe he's just going to keep his dark square bishop, step it back one square, preserve it for some sacrifices on h6 later.
Yeah.
Key moment now.
You get nervous if you're a Fabi fan that he's overthinking it. You know, you've got a 4-minute time edge on the clock. You had one anyway. And so sometimes, you know, when you know that you're better, you can, you know, take a lot of time because you don't want the moment to slip. And in the process, you were overestimating your advantage. Now you're back to equal on the clock and not using the 17th piece, as Tanya would say, right? Not using the clock as a weapon. No, but it's really true. At this level, those edges are the things that pay off, right? So the clock is a weapon.
100%.
You can't, you can't make it an adversary. You gotta have it on your side.
Yeah, you got to have it as your friend. And you might not realize it with 7 minutes on the clock, but in those crucial, critical moments, those extra seconds, they really help finding the right path. And right now, with the clocks getting level, it feels like Magnus has steered his way out of too much trouble.
I feel the same way. I still like knight fg3. I still think it's a good move for Fabiano, but he's thinking about it, and so.
Yeah, the clock is getting even.
The clock is now even.
It's, you know, no 17th piece anymore.
No.
So,
well, it's still the 17th piece. It's just no longer an advantage.
Yeah.
He'll wish he had 1 or 2 of these minutes back a bit later on in 10 moves time. Yeah, 4-minute think right now.
That's kind of my feeling is that he'll play knight fg3, but wish he played it 3 minutes ago.
Yeah. I think Magnus said this himself, didn't he? He said, you know, when he makes his worst moves, it's when he has his longest thinks, right? So he actually, when he thinks for over a certain period of time, he's not playing what his natural instinct is telling him. And these guys have such great natural instincts. You don't really need to doubt what your inner self is saying. You know, and there you go. He's
Danny,
played the
great
move.
call.
Yeah.
He did play it, but he should have played it faster. And I think, again, like we're not even guessing it from the. It felt like a natural move. And like because I'm looking at the knight on f5, which guards d6, and I think, okay, Magnus responds right away. And I'm not, you know, chess is not easy. They're obviously they would beat me blindfolded, but you can observe when there's maybe something psychological going on, and it felt like Fabi was overthinking the position from watching it.
Yeah, it's like Uncle Yasser always says, same move but faster is better. And knight
Same
h4.
move, but faster.
And,
That's great words of wisdom.
Thank Yasser Serouan for me. Yeah, knight h4, really nice move by Magnus, but it might have taken him longer if he hadn't had that 4 minutes that Fabi was
like
tanking.
he was just sitting there thinking of, and again, that's why, again, we're just quoting strong players today, but like you want to think on your opponent's clock. That's one thing that the top players do super well. Magnus thought a lot and worked hard on his opponent's clock. And
Blitzed out knight h4.
Blitzed out knight h4. He was ready for it. So
yeah, he was ready for it. And with the queens off the board, the pressure has gone down on black. The clocks are level. We will jump back to this, but let's get an update on our other match. Nordebek, Abdusatro. Wow, that all pieces on the board. Just a pair of pawns have been traded off. This is big tension, and with just 4 minutes on the clock, that's going to be a 17th piece for Abdusatrov.
Can I just say something in honor of Kaya? Look at the bar! Sorry, I just had to say that. It just had to be done. Hi, Kaya.
we love you, Kaya. Hi, Kaya. We know you're watching.
But yeah, I mean, the bar is going mental, right? I mean, it's just saying that White's winning here, and Black's getting all of his pieces pushed back. And there's also a major problem with that pawn in the middle of the board. White's ganging up on it. That last move, okay, maybe there's other options, but it seems very pleasant for White, this position, doesn't it? So, yeah.
Beautiful position, and it's no surprise if you just look at the general kind of outline of the position. All of Black's pieces are on his first two ranks. Let's ignore the pawns for now. White's pieces beautifully centralized, beautifully coordinated, and the pawns are stepping forward. There's going to be a big attack.
And the clock says it all. Again, we say look at the bar and look at the clock, right? Those two things are very, indicative of what's going on here when we left it. Although I'm sitting here watching the games on chess.com's events portal, and I want to point out that there really haven't been any big mistakes by Aronian, which really goes even more toward Nordebek's credit, that he's just been slowly outplaying this position. The space advantage is just like he's just marching forward here, and he's just continuing to increase the pressure. So you got to love the way he's playing.
Yeah, this is what they call the hedgehog formation as Black, when you kind of just line up on your first three ranks, and often it's a bit prickly. If you step too far forward, then Black can counterattack, but here it just looks like Black is passive. Knights on the rim, we've said, they're just grim all the time, and that knight on a7 looks horribly misplaced. Feels like White at some point is going to combine the kind of central pressure with a kingside attack. It's just how to do that for Abdusattorov, and he has a 5-minute kind of surplus here to kind of find something. Knight f6, though. That's not right Levon off. It's a tricky position for both sides. But, yeah, looks like the youngster, Abdusattorov, he's done everything right so far in this game.
A lot of strategic trumps in White's position. Space advantage, the rooks lined up. d6, a big weakness for Levon Aronian. And 4 minutes on the clock here. If Nordebek manages to win this one, he actually wraps up the match, Simon.
Right.
Yeah, he does indeed. Yeah, and he seems to be getting stronger and stronger, right? I mean, his confidence is growing, and he's picked a great opening here, just grinding away bit by bit. And I wouldn't be surprised if he just puts this in the, finishes it off now. Maybe the only danger is that he overpresses here. Do we think, Danny?
I was just going to say that. You and I are just like, what is going on here?
2 peas in the pod, Danny.
You could cut the tension, or you could just not. You could embrace it.
That's it.
No, but someone pointed out that one of the other things to not underestimate, I think you were saying, is like, this is a hedgehog type of position. And sometimes in those positions, the one things we know about computers is they have an equation with which they're evaluating, which is space. And Black really has no weaknesses here, right? I mean, you can put the knight on c8, and you can kind of wait a little bit. And if White does get crazy with moves like g4, in hedgehogs, Black will strike with d5 or b5. At some point, the position becomes open. And that's when things can get spicy. So I think one of the things we should be careful about is not... The thing I actually hate the most about Lev's position is on the clock. I hate how much time he's down. That's really his biggest disadvantage, because on the board, the space advantage is there, but where's the concrete knockout? Black is always a little worse, according to the computers, in a hedgehog structure.
I'm going to say it again. I mean, looking at the cameras and the players in front, it looks like Lev's the one who's got the lead in the match, and Nordebek extra tensed right now.
Mm-hmm. No, he's fidgety. But he's focused. He's fidgety but focused. There's a lot of kids like that around chess halls around the world. Some of them have to still sit on phone books while they beat you because they're that little.
Fidgety focused legend, another FFL.
FFL, famous.
Fun legend.
Focused legend. Focused fidgety legend.
I was wondering what you were trying to say.
I don't even know if half the people know what the FFLs were referring to, but shout out to you, Gata.
Such a legend.
Yeah.
And he is playing Division 2, I think, isn't he? At the moment, or 3,
that's why I said shout out, because I don't know how he did today, but he was in Division 2.
And meanwhile, he drops back the bishop, Abdusattorov, and still a great position. The one problem is that the onus is on him with the extra space here to step forward at some point. So he will have to take a few minutes there to calculate and make sure he steps forward at the right time and really initiates that chaos. Levon, though, under 4 minutes. He should be playing quickly too. He just needs to wrap up into that ball like a hedgehog would and hope that when the breakthrough eventually arrives that it's mistimed. But yeah, still liking White's position. Okay, nice solid move there, holding lots of things together. The bar moves. Ooh, the bar.
It's interesting because, the bar goes up, but, and again, I don't have a ninja move. I'm kind of like, what's the reason? What's the reason? And otherwise, I just think that it's the engines getting excited about what we taught them to get excited about, which is space.
Yeah.
And we'll see how they use it.
I mean, this is where I often go wrong in a position like this. I just want to finish it off. All this manoeuvring, bishop backward and forwards, putting a little bit of pressure on my opponent. At some point, I just get impatient and I just want to go F5. I'm just like, right. And at some point, you do have to play a move like this, right? If you want to win. But it's obviously quite anti-positional, something like that, because you're given a big square in the centre. But I'm still tempted. I mean, I don't know. I mean, David, you probably wouldn't go for that, would you? This is where I've got to learn. I've got to learn from David.
I'm a coward, Simon.
You're not cowards. You do things. You've got perfect timing.
I think the reason I wouldn't play F5 specifically here is just because Black can trade the queens off, and with the trade of queens, the pressure lessens. But he plays it anyway. Wow.
Does he?
Maybe there was something stronger than F5.
That's such a bad sign.
Wow.
Such a bad sign if he's playing it. I actually missed the exchange of queens, David. So I actually just missed it. And you're right. That takes a lot of pressure off Lev's position, doesn't it?
Well, it's funny because he's going for the knockout blow, but it may be the thing that lets Lev back in the match, right? He's maybe sensing the opportunity to put it away, but it's exactly the way hedgehog positions go wrong for White. Eventually, you play that overextending pawn move, whether it's a G4 or an F5, and Black finally gets their life, and Black will have no weaknesses as the pieces get traded off.
But how critical is it for Lev to find this queen trade?
I think he has to, otherwise you might just get checkmated. As Simon says, the queen is coming in somewhere along this diagonal, and you might not get another opportunity.
Doesn't.
Now, can you
D5.
Can you go rook D4 after? I was wondering about that, but anyway. And give up the rook when knight. But anyway, sorry, I'm carried away now. But yeah, this is a normal break, right? This move, but
this is a big threat. And White's king is shuffled to the corner. This is getting crazy right now. It's really exploded. White could have taken this pawn, but this would have led to a nasty skewer. So he scoots out the way with his king. And what to do now?
The gamble might pay off for Noterbeck with seeing Levon's D5 response, because now if we get a spicy position, by the way, White has a 3-minute time advantage. It's huge, especially as we're about to see fireworks, and that queen's going to come to H6. So maybe the intuition there was right, that Lev, for whatever reason, would not play queen C5, and now the attack is on.
Yeah, the attack is on. White's pieces are poised. Lev needs something with 2 minutes in this crazy position. You have like 3 or 4 different pawn captures here. Where do you even start calculating with only 2 minutes on your clock? It's just pure instinct, but this is a calculation type of position. Yeah, I fear for Black. I think just get the queens off and survive. That was #1 priority for Black there.
It comes down to having those extra minutes on the clock, which right now Lev doesn't have, and move after move, he's making these inaccuracies.
Yeah, this one feels wrong and looks wrong just because White now can pick up a pawn in the center and just set up a wall of pawns that block the Black pieces. Maybe there's even stronger here for Abdusattorov. Maybe your knight captures on D5.
I was going to say, is it time? Is it time? I mean, let's go, all in. Is there an opportunity to take on D5 with the knight? I think the C pawn also is good, just to make sure that we keep things as spicy as possible. I actually wouldn't take with the E pawn because I want there to be more trades. White's pieces are more primely placed, which chess theory teaches us that if the position becomes open, the pieces that are in a better spots should get better tactics, right? And look at Black's pieces: bishop on A8, knight on A7. If this thing blows open, White should be in a better spot to clean up.
Need to be accurate here, Abdusattorov, but looking very, very promising.
He's probably got more than one good move. That's the other, that can be a bit of a hindrance, I guess, sometimes, because you overthink the position, but he's got the time to do that. So, I mean, which way would you capture here, David?
Instinct. First instinct told me e takes d5, just capturing away from the center with white's kind of middle pawn here, just because I wanted to keep pieces on the board. I just thought actually black is the one who's cramped, so keep pieces on. But the more I look at it, I think more I'm inclined to agree with Danny. I kind of want to open up this white bishop on b2.
Go for the kill.
Go for the kill.
Yeah. Watch your 17th piece, Levon. Sorry. They love it.
Yeah, it's ticking down, and we're just going to update everyone that the Magnus Fabi game, the third game, is in all probability going to end in a draw. It is a very peaceful position. We'll stick to the drama here because all the action here, and if Nordebek wins this, it's actually match over.
Yeah, Nordebek could be the first person to punch his ticket to the next round. Again, he just won the Chess Kid Cup. He's on a roll here. It's not over yet. We're about to see fireworks, but the kid is on fire.
He's on fire. We don't see him as often in Title Tuesdays. But he's been playing amazing online speed chess.
It's funny, yeah. I mean, he used to be a staple. In fact, that was where he first got accused because he was winning Title Tuesdays. But he's, yeah, you know, he's obviously super focused. We know that he, I don't know if we're, he blundered. Oh.
Commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse.
This feels wrong on multiple levels, though. It feels like you allow black various different hits on the white queen. It feels like you've given your opponent a lot of choice. The black knight can jump in the center. Black can give away a pawn with d4, open up this bishop on a8. I think in general in chess, if you can give your opponent as few options as possible, especially in speed chess, that tends to be a huge benefit. I mean, if it pays off, then I'll eat my words, but just it feels wrong. I haven't calculated things here like Abdusattorov has, but Levon, options.
I mean, he's just basing this on pure calculation. Otherwise, I mean, it's very anti-positional, as you mentioned. You know, it just feels wrong, but it must just be, you know, he's crunching the position, right? He's saying, I'm attacking the knight has to come here, and now we're going to see what his idea is. But very strange decision, though.
What's also very risky.
I was going to say, what's the idea? Is he prepared to sack the exchange?
He's got something up his sleeve, but he's paused again. Surely by playing e5, you've got kind of a continuation immediately in mind. Also, he's blocked this dark square bishop on b2. He's blocked his own attack. Black's knight on e4, if it survives, is going to be a menacing piece.
It's also bishop c5 is a big threat now. That move you mentioned before, the bishop attacking white's queen could be something which is scary. Yeah, bishop coming either way, and he's given counterplay to Levon when he just didn't need to. You know, this is again a mistake, maybe a little bit of youth, that he could have played one of the moves that David or Danny recommended, just kept a very nice structure, kept total control, but there's no reason to give your opponent counterplay unless there's something concrete in the position. And okay, well, what on earth's going on now? This is his idea.
e6.
Whoa.
It's on the board.
He wants to line up on this diagonal, maybe creep in here, the white queen creeping into h6. He needs to deliver checkmate, though, white here. Otherwise, his knight on h2 is simply sidelined, and white's a pawn down. So stakes are incredibly high right now.
But from a practical perspective, obviously, we have the benefit of the eval bar, and we feel the position has slipped away. Probably they do, too. But he's looking at the clock.
He's down 2 pawns now, Fabi. Danny, he's got to go for the king.
Is it knight g4? Is this his possible idea? Just trying to get the bishop in? I can't, you know, but that is... No, I don't know.
Bang, on the board.
On the board.
I mean,
Knight g4.
Well, you know, I love playing rubbish moves, you know. But, I mean, what else could it be? I mean, but this is really all in now, right? You know, you're giving pieces away. You're not liking your pawns or your pieces anymore. And the idea of this move is try to get your other bishop in. This is the only idea of it, but very risky. Very risky.
Under 20 seconds.
15.
Did you see as well, Abdusattorov played that move, then he looked off at Aronian's camera. He was like, deal with that.
Yeah.
And he makes a blunder.
Oh, no.
He takes the bait. It was poisoned.
Knows it.
Bishop takes.
And now this black king is not going to survive. The white bishops, white queen are going to come in. Rook d7 looks powerful here.
Oh, rook d7's the move. Rook d7, I don't think he saw that.
Well, there's a
Give a
massive
check
check
first
as
as
well,
well.
isn't there? Massive check on
What a sacrifice.
e6.
How's he going to kill this round?
And it's on the board. Rook d7, all the pieces coming into the attack.
Levon just didn't have time on the clock. White's bishop gives a check. The white queen is going to follow in next.
There's queen f4s in some positions as well.
Actually, if king h8, you can just trade queens and mate on e5.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful.
That's it.
We might see this on the board.
Levon is freaking out. He's got 5 seconds. It's over.
This is completely
God.
Yeah.
And fidgety focused legend over there. He knows he's seconds away from actually wrapping up the match, Levon, and it is match over.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Nordebek Abdusattorov takes the second win in a row in the winner's bracket. What a stellar performance this is by the 18-year-old continuing his run. He's the man to watch out for. He could very well win his second title of the Champions Chess Tour.
It's amazing because it wasn't clean, but he got the job done, right? And he felt the moment and kept the pressure. We're obviously checking back now on Magnus, who I don't think is going to get the dub here. We'll likely have one more game after this is a draw, but I'm just blown away by how Nordebek finished the job there. Again, it was messy, but we have the benefit of it looking messy because the eval bar, really, that was an aggressive and very, very fanciful tactical attack winning game.
Yeah, I think he should be proud of it, Abdusattorov. He played the human approach as well. He went for an attack when maybe there was a defense, but it wasn't easy for Levon Aronian, and no time. The 17th piece decided that one, Tanya.
I think that's the whole point, right? He played the position as well as the clock. He might have not calculated the whole thing, but he played fast. He put the pressure on the clock, and that got him the big win. That was the human approach, and it worked to perfection. And in this one, this looks like it will end in a draw, which means Fabi will have to win with the black pieces.
Yeah, it does look like that black king is almost checkmated, but anytime you hit it, if you ever push the white g-pawn forward to give a check, black's king has an escape square. So if there's no checkmate, unfortunately, that does mean it's likely to end in a draw. And black's rook, I really like this, really instructive from Magnus Carlsen. He's put it on the 4th rank, cutting off the white king, so the white king can never step forward to hit those weak black pawns. White's rook as well, if it ever moves away, the black king will just sneak in. So I think Magnus can just wait here. Just pass with his rook.
Oh, and look at the stalemate.
Gives a check.
Oh, that's just too much. That is
so unnecessary by Magnus. But
I mean, they say there's no sense of humour in chess, but that shows there is sense of humour. Yeah,
I mean, Bobby smiles and kind of laughs about it.
That was pretty.
That was
would have been
pretty.
awesome to see it on the board. But David, your idea might be coming up. The king sliding on the other side. G3 checkmate.
Yeah, let's just quickly show that again in action replay. Rook to e4. Any rook move here is pretty much fine. Rook b4 is fine. Rook check. If you take it with either king or rook, this is stalemate. And ignore the bar. This is stalemate, and it would be a draw. Meanwhile, Fabi has gone for a checkmate on the other flank. He wants to play g3, trapping this king. But again, the black rook does the job of defender. It pins this pawn, keeps it honest, and there's no way through, no route to checkmate. This is going to fizzle out to a draw. But nice moment of artistry there from Magnus.
Yeah, it's nice to see that because I mean you could have played other moves as well.
Yeah.
You did not have to play the flashy move, but we all want a bit of.
But he did. He gave,
you know,
Magnus is an entertainer, right? He's screaming in the middle of the Coliseum. Are you not entertained? Right? He's bringing in. There's a smile right there before he turns off the camera.
Yeah.
And this one goes into the 4th round with Fabiano Caruana still trailing the match. He needs to win to force a playoff. Magnus needs just a draw to continue in the winner's bracket. And there we have Fabi. What do you guys think? Is he looking at the previous game or is he preparing for the next one?
I think he's probably quickly looking at the last game. Sometimes you need emotional closure, you know, just so you can move on with full focus. Looks like he might be quickly looking at where it got away from him because he was a little better there.
He's been pushing the last 2 games there, Fabiano Caruana, but yet to get that big win. That ended peacefully, but the Nordebek game was anything but peaceful. What an attack that was. What a finish that was. David, once again, take us through the highlight.
Yeah, the highlight has to be those final few moves where Nordebek went for a practical sacrifice and it paid off due to Aronian's lack of time on the clock. Here we were saying, oh, he's let it slip. He's blown it. He's sacrificed 2 pawns, Nordebek here, and the compensation is a bit dubious, but knight to g4, a beautiful move, a beautiful sacrifice, and actually it should have been ignored. Aronian had no time on the clock and panicked at the thought of a knight check, but if he had just stayed calm and brought his knight to c6, he would have still been in the game. Pawn takes knight, however, was catastrophic, and after the bishop joined the attack, this was deadly. The bishop is coming in due to the crisscross here as well. All of white's pieces are attacking, and the killer blow was rook to d7. Let's just show the final position. After a bishop check, as Danny mentioned, if the king tries to hide in the corner, a simple queen trade kills the game, and the bishops do the work. Checkmate. And Aronian is eliminated from the winner's bracket.
Stunning chess there, which means that Levon will go down to the elimination bracket. Let's take a look at our scoreline going into the final game for Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. Nordebek Abdusattorov wrapping up his match against Levon Aronian in just 3 games. That's not a scoreline that many would have predicted at the start of the day. And we are being joined by the winner of that match, Nordebek. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
What a match that was, wrapping it up in 3 games. How pleased are you, not only with the scoreline, but the quality of play as well?
Yeah, obviously I didn't expect to win the match in 3 games. But yeah, I think the first game was pretty much very important. And yeah, I played this dubious line, which is objectively just lost. But in a practical game, it's just, I think it's too hard. And yeah, I managed to win him quickly, and then I just switched to the playing solid chess, and it worked out well.
Wow. So Nordebek, you knew that you were walking into a line that should be lost if your opponent knows how to respond? Oh.
Yes, yeah.
That's amazing. What a practical choice, and it paid off. And then game 3, that was also quite an attacking masterpiece. Now, there was this moment where you sacrificed the piece. How convinced were you of that sacrifice?
Yeah, I felt that my advantage is slipping, so I just tried to, create a mess as possible. So yeah, I just saw this e6, fe knight g4 with a good, with very dangerous looking threats. So yeah, he had to play knight c6, but it's with 20 seconds in his clock. It's too much pressure, I think. So yeah, that was a very good game also. But yeah, I got a little bit lucky there.
Nordebek, you continue to play well, man. It's impressive to watch. I had a question because yesterday you maybe didn't start out as on form as you seem to be now. Does sometimes it help to get in a little bit of trouble early in an event where you have to win on command and go to Armageddon in order to find it against Wesley? Today you seemed right on form. And talk a little bit about how maybe the momentum carried over to today.
Yeah, it's of course in yesterday's match I didn't believe I have a good chance to beat Wesley on demand, but yeah, after I managed it, I just got the confidence, and after that, and I just go. Everything is going smoothly so far, and yeah, it's very hard to keep the momentum every time, but in some days you get the victory, and that's how I'm taking the matches.
Yeah, it was really an awesome day of chess, and you continue in the winners bracket. Nordebek, you're going to face either Magnus or Fabi tomorrow in the winners final. Any preferences of who you'd like to play?
I played 2 matches against Fabi, so yeah, I think I didn't play a single match against Magnus, so I would of course
we lost him at such a critical moment just as he was about to answer, but I think he was going to say that he'd like to play against Magnus because he hasn't played him yet in the Champions Chess Tour, and that is a champion's mentality right there. We will be back with round 4 action from Magnus versus Fabi on the other side of this break.
Move over, Mittens. There's a new top dog in town. Benji the Bernadoodle might be an international master of fetch, but chess lessons with his dad, Gotham Chess, aren't really sticking. Host of his own public access TV show, Wishboy knows a thing or two about the most dramatic moment in chess history. A baller through and through, Buddy Buckets is moving his game from the basketball court to the chessboard. Watch out! Pinky practices chess from the inside of his mom's handbag on Woofstock's law campus. Don't judge a dog by its Diamante collar. Ponchik learned chess from his dad, GM Levon Aronian. He has never lost to another dog at chess and certainly won't lose to you. This July, the possumness is unleashed on chess.com.
We have one more rapid game coming up in Division 1 between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, Division 2 and Division 3, it's a wrap for the day. Katy, give us the big update and what are we looking ahead?
Right, Tanya, I heard you guys were talking about Garakovsky, legend, and he is fighting to get his seat in the first division. He will face Sam Savian tomorrow to the winners semifinals. He has incredible journey so far. He beat Jeffrey Zhang and Ter Sahakian. And Tanya, I'm looking forward to see these two matches as well. Amin Tabatabai and Danis Lazovic is gonna be a fire for sure.
Yeah. It's going to be fiery action in that one, but we also have some big matchups in the losers round 2.
Right. All these players still have chances to come back. They just need to play all the games and beat their opponents. Jeffrey Zhang, Jose Martinez, and David Paravian, alongside with others, they still have chances to come back.
Wow. It's store points, prize money, and the golden ticket to the next Division 1 of the Champions Chess Tour on the line for these players who are fighting in Division 2 right now. Some big names there. Big moment for FFL. Gata Kamsky. Can he do it? Can he fight his way into Division 1? And Katy, you've got some updates from Division 3 as well.
That's right. In Division 3, we do have 2 finalists already, and there's going to be Yu Yangi and Min Lee. Those are the winners in this bracket. They gonna fight tomorrow.
And is there a favorite in that one?
I would go Yu Yangi is for sure the favorite, rating favorite. He has been playing so much chess lately, but you never know because also Min Lee had such an incredible run at this event.
Yeah. Not just this event, Yu Yangi, fresh from an incredible run in Dubai, in the Global Chess League as well, and he continues that feisty run in Division 3, but right now it is back to Division 1 as we go into that final round 4. Magnus Carlsen taking on Fabiano Caruana. He needs just a draw. Fabi has to win on demand. Fabi plays with the black pieces. Boys, can he do it?
Well, it's been done before. We keep saying that it's not easy to win with black and force Armageddon, but haven't we seen it twice now in the event?
Yeah.
So, third time's the charm?
It's mathematically possible.
Oh, mathematically, I like that answer. What about practically, Sai, when you're playing against Magnus?
No chance.
Oh.
We said no chance, and Noterbeck beat Wesley. Iturrizaga beat Jordan. Just saying there's a chance. Thank you, Lloyd Christmas.
Black is the new white. Black's been scoring really well, actually, so far in the Champions Chess Tour this season, and in rapid chess, it's all about the opening. If Fabi can get a position that's really tense, he will back himself to at least pose some questions to Magnus. But getting out of the opening with a playable position with winning chances, that's going to be difficult, especially when Magnus starts with 1e4. He always goes this way when he's happy with just a draw with white.
But is it psychologically easier for Fabi to know that, draw is as bad as losing, so you just go all out? He doesn't have an option in this one. A draw and a loss is the same result. So he knows that he has to take those complex decisions when the time comes.
Well, I think as we see, he's spending a lot of time thinking here, and he's just literally trying to work out what move can I play to give myself chances, because but yeah, and this is risky. He knows that. Oh, this is really risky. I mean, he knows that.
Every Purts player watching saw us grimace on the Purts, and they're like, "What's wrong with my opening?" And we're like, "Okay, go ahead."
It's risky. Basically, it is risky. But I mean, I think this is probably the wise choice, right, Danny? I mean, and David, you've got to play something unconventional. You've probably got to take some risks, but I like what Magnus is doing here. This line is known to be a bit of a problem for Black. It's going to be so hard, isn't it, to get a playable position against someone with so much knowledge.
And
about
it's straightforward for White. That's part of the
Yeah.
problem too. There's not a lot of places to trick Magnus.
Yeah, and the problem is Magnus employs this opening quite a lot as himself as Black when he wants to win, when he wants to keep the game alive. So he knows exactly how to shut things down from the White side. And wow, Fabi's setting up in what we almost call a hippopotamus formation, something you know a lot about, Simon.
I've played this position as Black many times, so there I am saying it's really dodgy, but I play it all the time. And what White generally does here is move the knight next to the king. And this is a really annoying system, actually, if you just shuffle that knight over, and it's actually kind of known to be a bit of a problem with what we call the hippopotamus. Black's setup is meant to resemble a hippopotamus. I'm not sure I see it, but that's what it's called. And and it's maybe what Fabiano has to try. At least he keeps all the pieces on the board this way, and that's important. But Magnus knowing exactly how to approach this and moving the knight to the right square, unsurprisingly.
You mentioned it's called the hippopotamus. Sai, it's because if you imagine the B and the C pawn, which were in their original place, it feels like a hippo sort of leaning out of the water, with the head up. But now with this B and C pawn advance, the hippo has leaped out, and it's suddenly a very active position.
What kind of animal is that? I mean, should we draw? You got the colors, right? Do you want to draw an animal here? We got time. There's only one game going. We're going to get into plenty of analysis.
I'll draw.
Give me a...
I don't know. I kind of wish this pawn was back.
It's like a Chinese dragon, like on the New Year.
Yeah,
there's a little bit of a snake thing going on here.
It's more of a dragon, isn't it, in a hippo? I don't really see the hippo.
Dragons don't exist, guys.
Well, I don't know. I have seen them.
Pretty sure chat said dragons do exist.
Yeah, some of those Friday nights I've had, so... but it is quite risky of Black pushing the pawn to that extra square. But OK, I mean, we've got a position, haven't we? We've got a position where everything is on the board, and that's what Black needs to do, keep the tension.
Simon, Harry the H-pawn's made an appearance. Magnus pushing forward.
This is a move I hate facing, because the problem is, and I've had this happen to me so many times with Black, H6 played on the live board, but you always have to now think about H5, G5, and then a sacrifice on G5. And this might not be possible here, but it just lurks for the rest of the game. And whenever this happens, White gets 2 pawns, but also an attack. And, it's just horrible that that's there forever. And that's why I don't like this system so much.
I mean, the analysis shows that it's probably possible for White to play for right now. I mean, there's not even any worse necessarily than the advantage the White has on the white board after Magnus chose Bishop F4. So, yeah, it's again, I'll say this, that if you're looking for an opportunity to create a crazy mess, you kind of have to give your opponent an advantage when you're playing Magnus Carlsen, right? So Fabi has given Magnus an advantage. It's going to be a little bit of a mess. If Magnus is on form, he's going to put this away, and there will be no Armageddon, right? But at least you've created a bit of a spicy position here.
I've just got one question on my mind. I see H4 on the board. Who's playing for a win? Who has to win this game on demand? Is it White or Black?
This is the best thing about Magnus Carlsen's chess. This is the reason we all, love watching him and fell in love when he beat Levon Aronian in the last round of this first Sinquefield Cup, when he didn't have to play for a win and could have taken a draw, and he did it anyway, because I think that's the mindset that has allowed him to be as good as he is, that he doesn't think the way people do as far as being afraid of risk or what they're afraid of losing, right? He just objectively... again, if Fabi offered a draw here, he'll take the draw. But he's not going to play for a draw. He's going to play for the win and probably get the dub along the way.
And Danny, I have to just say a very quick story. I remember the British Championships last round. I was sitting next to this guy on board 1, and he only needed a draw to take the British Championships, right? Which is a massive title. And he's there, and he's playing an international master, dangerous guy. And the international master thinks he's having a nice day off, offers this guy a draw, and we all think, yeah, OK, this guy's going to be British champion now. What does this player say? He says, no. And I'm like, what's what's wrong with this guy? He's going to get like £5,000, the British Championships, and he turns down the draw. And we all know who that is, isn't it?
David?
This chap here against Gary Lane. And I'm just like, how confident and brave is that? To, British Championships is something we dream of becoming. And he, did you win or was
it was a draw eventually.
It was a draw eventually, but he turned down the draw. And it's like, the only way he can't become British champion is by losing. So
I was young and dumb, and I thought I could conquer the world. But
I like it.
Yeah. But were you young, dumb, and broke? Wow, that makes a lot of sense. I love that story because, great minds think alike. Now we know why you and Magnus are such good friends. Both of them refusing draws in these kind of situations makes a lot of sense. It is the champion's mentality, and Magnus here not playing for a draw. He's getting the kind of positions he wants. But this also gives Fabi the chance that he's looking for.
It does, yeah. I mean, it's very hard to do anything in this position as black, except for you've got to wait and you've got to take your opportunity. But, OK, well, Magnus has thrown a pawn forward first, and this is going to create a change in the position because you probably have to take on d5, something like that. But I don't know. What do you think?
It's painful because I was just thinking the same thing. You kind of have to take, otherwise the d6 pawn will be lost, and that's exactly what Magnus wants. He's going to take with the e pawn and then put the bishop on c2. And he's going to play h5, and he's going to crush you. Maybe he'll play knight h5. So I was shaking my head, and you turned to me because I was like, that's a painful move because, wait, Magnus took with the bishop. So I'm missing something. That's not what he wants.
Maybe this was too risky. Maybe he didn't even want to give up a pawn. It still looks like a fearsome attack. But, yeah, taking with the bishop, that's a twist on the narrative that we've been peddling for the last few minutes. Bishop takes pawn.
I guess if he takes with the queen, the d6 pawn just falls.
Yeah.
I guess that's... Yeah, look, he does it. Sometimes it's so obvious you can't see it right in front of you, right? He just takes with the queen. The d6 pawn is falling. And what's funny is even if you objectively are giving some sort of chances for black, this is like a crushing blow for Fabi, right? Because there's no world where he's not groveling and hoping for a draw if the queens come off.
Yeah, at the very best, black can hope for compensation with the bishop pair maybe, but compensation is not the same as creating serious winning chances. And yeah, it's not obvious at all. Bishop takes d5. I don't think it would be on my radar. It just looks counterintuitive to give up a bishop for a knight, especially when the position becomes open. But if you win a pawn in the process, yeah, these guys, they see everything, all the options, every time.
Yeah. Is there any way that Fabi can hold on to that pawn on d6?
Looks tough. The problem for black is you would love to jump the knight out the way and unleash an attack. There we go, against white's queen with your light squared bishop. But you needed to protect your bishop on b7, and a5 is not necessarily the best square, and there we go. We will see, OK, not yet a trade of queens. It will happen on Fabi's terms, and at least the black knight on c4 is active, but that pawn on b2 is going to be protected, and Magnus doesn't have too many weaknesses.
Magnus moving very quickly, isn't he? I mean, it's some difficult decisions here. I mean, maybe black has some counterplay here, though. As you said, David, he's got two bishops. If he can get his pawn back, then he's probably going to be better, with this break b4 that could be coming up to try to unleash the dark square bishop. I mean, it looks like there's still a lot of play left here to me.
OK, stylistic choice here. I'm going to put it to the panel. Oh, OK, just as he plays rook e8, I was going to say, in this position, is it an option? Do you take on b2 and at least change the imbalance of pieces here? Yeah. You would give up one piece, but you're going to get one of the rooks back. Some dangerous pass pawns, maybe. He said no. He didn't go for this, Fabiano.
I think it was a great idea, and I think that might have been the dynamic imbalance that he needed. A good call out, David. I think he should have.
Yeah, it's just, OK, evaluation bar says still level, but changing the nature of the position is often a good thing. And, OK, he missed that. And now after b3, the black knight is forced to the edge of the board. It's most likely going to jump in here, but white is just going to defend this pawn. And everything's covered, at least for now.
Yeah, I will say that, and again, it's normal to be frustrated when you're down a game playing black against the best player of all time. But I feel like Fabi's looked a little dejected at the start of this game. He took a bunch of time on move one. He's kind of like, this is an uphill battle and feeling a little frustrated. And maybe he just didn't see that, didn't look for that opportunity. I mean, it's possible.
But he's been the player who's been pushing the last two games. He had the edge in game 2 and in game 3, wasn't able to convert it to a winning advantage. But this one as well, the opening, he's trying, the queens are off the board. But is this like a queenless middle game? And is there still hope for Fabi here?
I think there's definitely hope, right? I mean, like, you still got two bishops, your rooks are active. You can try to open up the bishop even more with that last line by, the game is alive, right? Yeah. The game's definitely alive. I mean, it could be a lot more dead than this when you're playing like Magnus. He can kill it straight away. I was just thinking, though, these guys have played so much, right? I mean, Fabi's played Magnus Carlsen for the World Championships. Do you think Fabi's like a bit annoyed with Magnus? It's like, I'm not that Magnus guy again. It's like, oh my God, how do I beat this guy? He keeps doing me in. I mean, or is he more like, oh, I really want to, play Magnus and actually, get my revenge against him? I wonder which one it is. I don't know.
Players like Fabi, they probably wish they were born in a different generation. I mean, imagine he would be dominating,
right? Yeah. I mean, probably if it wasn't with Magnus, then he probably would be world champion at some point. So.
I mean, Fabi, we've said this before, but he didn't lose a game in classical chess to Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship, right? And had opportunities, Game 6 and Game 8, right? I mean, so I think definitely one of those. There's a lot of people who can argue that, how many people would have had an NBA championship if not going up against Jordan, right? But that is what it is. And I think Fabi maybe looks at the chances now, right? The world has been shaken up with Magnus Carlsen
not being the world champion,
declining to defend the title. So who knows what is in Fabiano Caruana's future? He's been playing phenomenal chess, number 3 in the world currently.
Just won a GCT event as well.
What's funny too is
finals.
Regardless of how this works out, Fabi has been in 2 finals in the CCT, right? But both times he got there through the winner's bracket.
One time he was in the winner's bracket throughout, but the second time he did fall to the elimination bracket and then rose again.
Okay.
So Abdusattorov, he faced him twice.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. I was remembering the Hikaru Nakamura match.
Oh, that was such a fantastic run for Fabi, staying in the winner's bracket, but a heartbreaking one in the end, which Hikaru eventually won. And Fabi here playing aggressively. He brings his rook into the game, the 2 bishops that you were talking about. The c-pawn for white for Magnus can be a bit of weakness. David, we've been focusing on knights on the edge, but that black knight on a3, that can be a power piece for black here.
Yeah, this knight, if it ever jumps in, it's going to come with power. You can imagine it, if the rooks all disappear, coming in to win some white pawns. If it ever jumps in to this square, it's going to be really scary. So Magnus pretty much has to leave a rook on c1 to keep this knight caged. And if we do a bit of maths, whatever it's called,
I hate it.
Then the white rook is more powerful technically than the knight. And if we cancel those out, it's a big gain for black. So yeah, Tanya, it's definitely not over.
Do you know what?
Big threat.
I quite like black's position.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was going to pick a side, I'd pick black because you got the pressure, and I don't think Magnus looks that comfortable. I mean, he's not got the teapot out yet, hasn't got his leg out yet. He's and it's just like black has the pressure. Yeah, he's got the 2 bishops. Yep. I mean, there are many ways white can defend this clearly, but it's still nice to have that pressure at least. In a must-win situation. I think there's good chances here.
I agree. Fabi took a sip of water and quickly responded to rook e3 with rook d8, which apparently the computer didn't like. I'm wondering if there's some sort of hidden resource, hidden tactic.
And the bar is creepily climbing up, steadily and slowly.
I feel like this must be some inhuman computer tactic here because Fabi played it instantly. They both body language suggests that Fabi's getting more comfortable, not Magnus. And I'm like, what is the tactic on rook d8 that we're not seeing?
Yeah, so the engine suggestions we see in front of us, it says that rook takes rook is by far white's best move here. Other moves are fine, they keep the balance, but rook takes rook, and we're going to see it actually on the board.
But what's the idea? Why is it so much?
Bishop e5, maybe, I guess.
I think maybe knight to e5,
knight e5
just attacking the rook and attacking the pawn.
Forces the bishops off forces the bishop to take the knight because of f7.
And of course, Magnus finds it.
Immediately. So, yeah.
On the board, and if you force one of the bishops to depart, then suddenly white, I think, here has a clear advantage, clear extra pawn, and now this knight.
You can tell Fabi missed that too. The way he that was not a, it's like and like because now it's obscode bishops too, which only increases white's drawing chances.
I think, it's just a pity as well. This rook has no good retreat squares. If you step the whole way back, this knight can capture this pawn, because I think maybe he was banking on this pin, this skewer, but the knight can jump out the way, hit a loose piece.
I wonder if that's what he missed at the end.
I think that might be it.
That might have been what he missed. Can we back up then to see? So if the computer gives white the edge because of Fabiano's rook e to d8, what was the move there? Because I agreed with Simon. Momentum was going Fabi's way. The bishop pair looks good for black. What was the move here?
I'm going to be a bit naughty and check the computer. It says c4.
c4?
Yeah, maybe not the most obvious move, but it does support the rook with a pawn. And at least if the rook trade happens, this pawn will help the black knight get into the game potentially and might paralyze or at least slow down some of the white pieces.
Boom.
Not necessarily easy, but yeah, unfortunately a miss from Fabiano. And this is the ruinous position he's left with. Knight to e5, and this pawn is dropping, or he'll have to part with his bishop pair.
Yeah.
Magnus big favourite now, surely.
Massive favourite.
Especially if you just need a draw.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a big move, wasn't it? Knight to e5, yeah. I mean, massive move there. Yeah. And I don't even know how you can keep things rolling now, really, against Magnus.
And if you're forced to trade that bishop for the knight, that's all dreams over?
That way.
Obscure bishops. It's
smelly. Smelly. Has an aroma.
Smelly cat.
Yeah.
Smelly cat. Smelly cat. What are they feeding you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the question. What has Magnus been eating? Because he's been on this crazy form with the 9 out of 9 in the Grand Chess Tour and then winning his first match. Did it surprise you how critical he was of his quality of play on day one here?
Nah, not at this point. I know Magnus too well. And actually, all of the top players, it tends to be a thing that they very rarely revel in their wins. They just forget the losses or the small inaccuracies that they could have made, that they did make. That's kind of what sticks with them. They're perfectionists, all of them, and that's why they're so good. That's why they are champions. But yeah, I want to see the celebrations more. I want to see them saying, yeah, I played like a boss in this game. And okay, there we see the trade, and it's not a happy trade for Black.
I think Magnus will say he played better today.
Do you know, I was just looking at his position and I was thinking, what happens if rook d2? Sorry, I had to jump in the chess, but I was just thinking if white puts the bishop on f6 and just puts a rook on d8, it's just like, it's actually quite simple, right? I mean, you can, black can't do anything. So it's so horrible. And
nice spot, Simon.
Playing well. I mean, that's such a good bishop, isn't it? And this rook is going to be very painful to Black. And
unstoppable.
That was the only activity I could see Black attempting to get. And we were talking about knights on the rim are dim, knights on the edge. What was it? Knights on the edge fall off.
The hedge.
Knights on the side are.
No, but it was a good call out,
abide.
Simon, because bishop f6 was played, and it was, yeah.
Threats of bishop to e7 now. Black has a pawn on c5 on a dark square that could be ripe for the picking. Black's knight on the edge of the board, almost trapped. Yeah.
It's just stinky.
It's too many things.
Yeah. And maybe the king can even come into just too much, isn't there? Too much going on here for Black.
What is bishop e6? Because here comes bishop e7. Yeah. And how do you deal with the pawn? Oh, Magnus didn't play it. I wonder if he...
First, just stopping the black rook from stepping down to the second rank. Nice kind of control type of move. At this point, it feels like anything is good enough to kind of maintain the advantage. Converting will be another thing, but he doesn't need to convert.
How do you get that knight out, How many sayings can we get with the knights on the rim? So knights on the rim are dim. What's the other one? Knights on the edge?
Fall off the hedge.
Fall off the hedge.
Knights on the side, I cannot abide.
Cannot abide. Like it. Knights on, yeah, don't know.
We need help.
Knights on the
we
flank
are a bit. Knights on the flank are a bit.
They stank.
Were we thinking the same thing there?
I think so.
Okay, we won't call that one out. Yeah. All right.
Wow, but that's not a happy night there. That's definitely a donkey, as we've been calling out with the moves that we've seen, the changes in the position. And Magnus creating some tension on the queen side. How should Fabi react to this?
It's a tough one. It's like Sophie's choice here. The white bishop is threatening to actually come back and hit that black knight on the edge of the board. So if you're not careful, you might just lose a piece. But then again, you don't really want to block down that flank, that side of the board, because your knight will be stranded there forever. White's knight is about to enter d5, a nice supported outpost. Everything. It's just all these small things adding up. And okay, he's jumped in, finally. But it feels like, again, Simon, your idea of the white rook getting in, if the black rook ever leaves the open d-file, is that's going to be the killer blow. Okay, the knight's out, but it's coming at the cost of another pawn. This does not spell good news for Fabiano. You can tell on the body language again, as experts here in the studio.
Expert body language.
Yeah.
I think Magnus will play f3, and then if the rook takes a2, he's gonna try to land his rook on the 8th rank somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, he plays e5 a little more direct, even though it allows knight e4. I guess he'll just take the 8 pawn.
And for Fabi right now, is this frustrating? Just this position and this outcome. You want to push, you want to fight for a game, and then you have this one slip, allowing Magnus to trade in the center. How difficult is it for Fabi, and is he truly motivated to try this position?
I don't know that we're looking at the most motivated Fabiano Caruana we've ever seen. I think he kind of knows that this one is the writing's on the wall. But also, he's not going to offer a draw because Magnus will decline the draw. Like, Magnus won't even take the draw at this point. He doesn't want to be disrespected like that.
There's a checkmate in 2. Rook 8, rook
and
8.
there's a checkmate coming here, even if the knight takes the bishop, it's over, of course. So anyway, yeah, I don't think he's that motivated, but I think Fabio will be back tomorrow. I mean, you called out that he has been in the losers bracket before, so we'll see. I don't know what I'm more excited for tomorrow. We shouldn't start previewing it yet, but I think this one is pretty much over. Fabi not offering a draw because Magnus won't take it.
Yeah, 3 pawns down. It's just hopeless at this point, unfortunately.
You've got to hope for a blunder, haven't you? So, and
one last trick, one last trap. Yeah, that's all he's got to try for.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, he's played so well today, Magnus, hasn't he? I mean,
yeah, he has.
I mean, what can you do when you're playing someone who's playing like a computer? You know, he's playing unbelievable chess, and I think Fabiano's play hasn't been that bad. I mean, it's been pretty good. I mean, he's had some half chances, but not ever really winning chances at all in any of the games, but he seems to have played okay. Yeah. Don't think he's played that badly.
No, I think he's played very well.
Yeah.
It honestly was that first game.
Yeah.
That first game where Magnus won the preparation battle. Magnus chose a weapon that Fabi didn't see coming, went right into the heart of the type of position that a lot of people avoid against Caruana in those white sides of those open Sicilians. He got the dub, and then after that, it's like, now I'm just in shutdown mode, right? Match strategy for the win.
And look at that, Magnus locking up the cage for that black king, not allowing a trade of pawns, not allowing the black king to centralize itself, and still mating threats persist. This one is, I think, in its final stages. You can tell body language he's getting ready to resign, or at least mentally he's been resigned for a while. Yeah.
Is there a trick there?
G4.
Oh,
no. Well, he can take the bishop, can't he, if he wants to play on a little bit, but the white knight is also just dominating the black bishop as well. So I mean, if black can somehow get his bishop, I'm really scraping I'm really just scraping the bottle here, whatever the saying is. But
scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Barrel, that's the one. Yeah. But
Magnus here looking at picking up a 3rd pawn in the position, attacking that knight. You really can't do much except trade, and 3 pawns up is what it's going to be.
4 in a minute. And once this pawn disappears. There we go, 4 pawn advantage. Maybe Fabi will go for some stalemate idea with the black king.
I was just about to say that if there's a blunder of rook a8, maybe there's a stalemate trick.
I think rook e4 and rook takes bishop is pretty. I know the king gets out. I'm trying to lose it. I'm doing my best, you know. So, but I mean, you can body language. You don't have to be an expert even to work this one out, right? So,
it's okay. I mean, it's like, sometimes it is what it is when you're watching greatness, right? It's like we always want every match to end in a Armageddon comeback fashion, similar to Iturrizaga or Noterbeck, but you know, we still got about 20,000 people watching across Twitch and YouTube and wherever else you might be. People like watching Magnus do Magnus things.
Repetition there. Magnus takes it because it gets him the match victory. What a match performance this has been by the world number 1, taking down world number 3, Fabiano Caruana. A tough day for Fabi, which puts him in the elimination bracket. Magnus continues his run into the winners bracket. And perhaps today he is feeling better about the quality of his play. It was quite a convincing win there, David, by Magnus.
Yeah, it was smooth in the end, and Magnus didn't take that risk to try and win. It was a draw, but that was enough. And it was actually Fabi here in this position who, when he let the chances slip, rook to e3, the last move from white, and a bit of a blunder, unfortunately, rook to d8, just careless and neglecting white's resources. c4 would have kept the game very, very tense, with the idea that now you can recapture with a pawn, and black's knight is back in the game. Anything was still possible. Rook to d8, as we saw a bit earlier, did allow a trade, and this was the hammer blow. Knight to e5, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn, and destroying black's winning chances.
Chess is brutal. Sometimes the most natural-looking ones are the ones that get you into trouble, and that's what we saw in that endgame. Which means that Magnus Carlsen continues his run in the winners bracket, and he will be playing against Noterbeck Abdusattorov, Fabiano Caruana, and Levon Aronian. Go down into elimination bracket. And these are moments that you're glad that this is a double elimination because you don't want to lose out on players like Lev and Fabi.
You don't want to lose out on Lev or Fabi or their opponents who they're facing tomorrow. Wesley So, of course, going to be one of those guys. So, anyway,
yes,
I can't wait for both brackets tomorrow,
yes.
And it'll be fun.
It'll be a lot of fun. And right now we're going to have fun as the winner is joining us, Magnus Carlsen, after his win against Fabi. Magnus, congratulations.
Thank you.
Magnus, yesterday you won in 3 games, but you were quite critical of your play. Are you happier with how you played today?
Yeah, I think my play was a lot better today. I think the first game was really, really good. I think I played really really well. My brain was also working well in a position that was far from easy to play because my king was in the center. So that I think was a really good game. The second game was kind of poor, but the third was okay. And then the fourth, I think I played a little bit carelessly in the opening, and he actually had a very decent position where I think he was not really worse. But then he made one careless move, and then I just took over, or I got in d5, and after that I can never really lose. So even though like he has ways to sort of equalize the game, there is no way he can play for a win after that.
And Magnus, that first game, it was very impressive to watch. How much of that was preparation?
Well, I had it against Gukic in Zagreb in the Blitz, so I was kind of surprised that he was clearly surprised. I don't know, maybe he had some small idea which he didn't want to show, or was not so sure what to play. I wasn't sure about that. But I mean, I had to think on my own pretty early, but I felt like I understood it pretty well, so I was very happy with that.
Magnus, tomorrow you're moving on to play the young Noterbek Abdusaturov, a world rapid champion. How excited do you get for matches like that against players who a lot of people are looking at as, who knows what happens in 5-10 years, potential world championship level talent? So how excited do you get for matchups like that?
He's washed. He was champion in 2021, and I took it back in 2022.
You're right. I'm sorry, but anyway, how excited are you for that matchup?
I think it's a very good matchup. I have to say he played an amazing game today. The first game, like that's an opening I've never seen before, and he's very, very good practically. So very different kind of player from whom I played today.
And Magnus, you've been playing 1A6 quite a lot recently, Title Tuesday and yesterday. Has there been a reason that you've been playing this opening? Anything particular, or just that you felt like it?
Actually, Peter just told me like a while ago that he'd been checking A6 for fun, and he said it wasn't that bad. So we were like briefly discussing what to play against Jordan. And then I just said, fuck it, I'll play A6, because he's so well prepared. But I thought as long as I get to play chess against him, it's fine. But then actually in the second game where I went A6 and then C6, like he actually went for one of the really one of the most dangerous plans there. So he clearly checked something even there.
And Magnus, it's been a really busy few weeks for you, but you're looking super relaxed during this tournament. What's your trick? How have you been spending the days before the games?
Today I went for a swim just before the first game, which I think helped me a lot. But today it's so it's so cold outside that actually it was warmer in the sea than in the air, which and it was like raining a little bit, which was nice.
But yeah, as I said, like yesterday, I was a bit tired, but today I feel fine, and the play showed it as well.
And Magnus, you have quite a lot of chairs in your room. We noticed. You're not going to sell any of them on eBay for your fans at all, or give them any away as prizes?
No. Whenever I am on the rare occasions that I do streams, I need the chairs for the idiots in the back, which David has been one of them in the past for sure.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the studio. Magnus, we really appreciate your time talking to us. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
All the best for tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen continues in the winners bracket. We've got a big day coming up there. Let's take a look at our Aimchess rapid bracket, and there we have it. We will start with the losers quarterfinal. Fabiano Caruana taking on Wesley So, another clash of big names, and then Levon Aronian playing against the underdog Eduardo Iturrizaga, who was extremely impressive today. In the winners final, it is the big clash between Nordebek and Magnus Carlsen. What do you think about that one, Danny?
Starting at the top, Nordebek taking on Magnus. I obviously misspoke, and Magnus, of course, the Triple Crown owner when he won the World Rapid back from Nordebek. But the youngster has won a World Rapid Championship. He's obviously a talent that we all have our eyes on, and I can't wait to see what him and Magnus get into.
I loved how Magnus said that, you know, he won in 21 and then I took it back.
He made a point to tell me that, and I was sort of referring loosely. Once a world champion, always a world champion. But Magnus wasn't going to let that slide, and I like it. I think he's ready for tomorrow.
He's ready for tomorrow, and Simon Nordebek is ready for tomorrow because he said it himself that he wants to play Magnus, which is a matchup that you're excited about.
Well, that one's going to be really, really juicy. I mean, they're both fantastic players, but then the All-American clash as well. I mean, Wesley So's playing, you know, against, there we go, Fabiano. I nearly forgot for a second there. It's been a long day, but that's going to be really exciting. Both those players played many times before and hard to predict.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to Iturrizaga against Aronian. Underdog for sure, Iturrizaga, but he surprised us today with some fantastic chess and, yeah, so much more action guaranteed tomorrow.
It's going to be epic, and it's going to be a fun day of chess. Nordebek Abdusattorov, a potential future world champion, taking on the GOAT Magnus Carlsen, and that's one match you don't want to miss. Also, a big losers bracket coming up. It's going to be super exciting. We can't wait for the action. We'll see you tomorrow. Whoa! That a big blunder there.
He's got 1 second. He's got it. Okay, he moves.
So he made a move.
And
He could have taken the pawn, and that's it. And Wesley So there, he celebrates as the game ends in a draw.
I've never seen them get crushed like that.
Levon blunders a rook, resigns on the spot. Nordebek Abdusattorov takes the second win. Magnus takes it because it gets him the match victory. What a match performance this has been by the world #1.